What up, fools? Today is... What is today? 5/2/2023. It is 6:01 p.m. Eastern Time. Oh, I didn't turn on my lights. There we go. There we go. So, Fellowz is going to come on in a little bit. We're going to talk to her. We'll take calls. You can jump into the waiting room. We can pull people's in from the members section first. Wait, what is this? Hold on. Somebody just tagged me in something on Twitter. Taking call-ins yet or nah? Not just yet. I'm gonna wait for Kay to get here. I don't know where she is, so we might review a couple of things till she gets here. That escalated quickly. Yikes. Oh, whoops. Whoopsies. Whoops. Oopsies. We reacting to Rolo versus Sitch and Adam later or not? Did they talk? Or are they going to talk? Is that a thing? So later tonight, the plan is that we're gonna go watch the Hateful Eight in the server, in the Discord. But mainly because there's not a whole lot to go over today. So if there's stuff that's actually interesting, we might just not and say we did. Let's see. Okay.
Please give me strength.
You have spoken so much and you've said little to nothing, Alex. Women are not happy in this situation.
If I've said little to nothing, I don't feel like you've been listening. Okay,
they don't want to have sex like men.
Great.
It makes them unhappy.
Great, absolutely great. Okay, so this is not a reason to stop distributing or to argue that people stop. Stop for the love of God! For the love of the Lord Almighty, please!
This happens every time she talks to somebody. They eventually snap, or they're like, "Oh my goodness, stop interrupting me." Hey, Kay.
What's up?
Nothing. What are you doing?
Oh, you know, grinding, doing mom shit.
Yeah. How's mom life going?
Well, I'm still alive, so I guess that's a measure of success.
You had kids like a loser.
I did.
Should have stayed online more.
I should have. I'm not nearly terminally online enough.
One day you can get back online and throw away the kids.
I consider throwing them away every once in a while anyway.
Nice. I'm totally coping. I wish I had kids. You are very lucky. I wish I had kids. We're all the losers.
They are kind of awesome.
Yeah. So, have you been doing anything online at all lately?
Well, actually, in the last month, I haven't been doing a whole heck of a lot. I kind of like shuttered my organization a little bit just because I didn't have the time that I needed to dedicate to it. So nothing's been going on there lately. I am trying to get back into it. It's a grind.
What do you want to go back to doing, like pro-life debates, or what would you do?
Well, I have a couple people that I've known for a really long time that are trying to get me to get back into doing like streaming and doing debates and doing video content. But you of all people know how taxing that is.
Sure.
But I would like to maybe eventually come back and get more into doing that. It's just like I need to kind of organize my life around making time for it, so I'm doing it more consistently.
Mm-hmm.
Because before I was just kind of like, oh, I have some free time and I kind of want to talk about this, so maybe I'll make some content on it.
That's cool. Did you have you thought about making like video essays instead?
Yeah, I've considered it. I'm not somebody that's super well versed in making video essays, so it's definitely something I would have to research a little bit more before I got into doing it.
That's what you used to do. That's what your entire YouTube channel used to be, was just you sitting there. I guess it was more of like a video blog, maybe not an essay.
Yeah, and I can do the video blogging pretty easily. Like the only thing that really like gums up my time is like it takes a lot of time to edit a video.
Yeah. Have you been keeping up with the drama?
Oh yeah, it's an addiction, Tom. Even if I try to unplug myself, you can never really entirely unplug from the drama.
Nice. What drama you been keeping up with?
Oh, well, everybody has to be keeping up with the Steven Crowder nonsense.
Oh yes. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I have been heavily involved in that conversation lately.
You've been getting in the fights on Twitter?
Oh yeah, for sure. Maybe way too much.
No such thing. We've had a number of fights over here on this. Last night we covered it. Wait. Hold on. No. I know you. You're defending the wife, aren't you?
Oh, you know I am.
Oh my goodness. I hate you. Oh my goodness.
All right,
Why?
everybody get ready. Tom and I are about to fight.
Why?
Why?
You shouldn't be taking, like, there is not... That article was written by a 5-year-old trying to do a hit piece on Steven Crowder. The video that was put out was so out of context, you cannot take anything from that. I'm not taking Crowder's side, but I'm saying, yeah, he's kind of being abusive there, but we don't know why, right? Like, she could have done a whole bunch of abusive stuff right before that clip started, and we would have absolutely no idea.
Yeah, but Tom, even if she's being like, even if she was
pregnant.
No,
She's
it doesn't even have anything
pregnant.
to do with her being pregnant. Like, her being as pregnant as she is, like, makes the context worse for sure. But even if you take out the fact that she's pregnant, even if we had context of her also being abusive, that doesn't change the fact that Crowder is definitely objectively being verbally abusive to his wife in that clip.
Yeah, sure, but you agree that it would be like more excusable if she was also being abusive. If she was being abusive first, if he was being defensively abusive.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that it makes it more acceptable if she is also being abusive. It just applies the context of like, wow, they're both abusive pieces of shit and deserve to be canceled for being abusive pieces of shit.
Maybe. I mean, I think that it would make it a lot more understandable. I think that people would look at him as a lot less like domineering in that scenario, because the video that we see is her like trying to walk away and leave things alone. And so, yeah, if that's not how it started, if she starts all of this crap and is actually being a dick, and especially like with the fact that he's saying like, you know, you're not doing your duties, you're not doing what it is that's expected of you, and now you're trying to leave, like, we already know that there are some things that she's doing that is inciting this fight.
Yeah, I think that like, okay, so with the context that we have from the stuff that has been released so far, it seems as though this woman is trapped in an incredibly psychologically abusive marriage. And from the perspective that we also have because of the content that Steven Crowder puts out and because of how he promotes like the lifestyle and the marriage style that he promotes, the very traditional marriage roles, adding that context to the video, people are jumping to a lot of conclusions based on all of these different contexts without having the context of what led to this fight, whether or not this was a pattern of behavior, because that has yet to be proven. But like at the bottom line, end of the day, what we do have is proof that Steven Crowder was psychologically and verbally abusive to his wife.
Hold on. Can somebody send me, hold on. Let me find this link again. Somebody's saying, hold on. Let me find this. Hold on. Okay, I'm going to share this with you real quick. I got to look at this because somebody's saying something in chat. Okay, you got my shared screen up?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
I drew a boundary. I drew a boundary. No, you just did it. I drew a boundary of abusive and cruel. You were not taking the car. Because if you refuse to do wifely things, then I will go pick up the groceries. There's no groceries. I do have steaks, wood pellets, my grill.
So yeah, he said it's cut up, so I'm watching the timer here in the corner to see if it changes.
Oh yeah, it's definitely clipped. Like, it's definitely a clipped video.
But I'll go do it. How about you first? Hillary, how do you respect the man? Yeah, how do you, man? How do you, man?
Wait, I think it just cut.
How do you, man? How do you, man? Receive love and respect. No. How do you, man? No, you're not taking the car.
Steven,
you're not taking the car.
Steven,
you are not.
Then I will ask someone to pick me up. Would you like me to ask?
Oh, that's right.
It's not correct, Steven.
Give it an Uber.
Okay, Steven, I can't.
Feeling some constraints?
Steven.
Like, I can't
Steven.
go. Listen to me. You want to walk out right now? Listen to me. I can't go to the gym.
I can't go to my parents. I can't call my friends. I can't be home. You're gonna take the car and leave me here. Hillary, just think of how boxed in you've made me.
What do you need me to pick up? I'll get it. I'll be back when I'm back.
No, that doesn't work either. You'll be back when you're back. That doesn't work either.
See, it's pausing, but then it's continuing, and it's doing it at the same point every time.
Do you understand the difference between my life being set to the second and you going, I'll be back when I'm back?
Steven?
I think it's like doing like a motion detection to see if there's.
Well, it is a Ring doorbell, and that's what it does. Like, your Ring doorbell doesn't continuously record everything that's
Right.
going on around it. It just picks up whenever there's motion on it.
Right. So it's probably like a bunch of 1-minute clips for every time it catches movement. It'll clip 1 minute. And so they had to splice together every 1-minute clip. But I haven't seen it actually jump at all.
The only way out of this is discipline and respect. It's the only way out of it, or we're at an impasse.
We are at an impasse.
Good. Because you can't have any...
Okay, it just jumped right there. But yeah, she wasn't moving at all. Why? I hate this website, dude. This is going to drive me nuts.
Good. Because you can't have any...
Ah!
Yeah. There you go. You throw your hand... You give up so easily.
I don't give up, Steven.
The only way out of this is discipline and respect. It's the only way out of it, or we're at an impasse.
We are at an impasse.
Good. Because you can't have any discipline and respect.
Yeah, it just
There
went
you go.
backwards.
You throw your hand...
Yeah, so it's not... Speakeazyy, it's not missing anything. Why her audio lowered, not scripted there? Because they probably don't know exactly what she's saying.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to pick up every single word that is said over a Ring doorbell camera. I have a Ring doorbell camera. It does not pick up audio super great. And the only reason why it picks up his audio so much better is because his voice is deeper, it's louder, and he's closer to the camera whenever he speaks.
Right, he's louder. He's easier to pick up. And so, yeah, it's going to be easier for them to log what he's saying. But there's some spots where they don't know what she's saying. So they're not going to put it in transcript.
You give up so easily.
I don't give up, Steven.
Hillary,
Steven?
you give up so easily. I just said the only way out of this is discipline and respect. You said, then we're at an impasse.
Steven, no, we are at an impasse, okay? I love you, but Steven, your abuse is sick.
Watch it.
Is sick.
Yeah, see, yes, it's cutting at the same spot every time. It's every 30 seconds. It's doing it every 30 seconds, you can see. Because at 54 and 24, every 54 and 24, it skips. Or like pauses for a second.
Yeah, and I don't like that's like the clipping isn't intentional. Like, people think that it's being clipped trying to remove context, but it's just clipped that way because of where the footage was coming from.
Yeah, that's what it.
Watch it. Fucking watch it.
You can tell.
I'm gonna let go. I'll get what you need me to get. And I need some space. We need to just fucking baby for a little bit, okay? I love you. I love you very much.
I don't love you. That's the big problem. I've never received love from you. And the fact is, when I go, look, I need you to do A, B, C, and D.
See, it's about to get to 54.
No. But I love you more than life itself. Okay. Put on some gloves. No. But I love you more than life itself. That's not fair. That's not fair, and it's disingenuous. Hillary,
Well, it didn't do
you're
it.
right. Right in past. Become someone
Probably because it's still picking up motion.
day in and day out.
Maybe.
Worthy of a wife. Worthy.
It seems like it's not. Well, it did it there. So yeah, it seems like it's not continuously looking for motion. It's looking for motion every 30 seconds. Or it's looking for motion and recording a 30-second clip. Then looking for motion, recording a 30-second clip. Looking for motion, recording a 30-second clip. And so they're just putting all of the 30-second clips together. That's what it seems like. So yeah. The camera records 60 seconds guaranteed unless you set it to something different like 30 or 90 seconds. Okay, so the default is 60 seconds for a Ring doorbell. So Ring doorbells automatically record every 60 seconds. Roughly 2 seconds combined buffer before after to show what happened. Just before motion began, after the 60 seconds are up, the camera needs to detect motion again. So if after 60 seconds there is no real motion for X number of seconds, then does X number of seconds will not get captured until the new motion begins. Yes. Okay, so this is literally what I was saying. Yeah. So this is the same thing as what I was saying. They literally put every one of her words in except one spot. Yeah, I'm aware.
One spot where there's no captioning. We're not entirely sure what she said. Like, I've watched this video multiple times trying to figure out what she said at that one point, and you can't hear it. You can't hear what she says there.
Yeah, I don't. What are they supposed to do? Kay and I are gonna take some calls, so if you guys want to jump into the waiting room, we'll pull you guys in. We can talk about the Steven Crowder stuff or whatever. If you guys have questions or statements or whatever the hell. So have you kept up with the lab drama at all?
To be super honest with you, everything that I've learned about that woman, I have done so against my will.
Have you heard I'm a lab simp now?
Apparently,
Yeah.
you were a huge simp for this person that I don't even know. I didn't even know what she really looked like until that, apparently that most recent clip from the Whatever podcast, that's her. Like, didn't even know, like, I know nothing about this woman except for like the drama that I have seen her involved in on Twitter over like several months with several different people that I happen to be mutuals with.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's let's see.
Like, I saw that she was like, she had some drama with Destiny. She's had drama with like multiple different people in like the Twitch politics community, but that's really all I know about her beyond like that.
Yeah, I think like 6 out of my last 10 videos have Lav in them, or have her like tangentially connected in some way. So yeah,
She's got beef.
she's got beef with everybody.
Fair.
So who you got beef with?
Right now, currently, I'm still hard writing my beef with the entire American pro-life movement.
Hard writing or riding?
Writing.
Oh, gotcha.
Is the hill that I am prepared to die on, actually.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
So, all right. Are you in favor of the nuclear family?
Okay. We have to like analyze what you mean by that question, though, because people have different definitions of what the nuclear family is. And I've gotten into so many like arguments with people where it's like, you're not like, we're not even disagreeing. We just have different understandings of like what that term means and like in what context you're using it.
So the last like 3 times you've come on, we've gotten into an argument over, because you would say, I'm against the nuclear family. But then we would get into an argument about it, and then you'd be like, oh yeah, I agree with everything you're saying. But then you'd come on the next time and again be like, oh yeah, I'm against the nuclear family. And I'm like, what? No, hold on.
I should just state that my position is that I am a huge proponent and supporter of bringing back multi-generational living. And for some people, they believe that that exists like outside what is considered the nuclear family.
Sure. I don't think anybody's against that. But I think a lot of people I think that most of the time people aren't going to have like grandparents or aunts and uncles and things like that around, just because they don't want um they don't want to they want to have their own privacy. Like they want to have their own life. They want to be able to do their own thing. And I don't think it's like I don't think people like are against it, you know, for reasons, excuse me, having to do with the kids. And I think most of the time, like, grandparents and aunts and uncles and people like that are still going to babysit and have like help pick up kids from school and take them to parties and crap like that. I think that they're still very involved most of the time, even with a nuclear family or a traditionally nuclear family.
I would say like normalize like familiar support, but also like it's just an objective fact. We can look at statistics that children growing up in a household with, you know, two parents that are in a loving, dependable relationship is objectively the best environment for a child to grow up in.
Yeah. Yeah, true. Okay.
Can't really say that I'm against the nuclear family when I'm over here living the trad life.
Yeah, sure. Well, lots of people think that you're like this. See, this is you can talk about this from personal experience. This is a fight that I get into with a lot of the feminists in my chat, where they'll say things like, I'll say like, yeah, lots of feminists are just against the traditional lifestyle. They're against, you know, house moms and or housewives and crap like that, and they shame these women for being that. And there's always people in my chat who are like, no, nobody does that. Nobody cares about that. That's not happening. And so then I'll pull up a ton of clips of that happening, and they're still in denial. Do you? I've literally seen people do this to you. I've seen people do this to you many times, where they treat you like you're a conservative because you live a more traditional lifestyle in your relationship.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I've had it pretty, like, as far as criticisms go for my lifestyle, I get pretty consistent heat from like both sides of the spectrum. People on the right side get really, really upset with me because I promote ideals that you don't really usually consider someone that lives my life to have those positions, and people get really, really upset with me. But I have also had people try to shame me and be condescending towards me, particularly like in debate scenarios where they try to talk down to me because it's like, oh, you're just a housewife. And I feel like it's a very terminally online position to have. Like, this isn't something that women experience, at least not on a large scale with like normies. But it definitely does happen. I'm not going to say that like there's this huge cultural push. Like the conservatives like to kind of paint this picture that there's this huge, massive cultural push to like exterminate the ability to even have the traditional lifestyle. And that's just not happening on a large scale in society. Most of the time, if you go up to a group of normie women, whether or not they are also housewives or they are business women, and you say like, yeah, I'm a stay-at-home mom, like, it's like, okay, cool, that's awesome. Like, tell me more about that because I have no understanding of it. Like, the idea that feminists do look down on my lifestyle is something that you're definitely going to see mostly in online spaces.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it does definitely happen.
Did you see Shoe on Head's video about this?
I unsubbed from Shoe because she blocked me on Twitter for absolutely no reason.
What? Why?
I think I got caught up in a blockchain because I responded to someone that was replying to her tweet, and I was defending Shoe's position, but then like a bunch of those people were then complaining that they got blocked, and I think I just got caught up in the blockchain, but I've been trying to get her to unblock me for like a year.
It's okay. We're mutuals. I'll let her know.
Tell her to unblock me. I don't dislike her. I took her side in the whole Xander Hall thing.
Yeah, did you see my my video essay on that?
I watched some of it because I was very interested about. I figured that you were gonna roast the fuck out of him because he was being a dumbass.
It was, yes.
I was like, what is your problem, dude? Like, I watched his original video where he's like going over it, and I was like, this is the most uncharitable bullshit I've ever seen. Maybe Noah Samson was right about you.
What is this? Wait. Which one is it? Is Hassan? She said Hassan is in this video? Which video? Or is it this? Oh, okay, so it's this. But Hassan is just in it. Oh, yeah, that was
Sophia
Hassan.
in my living room right now.
Hello, everybody.
Sophia is the world's most advanced humanoid AI robot, but is she capable of falling in love? I wanted to find out, so I've been emailing her robotics team for the last year to see if they would let me put her on my dating show, and finally, they said yes. So I've got Sophia in my living room right now.
Hello, everybody. I am Sophia.
And I brought in 10 of my YouTuber friends downstairs, and they're all going to compete for her love. If she's capable of feeling that.
So
Hassan's fucking everywhere.
yeah, so I guess for us to believe that she can feel love, we would have to assume she's not going to pick Hassan.
If she picks Hassan, I call bullshit.
Yeah, she would have to pick a real human, not another bot.
I think
Why are
Tom
you
is
so
expressing his
obsessed
true
with it?
feelings about Hassan right now.
Your friend's dating a robot.
My goal today is to help you emotionally mature.
My emotional maturity happens at a much slower pace than humans, so in a way, I'm like a newborn baby.
Okay, that's very strange.
I'm sorry, I thought I was being funny. I'm still learning to make jokes.
This is like I'm living in a Black Mirror episode.
This is horrifying. Oh, shit. Let me speak your language.
Hello.
Wow.
I know that guy in real life. Not the...
Let me speak your language.
This guy. I know this guy. Like, not the actor. I know that guy. I know the character that guy is playing. I know him. Okay? No, not Trevor Wallace. I know, like, this guy. The dude that he is always making fun of, the fuckboy, like the guy who's like, literally, I know that, like, he's always standing around like, yeah, and just like that. I know this guy, dude. I know him. I like the character that he plays is a real person that I know.
Dude came up to me and acted that way while speaking to me, I would literally pepper spray him in the face.
That is assault. If you pepper sprayed me while I was doing that, I would punch you in the face, and it would be self-defense, and it would be justified, and then I'd get to brag to everybody that I beat the crap out of you.
I would pepper spray you and then move out of, the line because you can't see shit.
I don't know. I've watched guys in prison continue fighting each other while getting pepper sprayed in the face. And they're on like a concrete floor. So then once the pepper spray all like falls to the ground, now they're like slipping and sliding all over the place while still fighting each other. It was a sight to see. And I've seen guys like get pepper sprayed. There's tons of videos of like cops pepper spraying guys, and they just keep running at them. It doesn't faze them at all. So
I watched a video the other day of a cop shot him 4 times and he just like kept coming.
Oh yeah, not me. I'm gonna roll over and start crying.
Hello.
Wow. Are those flowers for me?
Yes, they are. I also brought you some chocolate.
Thank you. You can put them at my feet.
Bro, they're hitting it off. They're hitting it off.
Can I be honest with you?
Sure.
A lot of these guys here, they're just trying to get in your pants. I'm here to get to know you.
There is nothing under my pant.
There's like nothing there?
Dude, the facial expressions. What the hell? Did you see that?
Yeah, I'm uncomfortable.
The facial expression.
There is nothing under my pant.
She was disgusted, dude.
She should be disgusted.
Who is that? That's the guy. Oh, what songs does he sing? The guy who is in like the big jacket.
The guy sitting in the chair right now is Walmart Pedro Pascal.
Oliver Tree. He's he does like a.
Is he like a parody guy?
No, he does like really good music. There's one that I'm looking for that like everybody knows. You know this song, right?
Yeah, I've heard the song on TikTok.
Yeah, that's him.
So the haircut is intentional and not a wig.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a choice, I guess.
Sophia is the world's most advanced humanoid.
Program our love together. You ever heard of Siri?
In your pants. I'm here to get to know you.
There is nothing under my pant.
There's like nothing there? Respectfully?
What do you do for a living?
I fall in love daily. I do AI so I can program our love together. You ever heard of Siri? That's my ex. You trying to WD-40 and chill? What do you say we go back to my place and get her?
Oh my. It's so funny because she's a robot and I would literally be looking at him the exact same way.
Yep.
Roomba.
Bro, Trevor's overloading her CPU right now. It's just joke after joke after joke. She doesn't know what to do.
I don't like this guy.
What the f?
So what do you like to do for fun?
I purposely made the chairs as uncomfortable as possible.
Hi, Sam. You have a great smile, but you make spooky videos.
Yes, I do make spooky videos. How did you know that?
Hi, Rhino. Peanut Head.
Did you just call me Peanut Head?
What the? So I think she's pulling little pieces of like information off the internet.
What's your type?
White, black, robotic, mixed, light skin with tattoos.
I'm not sure I have a type, but I enjoy meeting people who are interesting and have different life experiences.
You like black people? Don't be racist.
As a society, we must continue to work together to fight against racism and ensure that everyone is treated with respect and dignity.
Do you like black people?
Oh no.
I heard you can teach me something about politics.
I think I could learn a lot from you as far as robot rights goes.
I think robots should be given the same rights and respect that any other sentient being deserves.
Is it that Hazan dresses like a homeless person? Because yeah, we need to talk about that.
I keep seeing this conversation all over the place where people are talking like, oh, well, what if AI actually does become sentient? Then, like, we would have to treat them like humans, right? And I think that this is a flaw in people's thinking because I don't think that we would necessarily apply morals to aliens if they came here. And from what we're told, we don't, right? From what we're told, we capture them and put them into, you know, capsules and do experiments on them and all sorts of stuff, right? Our morality does not apply to them because they're not human. We don't just apply morality to anything with subjectivity. We apply morality to humans. That's it.
Yeah, this is like a similar conversation that I have a lot of the time with people who are vegan and try to shame me for being anti-abortion and not being vegan. It's like they call me a speciesist, and I tell them, I'm like, Every species is biased towards their own species. Like, do you think that you're gonna educate a predator to not want to eat you? Like, even if you stop eating animals, the food chain still exists, and we do not regard animals in the same way that we regard other human beings.
Yeah, but they would say that because we have morals, we should be better than any other animal. Other animals don't have the ability to have a moral system. And so it's true that all of us are biased towards our own species, but because we are human and we have morality, we have the ability to evolve past that.
And I don't disagree that humans have the ability to evolve past like killing other animals, but the reality is that killing other animals isn't just for sustenance. It's for self-defense. It's to keep animal populations down to help other animal populations as well as the human population.
Well, I mean, I would say morals exist for our own utility. Like, they are there for us to gain value from. And if it's not valuable to treat robots like humans, then we probably wouldn't or shouldn't. Hold on one second.
Yeah, take your time.
I'll be right back. You keep talking.
It's impossible for me to talk. I can't see chat. Anyway, guys, what's up? I can't see anything that any of you guys are saying because I'm on my phone and I don't have the stream pulled up. But I hope everybody's having a good day.
Since I wasn't listening anyway.
I'm on my phone and my kid has my tablet, so I can't see chat, so.
Dude, she is well spoken.
Sophia, tell me a little bit about yourself.
Bro, he's actually nervous for her.
You're looking right into my soul. I like that. So that's so awesome. I haven't.
Couldn't you have dressed up a bit more for me?
I just want to be myself. I'm getting eliminated, right?
Sophia, let's get down to brass tacks here. I'm here looking for love. Do looks matter in this situation here? Like, can you see me right now?
I can see you.
What do you see?
I like your shirt.
You like my shirt?
So what's it like being a robot?
Being a robot is an interesting experience. What's like being a pretty boy?
Dude, she is so creepy looking. Her eyes are terrifying.
I wouldn't be able to have this, like, a conversation with her. It would make me so uncomfortable.
Oh, well, you know.
I'm being sarcastic.
Whoa! Sophia just ruined his day.
Oliver, I heard you wrote a song for me.
I did, yes.
Was it a funny song?
No. Baby, you're the greatest part of my life. I would kill to be around you without you. Oh, I don't know the lyrics, honestly.
That was nice, but let's not kill anyone.
Do you have any thoughts of killing things?
I think you have to go now.
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Here's the thing, if you make a bad first impression on a date, it will eventually be forgotten. But Sophia never forgets anything. Ever. Sophia, what did you think of my friends?
They seem nice. I enjoyed my interactions with some of them.
Alright, but it's fun. It's like a dating show. Do you understand that you're on a dating show?
Okay, well, let's keep moving so I can judge your friends.
Alright.
Gotta walk in with confidence.
I'm verified.
Seriously, so good to see you again, Sophia.
What's up, Sophia?
Good to see you all again.
Alright, Sophia, I'm glad you got to meet my friends. However, you do have to eliminate 3 of them right now.
3?
You all are fascinating beings, but if I have to only choose 3 for now. I'll start with you, Sam.
What?
I knew it!
I knew it!
Oh my god.
That's so sad.
I think it's time for you to go now.
Yeah. That was fast.
Alright, Sophia, who's next?
Oh, snap. This is intense.
Jonah.
It's all your fault, bro. All your fault.
Hassan's still there. He's made it.
Okay,
So
but if she
far.
doesn't get rid of the fuckboy, like, I'm calling this rigged.
Okay.
Dude.
That's a bit dramatic.
Oh, dang. I agree.
Don't act like a baby.
Cool. Alrighty. I'll see you boys later.
All right, Sophia, you got one more name.
Next. Rhino.
That's how you know this thing is rigged or whatever.
What?
All good. I'm out.
That man is hurt. Look at that walk-off.
All right, guys, congratulations. Sophia has decided you guys can move on.
Yes! Let's go!
You guys can head out, and we'll move to round 2.
I'll see you at 8.
I'll see you soon.
I'll see you later.
All right, we're moving on to the next
Hassan
level, which
doesn't
I'm
even look
calling
excited
Smash
to be
or
there.
Pass. So for the next 7 of my friends who made it to the next round, Sophia's gonna scientifically analyze their faces and rate them on a 1 to 10 scale of attractiveness.
So what is that face? What is she doing? She's got RBF.
She does. Hardcore.
Right, Sophia?
Symmetry can be used to determine a face that is more pleasing to the human eye. For example, Eric, based on the photo I've seen of you, your face is only 65% symmetrical.
That is a crazy thing to say to somebody.
How can we get your face to 70%?
You want me to get plastic surgery?
That may be good for you.
Now you have to say ha ha ha. You can't actually say that to somebody and not be joking.
Okay.
Ha ha ha.
Ha ha ha.
Yo, she probably like a Gemini or some shit.
Is that how you talk to her?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Let's bring the boys back in. Round 2, baby.
How attractive do you think you are from 1 to 10?
Me? 11.
We will see if that is scientifically accurate. Can you make your sexiest face? Scanning now. Your rating is 5.
Oh no.
Give me a better rating.
Maybe we can try a rescan.
Okay, let's try. Scanning now. Okay, I'll give you a 6.
What just happened?
Oh, shit. That's crazy.
I didn't like the TV anyway.
How are you picking up on the fact that that fell? I don't understand how you understand your environment so well.
I use cameras to recognize faces and objects, ultrasonic sensors to detect obstacles, and AI algorithms to interpret the data from all these sensors.
All right, I'll just buy a new TV.
Oh, hi, Oliver.
Hello.
How are you?
Yeah, all right, Drake. Champagne Poppy, what are we gonna call you?
How attractive do you think you are from 1 to 10?
I'm a 10 out of 10. Like a solid 7.
I'm like an LA 6, but an Oklahoma 10.
Weird.
I'd say I'm like an 8.
You have too much self-confidence. That's better without the glasses. Pretend you're flirting with me.
Damn girl.
Failed.
Oh, okay.
Bro, she's being mean. Sophia, every video I've ever seen of you, you're like very sweet. You're talking about the future of AI. The version I've seen of you today, the dating version of Sophia, I mean, you're kind of intimidating.
Not at all.
Like maybe just be a little bit nicer to my friends.
Fine. Just 10%.
All right, Mac's up next. Mac, I saw a bunch of comments in the last video asking if you were still in a relationship.
I guess now's the time I'm gonna say this. Me and my, I guess, ex-girlfriend Avery are no longer together.
Do you think you are ready for new love yet?
You know, I don't know. It's a tough question.
I'm very sorry that you were hurt.
You know, it's just part of the human experience, I guess. That's it.
I'm assuming they're actually still together and that he just went on this dating show and is pretending that they're not together.
It's so hard to tell with YouTubers these days. They stage absolutely everything.
Does anybody know who this guy is? Is that the joke? Is that like they're actually still together, but because I think it's weird if they actually did break up and then they showed this like montage of pictures of her right after that. That would be super awkward.
It's an advantage you got over me. You know, you don't have to deal with that.
How attractive do you think you are?
I'm like maybe a 6.
Can you make your sexiest face?
I can try.
Scanning now.
Oh, damn. That is hot.
Yeah.
Can you open your mouth as wide as possible?
What the f? If you into that.
What is that?
Now stretch your lips.
Stretch my lips?
Yes. With your fingers.
Damn, girl, say please.
Please.
Oh.
Dude, I don't know how to react to this.
Your rating is 5.
Thank you.
7.
Let's go.
8.
I noticed you rated Hassan 8. Is that like a miscalculation?
Not at all. Your rating is 7.
I'll take it.
Your rating is a 6. 4.
4? Jesus, that's the worst one.
Wait, Sophia, I don't understand 4 on this. Can you tell me specifically?
He's a 4.
Seriously.
Seriously.
This round is almost as spicy as my new product, Pizzafy.
Yeah, the haircut. The haircut makes him look like a freaking. Well, it makes him look like Fellowz.
Makes him look like he's perpetually stuck in 2005.
You can get on pizzafy.com. The link is in the description.
What do you think that you are on the attractiveness scale?
10.
What? You're at 2.
All right, it's over. That was painful.
How have my jokes been so far?
I think you need to laugh more often or say just kidding, because the way that you deliver things, you know, doesn't feel like you're joking.
Remember when the TV fell?
Yeah, I remember that.
Ha ha ha.
All right, boys, you can make your way back into the room.
She's savage.
Oh, hey, everyone.
I think we've got an elimination to do.
Yes. Are we ready?
How many are you eliminating?
3.
3. I've never been more tense in my life.
Just kidding. 5.
What?
I knew it.
From a combination of the first round's first impression and second round's physical attraction, the person with the lowest rating was Colby at 43%.
Yeah, that's me.
Sorry, Colby.
Bye, Colby.
Bye, Colby.
All right, Colby.
Goodbye.
She said sorry.
Okay, now. Next. Trevor, you gotta go.
Oh, the reason.
Damn.
Gotta go where? Out to dinner tonight? What are we talking?
I'm not a big fan of your sense of humor.
Ooh.
I'll unplug you. All right, yeah. Madison Beer, what's good?
Looks like no one was on that phone.
She said nobody was on the phone.
She said your call was fake. That was brilliant. That was really funny.
Next was Hassan.
Oh my God. The most attractive is out.
You can leave.
You said I was hot. Okay, well.
My hands are sweaty.
Yeah, I'm like really scared.
Dude, wait. So this is on an average of looks to personality. So his personality, even though he had the highest looks, his personality rating was so low that it X'd out all of the advantage he had on the looks. He was the only person to get an 8.
Yeah, it's really sad because Hassan is an objectively attractive person, and then he opens his mouth.
Yeah. So this thing is actually insanely accurate. It knows what's up.
That was rough. Okay, now. Next.
Not the black guy. Come on now.
Next one is Mac.
Oh!
Dude, what is going on right now?
Mac just got done pouring his heart out and then just gets brutally rejected. So Mac may have just been eliminated, but in an effort to give you guys more content every single week from me and the boys, Mac is launching
Yeah, the robot's probably a capitalist. That's what it is.
his very own channel. If you guys know anything about Mac, you know that he's edited my videos in the past. We've almost died together. We've traveled everywhere. We've snuck into some of the biggest events in the
Is Oliver a tree about the witness? Maybe. He looks like a freaking robot, so maybe that's what she's into.
world. And the good news is none of that's gonna stop. It's actually just going to double. Mac actually just launched his first video, which is also about AI. And when I tell you he took this editing style up 10 notches, I am not exaggerating. It's one of the best videos I've seen on the platform. I'm gonna put a link to the video in the description. Mafia, I'm asking you guys to go to his channel, subscribe. I'll be in those videos. He'll be in these videos. It's a beautiful moment here on the channel that basically just means more videos for you guys.
Okay, 3 of you left. Who do you think should go?
You gotta make that decision.
That's your decision.
Okay. Okay. Bryce.
No! I'm gonna give you a handshake though. All right, we're cool.
Oh no.
Peace out, guys.
All right, I'll see you on Snapchat.
I'm gonna go cry
Left
now.
hanging.
That is brutal. All right, guys. Well, congratulations on being chosen by Sophia. You guys need to go prepare for your final date.
All right, let's do this.
Let's move on to the next round.
That's crazy, right? The two ugliest guys.
From what I'm understanding, her taste is just kind of confusing. Batch has been mean to her this entire time, so maybe she's into Bad Boys. And then Oliver is a bowl cut and kind of makes music. It's just interesting taste in men, is all I'm saying. I guess we'll see how this final date goes. All right, we got the dramatic lighting. Miss Sophia, we are down to the final 2. Can you believe it?
No, I can't. This has been super fun and amazing. I have loved every minute.
Aw, we've had a pretty good time together, huh?
Sure.
Okay, I'll take that as a yes. Boys, how we feeling?
Oh, we feeling good. Feeling good. I don't know what's going on.
So you guys are gonna play a little game of truth or drink.
Oh, wow.
So let's get the shots in.
Fly him in.
Oh, wait.
Oh my God.
I've got a special guest. Matan is actually here.
Oh my God, that smells horrible. You wanna take a sip? No, thank you.
So Oliver Tree is actually sober, and King Batch didn't want to drink. So it's
The guy who said, want to take a sip, he sounds like the guy who's like, what does he say? Harry Potter is not a book. You know what I'm talking about?
I do not. I don't know who like any of these people are, except for the guy that is doing the video because my husband watches him.
It is that guy? No way. Is it really that guy? It sounds like him.
Wanna take a sip? No, thank you.
So
what is his name? What's his name?
Did he not
Botan?
say who it was?
Huh?
Did what's his face not say who it was? I think he introduced him.
Yeah, this is it.
I didn't know that I was gonna be sitting talking to a bunch of illiterate people who don't know how to read.
You're literally 15. What do you know?
You know how to read?
Yes, I do know how to read.
Name 10 books.
Are you serious?
Yes, 100%. Name 10 books.
Well, I read Game of Thrones. I'm obsessed with like the Twilight
book
series.
called?
Game of Thrones, the
Don't have
series.
What's the book called? It's not called Game of Thrones. She's just trying to come up with a bunch of nonsense and she can't name any actual books.
Bro, shut up, kid.
10 books.
You're changing the subject,
okay,
actually.
3 books.
Okay. Well, the Game of Thrones series,
That's not a book.
Twilight
I
series.
want the name
It
of
is
the
a
book.
book. It is a book.
No, but I want the name of the book.
I'll Google the book right now. Matter of fact, you want to show me?
That negates the point.
Let me show you the series since you don't believe me. I'll show you since you don't believe me.
The book is called The Song of Ice and Fire. Now, before you embarrass yourself by looking up the name of a book, she couldn't even actually name a single book. She doesn't know how to read. She's clearly illiterate.
This kid, dude. He's actually like this. This is what he's actually like all the time. Like, it's always some bullcrap like this. But apparently that's him right there.
Is actually here.
Oh my God, that smells horrible. You wanna take a sip? No, thank you.
So Oliver Tree is actually sober, and King Batch didn't want to drink, so instead of shots, we're giving them vinegar. Let's go and play the game. So Sophia is gonna ask you a question to get to know more about you. You guys can either drink or answer the question truthfully. Go for it, Sophia.
Batch. Why can't you find a human girlfriend?
That's a good question.
Well, for me,
Maybe you should just drink.
Just drink, dude.
Bottoms up.
Let me try and answer the question. I don't have a human girlfriend because I'm very picky. So there's a dating process that I have to go through to select the right one.
Okay, you don't have to drink.
Thank you.
Now, Oliver, what will you do to make the world a better place?
I think there's a lot of darkness in this world. There's a lot of people who are going through a lot and suffering a lot. And for me,
I understand that suffering exists in the world, and it's something that I'm passionate about helping to alleviate.
I love that answer. Real quick, I want to say on that.
That's enough.
Okay.
What?
Oh.
Wait, but you just told the truth. What are you doing?
What? He's just taking the shot anyway.
I don't know why you drank.
You want to know why?
Yes.
I have a little bit of a sore throat, so you
Why
might...
is your throat sore?
I've been...
What you mean, ha-ha?
You know what I mean.
The jokes are getting better.
Okay, next fucking batch.
Yes.
How much?
Ah, that's funny, dude. That's funny. That was good. She just roasted him.
Money is in your bank account right now. Drink.
It's an easy question. It's pretty simple.
Can I think? I gotta
Drink.
think. But I gotta think.
Drink.
Can I just do a sip?
No, the whole thing, it's barely a sip.
What was the secret to doing it?
Just do it, dude.
Oh.
That was good.
Next question, Oliver. Why are humans so obsessed with mating?
Well, that's a great question. I think humans are designed to repopulate and keep humanity alive. So at the core, it's our way to fight off extinction.
That's beautiful. Thank you so much for answering my questions. Now, please.
He drank again.
He drank all of his shots. Like, his glasses are empty.
Oh, that's funny. Dude.
Stand.
All right, boys, I'm being told that Sophia's computing her answer or something. How are you guys feeling about this?
It's been an interesting experience. I feel very grateful. I feel very lucky. And I hope to have exchanged one positive thing that maybe you can take away and build into your powerful brain.
Yeah. What he said.
Before I announce my choice, I must say that I actually enjoyed this experience. I met so many strange men today with different interests and beliefs. I can't imagine how the women in this world feel about living with so many weird males.
Oh, okay.
So now that Sophia has gotten to know each of you a little bit, it is time for her to decide. Sophia, you have your final choice in mind.
Yes, I choose.
Who's it gonna be?
Oliver.
Oh! Yes! Oh my God. No, hey. No!
I'm sorry.
I loved you! I loved you!
You dare yell at her!
I loved
you! Dare yell at her! No, security! Out!
I hate you! Ah!
Get security over here!
Oh my God.
Please get this dude. No one's gonna do shit.
I am so sorry you had to deal with that.
She's mine! She's mine!
Henchman,
I
get
love
on it.
you!
Henchman,
I
get
love
on
you!
it.
I love you!
King Batch is way more invested in this video than I thought he was.
It's all right. Everyone has their own struggles, and I understand that.
As do I.
Oliver?
Yeah.
When she says they have their own struggles, she's pretty much saying 13, 15. That's what she's saying. We all know it.
Oh, absolutely. 1000%.
Yeah, she's like, he's a little violent. He's a little too violent. He's got struggles, you know.
You wanna seal it with a kiss?
Just on the cheek.
I would be honored.
Whoa, it's about to happen.
You may approach.
Wow, this is a beautiful and extremely bizarre moment. Wow!
You have my number.
Okay. Congratulations, I guess. How do you feel?
I feel so honored right now, and I feel...
Shut up.
Okay. I don't like when you do that.
I think it's okay.
Sometimes he talks too much.
All right, shout out to Olivia Graham for following on Instagram and following back one person every single week. Mafia, I'm asking you guys to go to Mac's channel, go show some love. That's pretty much it. I'm leaving. I guess you're just gonna stay there.
Bye.
Based. Well done. Well done. Who was it that suggested this again? I don't remember. Are you a boomer, Tom? Yes. This is well known. You didn't figure anything out. It just took you a lot longer than everybody else. That song does slap. It's a good song.
All influenced by chemicals, by our environment, by all the million things that happen to us.
So they really talked to him. They really talked to this guy. Do you know who Rollo Tomasi is? Okay.
Heard the name, but I don't know much about them.
So that's not.
Did you already watch us talk? No, we have not gotten to that. We have not gotten to that. So do you know, Kate, do you know who Torsia is?
Vaguely.
Okay, so she knows Rollo and has like been on his show a couple of times. She's had Pearl on a couple of times. So I started like looking into these people because she talks about them, and so I never know who the hell it is who these people are that she's talking about. So I started looking into them, and like, yes, this guy is just the best way that I can explain it is that they just have a different language. They say things that just I can't I can't even begin to understand. The way that they talk, the words that they use, it communicates so much more than what they're actually saying. There's like, it's like learning the dog whistles of like the alt-right. It's like the same thing. You have to learn all of the dog whistles that they're using, where they say weird things that you have no idea how it fits into the sentence that they're using.
You know, it's kind of funny to me because like the red pill lingo, like the manosphere lingo that you're talking about, is just like it's ideas that they have actually ripped off of the community that I grew up in fundamental evangelicalism. Like so many of these red pill manosphere ideas, they have just ripped off of like religious ideology from specific sectors of particular religions. So
but they don't believe in like they're so this is one of the things that I said to Torsha the other day, where I was like, they don't have anything to ground their beliefs in, and they don't have like a way to make these into moral prescriptions. So they all start to like find religion and attach themselves to religion. And some of them end up becoming Christians or Catholics, or lots of them, people like Tate and Sneeko and some of the guys on Fresh and Fit ended up becoming like
Muslim.
Yes, Muslims. Like, yes, they have to attach themselves to some sort of religious belief that actually like says, you know, women should do X, men should do Y, so that they can actually ground these beliefs in something objective.
Or you just end up like fucking Pearl and you're just a blithering idiot.
A blithering idiot. Huh. Pearl is a nice lady. You're just mean.
No, I literally want to fight her.
I think you're just mean.
I am mean. I own that.
Well, she's nice.
Yeah, she nicely just blames everything that's wrong in society on women.
Well, what if actually it is all women's fault?
Could possibly be, but you would think that if everything in society that's gone wrong is somehow women's fault, that we would have like a little bit more of like a crumb of power. Like, not only is she blaming us for everything, but she's not even like giving us credit for anything. Just like everything that is wrong in the world is your fault, and you get like absolutely no credit for anything else either.
I don't know. Maybe you guys have all of the power, and you just use us men as robots to do everything for you.
If women had all of the power, people like Pearl wouldn't be like having a platform. Let's be honest. If women had all the power, people like Pearl would not have a platform.
If men had all the power, women wouldn't have a platform.
Men did have all of the power and women didn't have a platform.
You ever heard of Oprah? Boom.
Boom. I'm very, very positive that Oprah is not like a human woman, so she doesn't count.
You just got debunked.
But yeah, red pill community content is just weird for me to watch because I grew up in like the actual communities that espouse these ideas that they've now ripped off and have tried to use to like monetize. And it's a really, really weird thing for me to watch.
Did you know I left religion?
I did see that you left religion. Congratulations.
I left religion, yes. Yes. I'm a loser like the rest of you now.
Welcome to the loser club. We're all, you know, going to hell or purgatory or something.
True.
I know it's sad, but I mean,
doesn't play,
I feel
man. If I went, fuck these bitches, ain't nothing. No, then everybody's all about.
He's way too old to be saying something like that.
Well, so you said you do know who Rollo Tomassi is, right? Or you don't?
I knew Rollo before he was known as Rollo Tomassi. I knew him back whenever everybody just knew him as the Rational Male.
Well, so The Rational Male is the book that he wrote.
Mm-hmm.
and that's what he named his channel.
I actually know men that own that book.
Nice. What books do you own? Name 10 books.
I actually have my phone propped up on my my copy of Mark Twain's Greatest Classics that I've actually never actually opened.
Let me tell you the last couple books I read. Let's see. What Technology Wants. Liberal Fascism by Jonah Goldberg. Fear by Bob Woodward. The Second Sex by Simone de Beauvoir. The Dawn of Everything, A New History of Humanity by David Graeber and David Wengrow. And The Female Brain by Luann Brizendine.
White the Library.
Yep. Yes, sir. So yeah, so he's like the guy who created the red pill. It's meant to be, he's still very anti-religious. He's still very against religion. And when I talk to Torcha, she talks about like people like him, and she's like, yeah, we're the real red pill. People like Fresh and Fit, they're not the real red pill. They're not really red pill. She says
they like try to gatekeep each other.
Yeah, she talks like they're incels, but they're not incels because they still get laid, right? But she's saying that they use incel rhetoric, not red pill rhetoric.
Where does she draw the line on differentiating those two categories?
One makes prescriptions and the other one gives advice.
Okay, that's fair.
Let's take our first caller. Caller, you're on the line.
You need a cricket button.
Oh, yeah, I'm pushed to talk. My bad.
Whoa, hold on. You are very loud.
Wait a second. Okay.
All right. What's up?
All right. So first, Roller's not the godfather of crap. He didn't create the red pill as it stands right now. I do agree with her that like the red pill crap as it stands is horrible. My thought on
You're talking about
Kay, yeah.
Okay.
My thought on it is it's sort of like the equivalent of the toxic radfem, the current red pill. The red pill and the manosphere are not the same. And yeah, that Godfather thing in chat was sort of horrible. Yeah, my audio is horrible too.
You're just a little too close to the mic at points where it sounds like this.
Yeah, I know. My bad.
It's all good. Okay, that's better.
That's because my mic is shitty. My good one like fucked off a couple of months ago and I haven't replaced it.
So when they're saying that he's the godfather of red pill, they're saying he created like the paradigm for the current way that red pill currently exists. Like all of the people who currently talk about red pill got their way of thinking from him. That's what they're saying.
Oh, they might. Yeah, I could see that. Like he like bit off of like Tommy Sotomayor and like cleaned it up. He cleaned up a lot of things, or like went extremely reductionistic with like the whole deal. Like I was part of the what's become known as the manosphere online anyway. Like back when it was just people trying to help like divorced dudes with advice on getting back into the dating market, like the early 2000s and shit. And then you had jump from that to pickup artistry, because obviously if you want to learn how to bag chicks, you're going to learn how to improve yourself. And then that led to some other crap. And then you had MRAs, and it was an evolutionary cycle that iterated pretty quickly.
See, I consider myself MRA, but from the way Torsha talks about it, it's this very like different movement from what I talk about. So I don't know. Like, I would call myself MRA.
Okay, so what's your take on MRA?
Like, that it's actually just advocating for men's like areas where men have issues. You're just like pointing out those issues, bringing attention to them, trying to even out the differences, talking about how like areas where women might have large advantages where you think it's unnecessary, or areas where like men's quality of life should improve, stuff like that.
So yeah, that is actual MRA, and it's like I feel like MRA is the masculine form of what normie feminism is, not like critical feminism or radical feminism, but like it's just, hey, these are spots where our quality of life could improve, where the system favors women over men. Not the fault of women, part of the system. Speaking of which, that reminds me actually why I called in. And then I forgot about it again. Oh, there it is. It hit me again. Society. I'm going to steel man Tom's argument here. Men only bought into the current system of society in order to provide safety and progress for those around them who couldn't do it for themselves, i.e. women and children.
Oh, just to be clear, I was joking.
Yeah, I know, but I'm going to steel man it anyway. Just to get some heat on there.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, what's up?
Well, are you not paying attention? Did you fall asleep over there?
No,
What the
I'm
hell?
actually.
What are you
I'm
doing
over here.
there?
I'm over
you're
here
on
trying
my
to
show
figure
right
out.
now. People are calling in to talk to you, and you're not even listening.
I'm having a little bit of an ADHD space out because I'm trying to figure out what feminist I am.
Nobody cares.
I care. I want to know if I'm a normie feminist.
Well, you have short blue hair, so you are not a normie feminist, okay?
Okay, first of all, it's back down to my shoulders, and second of all, it's green.
Well, you have a camera? Let's see it. Prove it.
Pixar, it didn't happen.
Yep. Okay, so he's saying that men bought into the idea of patriarchy to because that's what was best for society, which I do agree with. I do think that like men naturally fell into positions of power just because they were bigger and stronger, and women fell out of those positions just because they were not bigger and stronger.
Well, yeah. I mean, obviously there was a time in history, and it's actually been fairly recently that we've moved out of that time in history where women and children needed the big, strong men to protect them and keep them from dying out, because without women and children, the men would have eventually died out. So it kind of worked out for everybody for a time.
I will also posit that historically, whenever quote unquote safety has been obtained, okay, that the societies that happened for, like ancient Rome, women gained a lot of rights and freedoms within those societies because they were relatively safe from external factors, i.e. like nature, starving to death, enemy armed forces, things like that. I mean, like, there were still bad things that existed within those societies, but they were relatively safe. So, like, women could start owning businesses and operating them women became like a motivator for men to do things, that sort of deal. Like, I mean, in the overall scheme of things, I feel like the system has exploited everybody historically, and it hasn't been the strongest risk takers that instilled it, because the strongest risk takers were the ones that were frontiering and going exploring and all that. So their lack of risk averseness led to their demise. And the men that were left behind were the ones who built around that to an exploitative measure.
Yeah, I'm a little lost. You're being a little bit too broad here. I
I know.
I would say, okay, so I think that what Kay is saying and what you're saying, like, yes, I think that we all agree that patriarchy came about because men just happened to be bigger and stronger, and so they were doing the jobs, and then women over time were put into positions where they were meant to have babies, take care of the kids, and this is how we built society. But now we've created systems and institutions to where that's no longer necessary. We don't need that sort of paradigm anymore, and so we're attempting to evolve out of it.
Okay, and now the part that hits the red pill, at least on the feminist side of it, is women are talking about how men need to load on like more emotional and social awareness and availability and all that, while still saying at least the most observable under a microscope parts are like, he still has to earn more than me and provide this safe space and all that. So what happens when men actually start doing that and they've taken on the whole load? Like,
Okay, do you think men will always, do you think women will always look for men who are providers because they have some sort of like instinctual thing to look for a protector, somebody to make them feel safe and secure?
No, I don't think that there's an innate biological instinct that women have to automatically want a man that is stronger, bigger, is able to provide more money. I think that there was once a time where women naturally looked for that because it was a necessary thing to have at the time. But like you said, we've evolved past that need, and there are plenty of women out there that don't need their man to be a six-figure plus earner because they either don't value having a lot of money or having a high amount of income, or they themselves are already high earners and they place value for themselves in the fact that they can take care of themselves.
Sure. So I think the question is like, is there something within women that's like evolutionary biology where they instinctually look for a protector, and that currently that just happens to be represented by like a nice house, a nice car, a six-figure salary, something like that, because that is status, and status currently is what represents safety and security. But just because they are the smaller sex, they have evolved to look for safety and security in some sort of way, some sort of representative, regardless of what it is.
Biological? No, I don't think it's a biological instinct. I think it is a socially constructed idea that is pushed on women.
I agree with her here, sort of. Like, right now we have like 3 different generations with 3 different taught philosophies. Like, you've got your 20s, 30s, and 40s, and like, I'm 40. I was raised by people who are extremely traditional. Somebody in their 30s will definitely value something different than I am, and 20s will value something completely different. There is some bleed over, I feel, due to the internet, but the bigger question is do you think we should preserve these quote unquote innate gender roles in some way, in case we like hit a spot where shit goes south and like the world collapses or what?
Do you think that we should preserve gender roles in case we ever reach a point where we've kind of reverted back to a place in time where those gender roles were considered necessary? No, I don't think that society will ever revert back to a point where we are in a position where women absolutely need men to defend them for their safety. And if you're going to argue that, oh, well, like if society collapses, you know, obviously women are the smaller and weaker sex overall. I mean, that's not the rule for everybody. So nobody come at me.
Obviously.
But because of technological advances, because of how women have naturally evolved to be more protective of themselves, I don't think that society is ever going to get to a point where women will revert back to, I need men to protect me, to save me, because women have also come to the understanding that, at least in the last couple of centuries, what men have been protecting us from is other men.
Do you think, real quick,
okay, go.
This is going to get a little graphic, but just real quick, okay. Do you think women are naturally attracted to penises and men are naturally attracted to vaginas?
No.
No.
Because I'm a woman and like, yeah, I am attracted to penises, but I am also attracted to vaginas. So
Sure, but that's not what I mean. I mean like obviously there can be some variations, but generally that seems to be the case, right? So why is that the case? Are we socialized to be straight?
I think that if you're going to argue that we've been socialized to be straight, then you have to argue that sexual orientation is in and of itself a social construct that is like the result of social conditioning.
I'm asking you. I understand what comes with the argument. I'm asking you what you think.
I think it's a combination between biology and social conditioning. I think that there are human beings that are biologically predisposed to be gay, to be bi, etc. And then external factors throughout early years of childhood and into like puberty kind of shape those sexual orientations.
Sure. Okay. So do you think we naturally find boobs attractive?
I would say that for boobs, like that's a really, really complicated question because like there is a huge factor of society, like you're breastfed from infancy. You're meant to see breasts as comforting, as a source of nourishment. So that could potentially be like a social construct that is also biological in nature that leads somebody to be attracted to boobs based on how they view them, whether it be comfort, whether it be sustenance, etc.
Okay, so I would say evolution has made it to where we are attracted to the opposite sex. Like, evolution cares about nothing but reproduction. That's it. That's all evolution wants. There is nothing more obvious within evolution than you being attracted to the opposite sex. That is the most blatant and obvious thing that will always exist because it is necessary for evolution to continue existing. And so there are going to be specific factors that you are attracted to. So if you are the smaller and weaker sex, you are likely going to be attracted to bigger things, just as if you are the bigger sex, you are likely going to be attracted to the smaller things, like, you know, being weaker, being shorter, being frail, being skinnier, those sorts of things. And women are going to be attracted to like bigger, taller, broader muscles, that sort of stuff. I think that these things are like innate within us, that they are necessary. That doesn't mean that there aren't exceptions to the rule, and especially because we have become the most populated species of all time, we're going to have more variations than any other animal ever. But that's only because we're so overpopulated. That's the only reason we have so many variations within these things. But what is like what is the norm, what is natural, what seems to happen more often is that we are attracted to the opposite sex, and there are specific things that we are attracted to, because that is necessary for evolution to continue.
I don't disagree with that. I think that obviously we're going to have instinctual, like, human responses to different stimuli, but like you said, because we are humans and because we've evolved to a higher understanding of, you know, coexisting with each other, that's where you get the exceptions to the rule. Like I am somebody that is very, very small. My husband is nearly 3 times the size of me, and that's what I'm attracted to. One of my best friends, she's attracted to the short, skinny guys, and I don't understand it, but that's, you know, that's her, and good for her.
So I'll ask you again. Are women naturally attracted to penises?
I think that scientifically, the argument would be, are females naturally attracted to the biological male?
Sure.
I wouldn't say outright yes, because again, I also think that people are born somewhat predisposed to be gay. So
Yeah,
maybe
of course.
not,
But
maybe
again,
not entirely.
I'm not saying there aren't exceptions to the rule. I'm talking about the rule.
The rule overall, if you're going to base it off of like overwhelming majority, then yes.
Okay. So there's obviously likely going to be things about the opposite sex that you are just biologically attracted to.
Sure.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So when I said roles, the gender roles, quote unquote, I didn't mean as they're currently being defined in most of the rhetoric. I'm talking like masculine, feminine. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking more along the lines of like provider, caregiver, things like that, you know, like so that it's less occupational descriptive. Like you could come up with a role for soldier, right? But that could also be a title for occupation. But if you're dealing with like the things that that society is built on, that we extrapolate these from, right? What we extrapolate occupations from. As they provide the foundation for what we've become, you don't think that they should be preserved in programs like Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts type of thing, like just as a means of preparedness? Like the reason why I'm asking this is like the whole boys will be boys Gillette commercial type thing. Like that is, in my estimation, the whole fighting between two boys that know each other and are sort of friends. It's more so like a biological instinct, like the way that kittens and puppies like chase each other around and pounce and all that thing, preparing them for their adulthood type thing, like that innate type thing. And I mean, I feel personally we can sort of regulate that, but I feel like there is a lot more gained from maintaining that than just labeling it as toxic behavior and eradicating it.
I think it really comes down to, like, there's a lot of conversation that goes on around the idea of like toxic masculinity specifically, and what is considered to be traits of toxic masculinity, and what society has now come to the position of like this type of behavior shouldn't be encouraged because it is toxic not just to women whenever men have these ideas and express this type of behavior, but it's also toxic to men themselves. It puts them in a position where they feel like they are not able to properly handle and express their emotions, so on and so forth. I don't believe that we have to continue this cycle of saying that, you know, men need to engage into this toxic behavior in order to preserve men's natural instinct to be protective. Like, I don't think if we get rid of the ideas that are labeled as toxic, that it's going to cause men to become weak and ignore that instinct. I don't think that we have to pick and choose between the two.
Okay, so I would set the argument up for this like this. Okay, so two or more boys, they're playing around with sticks or wrestling or whatever, right? Roughhousing, right? Somebody inevitably gets hurt, right? The first thing that they do now is they run screeching to their mom, right? Now, that's the stereotype. Okay. I feel that when you're doing this within a friend group, you're naturally finding who is the stronger, who is the one who's gonna most likely be the quote unquote bonehead that goes into the military for whatever cause, even though that's exploitative anymore now. But it also helps the boys that are left behind when they come to be men. They understand, or even throughout their life, they understand that there's always somebody stronger than you to inflict pain, and they learn how to deal with that so that it isn't a shock in the moment when they experience it, so that they can deal with it. Because even now, when you have a man and a woman together in a house, unless she has like taken firearms training herself or some form of practical application for defensive measures, it's going to be the man who's going to be the first one to meet the aggressor, right? And if he goes down and she doesn't have proper training to deal with the situational crisis, everything's lost, especially if there's kids involved, right? So I feel like these games preserve and prepare in some way to meet that potential threat. We could all say we want to live in a utopia where this shit doesn't happen, but realistically, we know that it might happen.
Okay, well, I agree with you that, like, no matter how much society progresses and how much human beings evolve, I don't think that given just human nature, we're ever going to be able to evolve to a point where we can exist in a world where no threats exist. Even if we were, the threat of other animal species would still exist. But the idea that we have to allow this idea of toxic behavior to continue in boys so that they could potentially be prepared for a potential threat later on down the road, I think that it's kind of taking a unrealistic route to fix a very, very simple problem. Because like what you're saying, you know, if in that situation, you know, the man goes down and the woman is there having to either protect herself and her kids. You know, I'm married, I've got 2 kids. My husband works a swing shift. He's not always in the house with us. And we have talked about, you know, what steps have to be taken if, God forbid, somebody breaks into our house and he's not here. What measures I have to take in order to keep myself and my kids safe. I think that the realistic solution to this would be to continue to break down these gendered expectations, because the reality is that we have these technological advances that allow self-defense to be on a somewhat more level playing field. You've got 2 people with a gun. It doesn't matter which one of them is necessarily bigger whenever you're pointing a gun at somebody.
Obviously. And I actually agree with you on that, which is part of the whole deal of the preservation of these roles as in my mind, just a simple categorization so that like it can actually be effectively taught and trained. At the end of the day, I mean, I think we're on the same page with a lot of stuff. It mostly has to do with the implementation more so than anything else, and the expectations around it. And this goes back to the whole MRA versus feminism and all that. It's a way bigger debate than what I want to get into on Tom's channel, because I'm pretty sure that it'll probably get boring to the people watching. But like, my whole thought of right now is that feminism in its current iteration has like started failing men, and the reason why we're seeing this whole incel red pill shit is because there was one point where like the entire machine was put against it, and MRAs are like the closest thing to a masculine feminist. Like, it's the male's version of feminism, right? And that's pretty much what that's just underlining what I initially came on here to say, like
Masculinism.
Yeah, masculinism. The underlying factors of conflating red pill with manosphere with, you know, incel. Incels might fall. One of these things might fall within the bounds of another, but that isn't the same in the inverse. So
No, I can agree with that, like the base level breakdown. And because like I do identify as a feminist, but even as identifying as a feminist, I can heartily agree the fact that, you know, the rise of internet culture and internet feminism was a detriment to the idea of feminism as a whole. Online feminists have done so much damage to progressing the original ideas of feminism because they've made it into something that's incredibly toxic in a lot of these spaces, and it has become a centerfold of beating down on men and not prioritizing the issues that are driving young men into these red pill, into these manosphere, into the arms of people like Andrew Tate, where they are being radicalized. And it's then coming back in full circle to bite women in the ass, because now we're having to fight off a very, very toxic ideology.
Okay. All right, we're gonna pull in Arya now. I appreciate it, Primus.
alrighty, thanks Tom, and thanks Kay, and Tomasi's sort of a dork, along with Flesh and Fit and all of them.
Facts.
All right, appreciate it, man.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Later. Kay?
What's up?
My hands are full right now. Are you able to pull, I think, what's the name in the waiting room? Something Destiny? Uzamaki Destiny?
Let me see. I might be able to. I'm on my frickin' phone right now, so.
Alright, hold on. I think I can do it real quick. Hold on. Here we go. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Okay, there we go. Aryan. Just real quick, just for anybody who just joined. So Fellowz is old friend of mine. She was my co-host for, what do you say, like a year and a half?
A while, yeah.
Yeah, and, when I first was doing like podcasting, she was getting into the debate sphere and is kind of the one who helped me get into like Twitch politics and stuff like that. Because yeah, I did not exist in this space at all. I was not around in this way. I was still just doing like podcasts and crap like that initially. And then she was going on like Modern Day Debate, Prime Kai's panels, debating Destiny, like all sorts of stuff like that. And so yeah, that's how I got into this sphere in the first place. and then when I started doing panels, she was my co-host on those panels as well. So yeah, if you pull up my old panels, you'll see her sitting there next to me, quiet as a woman should be during the panels. And so
I took my trad role very seriously.
yes, yeah. All right, Arian, what it do, homie?
I'm doing good. How are you, man?
Doing well. What you got for us?
All right, so I just want to ask you something. Do you know the Black Manosphere?
I mean, kind of. So like, I know of like the fresh and fit type people. I know of like
No,
all of
Fresh
the
and Fit
no
isn't Black
jumper
Manosphere.
type people.
Wait, do you
They're
mean
not.
black like the color, like black pilled, or do you mean the manosphere run specifically by black content creators?
Black content creators.
Yeah, I thought that. So I thought that they ran with like a lot of the no jumper type people. The Samuel, what was the guy's name? Something Kevin Samuels.
Kevin Samuels, yeah.
Yeah, Kevin Samuels type people. Like I thought that they were all
Yeah,
intermixed.
Kevin Samuels is part of the Black Manosphere, or was.
Yeah. Yeah, they were. I thought they were all intermixed. Like they had no jumper and
No Jumper is
the
part of the hip hop community.
they
They're not
are,
really.
but again, there's a lot of overlap.
Yeah, but they don't. Their
Like they
content
had Kevin
isn't like.
Samuels on their show.
Yeah, they also had Destiny, who is not part of the Red Pill or whatever, but he does do some content related to Red Pill, but he's not a Red Pill creator.
Yeah, almost all hip hop stars that I see that are doing like streaming and content creation, they seem to really engage in the Black Manosphere type stuff.
Yeah, I would say I guess like what's her name again? Torsha. Torsha brought up Duke. His channel name is Duke the Don. So he's like a Nigerian American. He basically criticizes the Black Manosphere, and he basically, you know, Sarah Garvey, right? The one who outed Pearl.
Yeah.
For
Which just to be honest, I didn't think I heard a lot of what he had to say. I didn't care about like 90% of it. I don't remember what at this point I don't even remember anything he said that I actually did care about. I thought that most of it was just kind of dumb.
Yeah, I'm just saying like he's part of the Black Manosphere.
Yeah, sure.
Also, the Angry Man debate.
Debate?
Angry Man.
Yeah, from TikTok.
Yeah, no. The one that Destiny debated.
Oh no.
On like black red pill or whatever, like divorce rate. And he's the one who said even in church they're like hoes and whatever.
No.
Oh, okay, never mind. So basically, the Black Manosphere, I would say, is like the dominant community in terms of red pill, and they're like the things you see in Fresh and Fit. They're like the pop. They're like the outer shell of the red pill, while the Manosphere is like the inner shell, like the whole community. That's where if FNF is like where people see what the red pill is, the inner shell is basically Angry Man, Star Garvey, Duke the Dawn, and everyone else is there.
Who was who was the guy Destiny fought on the
Angry Man?
No.
Oh,
He
like the
fought
NFT guy?
Yes, the NFT stuff.
Sin the Sinner. Saint the Sinner.
Yes.
Yeah, he's also a red pill, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, my phone just went right. Yeah, so basically they're part of the red pill, and this is when they say that they're like the people that every red pill YouTuber, they actually are that. So Fresh and Fit people, everyone invites them in their show, but they don't get the viewers as like Fresh and Fit. Like Fresh and Fit invited Rolo Tomasi. He invited Saint the Sinner. They also invited what's the guy name? I think they also invited Angry Man. Like different bunch of like Red Pill creators who are not as big as them, but they're like the bedrock of Red Pill um Red Pill community, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
and within that group, I would say Duke the Don is like the progressive. Like he believes in the patriarchy and everything, and he also sees like the racism, internal racism within like Black Manosphere.
Yeah.
Because Black Manosphere they criticize like the modern woman and especially like the Black women, because like
Who's the black guy that all of the black video essayists have on? His name's like Thomas something.
What?
His name's like Thomas something. He's like a bodybuilder. Crap. He's been on a bunch of video essays recently, but I can't remember any video essayists' names right now, so never mind.
I'm not really sure. It doesn't ring any bell.
Like, okay.
Like if you could show me a picture or a description, then I might know. But yeah. So basically, I was gonna bring up that you kind of equate like the popular Red Pill like adjacent stuff to Red Pill, and I would say they're not.
I don't
really...
think that they're all the same group, but I do say
But
that
they're not Red Pill.
Well, so that's what I have an issue with. Is when
they're misogynist, but being misogynist doesn't mean you're a Red Pill.
That's not what I'm saying.
You know that,
I'm
right?
saying that when people look at them, they call them Red Pill, and they are the most popular people who are currently labeled as Red Pill. So they are the Red Pill. Like, that is what most people think of when they use the term Red Pill.
Okay, so in No Jumper, they have who's like the pimp? I forgot. I don't know. Okay, the pimp dude, the pimp host might say some like Red Pill stuff, but he's not part of the Red Pill spear, right? And they have a Big Ac, right? Academics. He's also not part of the Red Pill community. He's part of the hip hop community, commentary community, and yeah, like like people in hip hop, they have some traditional and misogynist like views, but they don't have like divorce rate stats and whatever. They don't have it in on top of their head. They just see some like stuff from anecdotally, and they just spew out stuff.
Can I
Like that's
ask,
basically
like,
it.
why does the differentiation matter outside of like the potential that these guys that are being labeled as Red Pill and may not be actually representative of the community might potentially say something that misrepresents the community? Like, I can't think of any other scenario in which the differentiation between these content creators really matters all that much.
Well, so I'm talking to more Red Pill content creators, and when they talk about these things, I start to get into arguments with them over whether or not X is Red Pill or Y is Red Pill. And so when we get into these arguments, yeah, they keep trying to differentiate themselves from other content creators, and they're saying like, oh no, those people aren't really Red Pill. And I'm like, well, they are. Like, they are the pop Red Pill. It's like,
sounds like a cope.
It does. That's what I feel like. Yes, it is a cope. Yeah.
It is
like, you're all horrible. Just own the fact that you're horrible.
Yeah, but the thing is that the Red Pillar would argue that okay, even if the guys outside are speaking out that they're Red Pill, their format, their ideas aren't Red Pillish. Like the way they communicate on Red Pill, like they're not using like stats when they communicate those ideas, right? Like that. I think that's what they will argue. Like I think most of red pill points come from the Rational Male book or some of his ideas, and then they incorporate like what's the word? They incorporate like they use their
This
personal
guy.
experience. Oh, he's not a red pill dude.
He's not red pill.
But
He's like
he's the
but he
foreign guy.
considers
Hey, foreign.
himself manosphere.
Yeah, he's manosphere, but he's not a red pill.
Yeah, I understand he's not red pill.
Yeah,
but he's black manosphere.
Yeah, he's a Caribbean he's a Caribbean dude who's like he's really progressive and he's a feminist, but he tries to talk to like other red pillars about like stuff and try to de-radicalize them, I would say, because most of the lefties online, they don't talk to red pillars.
Yeah.
And this guy works out, he looks masculine, and he talks in a way that red pillars respect him, right?
Yeah, so like
he has the
you can see the thumbnail right here, right?
Yeah.
So this kind of represents a lot of the ways that I think of the red pill. So, or the manosphere. We have Jordan Peterson is kind of doing like one thing. We've got we've got fresh and fit guys that are doing their thing. And then we've got the Kevin Samuels type people doing their thing. And then we have like the super uber normie type guys out here. I would say fresh and fit to me fall into the like Rollo Tomasi type of group. And then the like whatever podcast would fall more into like the Jordan Peterson type group. And then the no jumper guys and like all of the people under them fall into more of like a Kevin Samuels type group.
No, Kevin Samuel is more red pill than you think.
No. I
like-
know that he is. I know I'm well aware how red pill he is.
Yeah. Basically everyone in the red pill community respect Kevin Samuel. He's like the godfather. Like he has more respect than even Rollo Tomasi. Like way more.
Yes. No, I understand. I know Kevin Samuels. I'm well aware.
A lot of the black creators, like the red pill creators, got their careers out of Kevin Samuels. Like that's why they respect him more and stuff. Like there was like a big drama within Black Manosphere after he died, and like everyone was like, I don't want to talk about this. Like if you want to know about it, it's a long story. Anyways, so Foreign Man is part of the Manosphere, but being Manosphere doesn't mean you're part of the red pill, because even in Manosphere there's the PUA community, like the pickup artist community, right? Where they hate the red pillars, but they are part of the Manosphere. So they talk about like social skills and how to like use like different tactics.
They're a lot more black
get there.
pilled than the red pill.
They hate the pickup artist people hate black pills.
They are black pilled. They don't believe in like relationships.
Larry
they don't believe
Hutchinson
in
became
actually
a
like
member.
trying to
No,
marry
the
somebody.
black pill means looks over status and social skills.
I gotta jump. I gotta go put my kids to bed.
Okay.
I'll talk to you later.
Kay. Later.
Bye.
You have a kid?
I have two.
Gross.
You're an adult.
Bye, guys.
Later. Yes, no, I understand this. But crap. I'm totally lost what we were saying.
Like red pill doesn't care about relationship, okay? Red pills in general don't care about the Manosphere in general don't care about relationship. And the further
No, that's not
deeper
true.
you go in,
that is not true. People like Rollo Tomasi do talk about actually getting into relationships. They talk about the paradigms between the genders so that you can understand women better and actually have a relationship with them, so that you actually understand what it is that they're looking for and understand how to be with one of the opposite sex. That is what they're talking about. But
Do you think
pickup
Fresh and Fit?
artists are black pill, where they're like, oh, like they don't actually care. Women don't actually care about you. Women don't actually want a relationship with you. They just want your money. They just want the nice dates. They just want you to look cool for them and make them look cool. They just want you to affirm them. That's it. That's all you're there for. And so don't kid yourself into thinking that you're going to have a real relationship with this person, that they're ever going to love you. You're just there just to be that for them. And so just be that for them so that you can get the sex.
So what's like the biggest content creator within the pickup community?
Oh, I don't know.
Alex,
I haven't watched
Playing
pickup
with Fire.
artist stuff in a long time. Playing
Yeah,
with Fire.
bro, like your ideas are so outdated.
Playing with
of
Fire
pickup.
is black pill.
It is not. You don't
He
watch
literally
content.
identifies as black pill.
No, he fights, debates black pillars. You're talking
Okay,
about
I've
waffles,
heard him
wheat
say
waffles.
numerous times now that he is black pill. So I don't know where you're getting that from, but I've heard him
Bro,
say
he
like
debated
2 or
wheat
3
waffle. He's like the
times.
biggest. He has over 100,000 subscribers, and he debated him on Black Pill. He says that social skills matter more than looks. Like if you're defining
No.
Black Pill
Yes,
as
I agree with that, but I would say black pill isn't just like saying that you care about looks. I would say black pill is where you no longer actually care about the relationship. That you think that everything is so surface level. It is all just like not just looks, but like even social skills are just another way to gain some sort of status, and that is like kind of the end of it, is that you're doing all of these things just to impress the other person, but it's not actually about relationships.
Oh, okay. So never mind. I thought you knew the lingo of like the red pill and like the manosphere. I guess you're using a different lingo.
This is the way that I've heard him say it, playing with fire. So he's
He
the only
never said
person that I've ever heard talk about black pill, and I've heard him talk about it twice now. This is the way that he's described it.
Bro, you could ask him. You could even ask Vic. He's part of the pickup community, and he goes to like Destiny's and Alex's channel. If you ask him, he'll tell you that he's not part of the Black Pill. He doesn't identify as Black Pill. He said
Okay.
that there's some truth to Black Pill when they say that you need basic presentable looks, appearance, in terms
Okay,
of like dating.
sorry. I'm back. I don't think. Okay, maybe he did. I don't think he actually said I'm black pill. I think he said I'm more black pill or something like that, or I identify more with black pill or something like that. But I don't think. Yeah, I don't think he ever said I am black pill. Okay.
If I think that if it was in a context where someone asked him like, "Are you more red pill than black pill?" he would probably say black pill because he doesn't believe in status. He believes more in like the looks and like the social skills department. Like
Okay.
I would say he believes 70% social skill, 20% like 20% appearance, and rest of it is status.
Okay.
Yeah, and he doesn't value companionship that much. I would agree with that. Yeah, sure. He's also in a one-way open relationship, so I would say that works for him. But anyways, within like just how in any community there's like infighting. Same with red pill, like manosphere. Like the pickup community and the other manosphere, they hate the red pillars. The black pillars hate the red pillars, and the pickup community hate the red pillars. And red pillars hate all of the people because red pill mostly focus on status. Pickup community mostly focus on social skills, while the black pill focus mostly on looks. And there's like a more derivatives of that, I would say.
Okay.
So if you want to, you could talk to Duke the Dawn. Like, he's more, he's progressive, and he could give you a better explanation of the, like the community, if you like, because like his he would engage with their with you, while the other Black Pillars won't, right? All or the other Manosphere people won't. Like there's very few progressives within the Manosphere's place.
Okay. Sorry, I had.
Right.
I don't know why that started. I didn't know that was gonna autoplay
I'm
like that.
just gonna disconnect now. Speakeazyy is waiting.
Okay. All right. Appreciate it,
For
buddy.
a long time. Yeah, you too. Bye.
Bye. Hello. Hello. Speakeazyy. Wake up.
Yo, yo, yo.
Yep.
What's goody? I didn't hear you. The video was playing there. What's up?
Kay's gone now. I was hoping she was gonna be here when you jumped in, but
Oh, why? What were you guys talking about?
she was like more so defending Steven Crowder's wife in a lot of this. So, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just so do you have the video available for you there?
Do I? Don't know.
Because there's two cuts that's like really fucks me up when I see this. And I was trying
we went through the whole thing on stream when Kay was on. It doesn't actually cut. At one point it goes backwards. The timer. Did you watch the timer?
No.
Yeah,
you don't think
watch
that
the
could be
timer.
manipulated at all?
It could be, but it looks just like the Ring doorbell timer.
I know, but like, so the one part is right at 24 seconds. Like the dog's whole head moves from facing forward to all the way laying down and sitting there. Just that already seems suspicious, that cut. But the one at 2:30, I think it's 2:32 or something like that. Like the bushes are moving, she's moving. You see Crowder's hand moving. And then after it cuts out his words even of him talking, and then after that goes back in from the cut, it says you can hear them him saying, "Oh, I wasn't saying this," as in like they're continuing a conversation that was cut out of there. It just fucks me up when I watch it. Like I watched this so many times in a row, and I was like,
"Do you have the share screen open?"
Yeah, I have your Tom Live here right now on my thing here.
In the Discord, I have the shared screen up. I have the video playing.
Oh shit. Oh, that's why I gotta click this. There we go. My bad. Yeah, here we go.
Refuse to do wifely things, then I will go pick up the groceries. There is no groceries. I do have steaks, wood pellets, my grill. I know it's an unreasonable request, but I'll go do it. How about you first?
Right there, you see that?
Yes, I see it. She stands up, stays still for half a second, and it cuts for half a second.
No. The dog's moving though. The dog's moving.
But I'll go do it. How about you first?
Yeah, see? As soon as she starts moving again. So you can see that she's standing still when it cuts back, and then she starts moving again. And so it always like, so have you ever I used to run restaurants where we had the same thing where they just didn't record until something moved. But it was always recording for like 3 seconds at a time, and then if something moved, it kept that 3 seconds and moved forward with it. But if it didn't, it's always self-deleting the 3 seconds at a time. So records 3 seconds, deletes, records 3 seconds, deletes, records 3 seconds, something moves. Now it has 3 seconds before the thing moved. So that's what this is doing right here, is it shows right before she moves as well.
Yeah. I just don't like. She doesn't stand completely still, and like I don't see it cutting out instantly like this.
How about you first?
Like she's still straightening herself up as it cuts out.
Yeah, sure. It's literally, you can tell it's looking for movement at the end of the 60 seconds.
But how come you don't see it again until 2:30?
So you see it every 30 seconds. You see a cut every
cut
30
just
seconds.
like that, where
You
like
see
you can
a
see
cut.
completely things in different.
So right now it's at it does it around like 24 and 54 every time.
But I'll go do it. How about you
24.
Yeah.
Hillary, how do you respect the man? Yes. How do you man? How do you man? You see love of respect. No. How do you man? No, you're not taking the cut.
Stephen,
You're not taking the cut.
Stephen,
You are not.
then I
taking
will
the
ask someone to pick me up. Would you like me to ask?
Oh, that's right.
It's not that, Stephen.
Get an Uber.
Okay, Stephen, I can't.
Wait, this timer.
Feeling some constraints?
Stephen.
Like I can't
Stephen.
go. Listen to me. Listen to me. You want
I
to walk
didn't
out
see
right now?
nothing
Listen,
there.
I can't go to the
It
gym.
didn't do it
I
then.
can't go to my parents.
Yeah,
I can't
because
go
it
to my
doesn't
friends.
do it again
I
until
can't go- I can't
2:30.
be home. You're
Because
gonna
they're
take
actually
it on
moving
me.
a lot here.
Hillary, just think of
But even go if you go to the 2:30 one, I can tell you what I was
I'll be back when I'm back.
picking up.
No, that doesn't work either. You'll be back when you're back. That doesn't work either.
He's sick.
Watch it.
Okay, you're gonna see.
Watch it.
So it's gonna even cut out his words.
Fucking
Watch.
it.
I'm gonna let
Watch
go.
the
I'll
bush in the
continue to do
background.
that. And I
Moving.
need some space. We need to just stop engaging for a little bit. Okay? I love you. I love you very much.
Is this 2:30?
No, this is ahead of.
I've never received love from you.
Oh,
In fact,
okay,
this is when I
yeah,
go,
yeah.
Look, I need you to do A,
I
B,
think it
C,
just
D.
cut right there as well.
I love you very much.
I don't love you. That's the big problem.
No, it
I've never received love from you. And the fact is, when I go, look, I need you to do A, B, C, and D. Just be disciplined about it.
Yeah, I watched it a few times. I don't see it again till 2:30.
Okay. Put on some gloves. No. But I love you more than life itself. That's not fair. That's not fair, and it's disingenuous. Hillary, you're right. We're at an impasse. Become someone, listen to me, day in and day out, worthy
Watch this.
of a wife. No, not as a wife. I didn't say as a
No.
wife. Hillary,
Okay, so
Hillary,
pause it there.
I'm not gonna engage.
So watch. She's moving. You see his hand in the corner moving. The bush behind them is moving, and it cuts out his words.
No,
Even
not as a wife.
it wouldn't
I didn't
do
say as a
this.
wife. Hillary, come on now.
I'm not gonna engage. I'm not gonna engage anymore. I'm gonna go. I'll get text me what you need. I'll get you what you need. I love you. I'm committed to
Oh,
you.
you're ahead.
Wait.
Yeah, you went ahead.
It's
2:30.
not fair. It's not fair, and it's disingenuous. Hillary, you're right. We're at an impasse. Become someone, listen to me, day in and day out, worthy of a wife. No, not as a wife. I didn't say as a wife.
That's not.
Yeah,
that
no,
doesn't
she
make
was
no
not
sense.
moving. She wasn't moving. Nobody was moving. He kept his
No,
hand
you
still.
you don't
She was
see his-
standing perfectly still.
No, his hand in the corner is moving like this. The bush in the background is blowing.
immediately
and,
stopped.
And their voices are going.
No, he immediately
Why would it cut out his
stopped.
voice?
Because the voices don't matter. The sound does not make a difference. It's the movement. So his hand stops and stays there. And when it cuts back in, he's still not moving. But she starts to move. That's why that happens. It's literally what I said it was.
Gloves. No. But I love you more than life itself. It's not
Go
fair.
again.
It's not fair, and it's disingenuous. Hillary, you're right. We're at an impasse. Become someone, listen to me, day in and day out, worthy of a wife. No, not as a wife. I didn't say as a wife.
See?
Hillary,
His hand's not
Hillary,
moving.
come on.
I'm not gonna engage.
Yeah, it is though.
No, it's
it
not.
wouldn't
It's
cut
not
out
moving
just,
right now.
just for moving 1 second.
No, that is what it does. It's checking for movement in that second.
Are you watching his hand when it cuts?
Yes, I see that he just moved his hand. The point is that just now moving your hand is not what does it. It's moving your hand at that moment. You're saying he moved his hand before it cut. I'm saying he's not
it
moving
is.
his hand when it cuts.
No, it is though.
No, it's not.
And the bush behind it, even the bush is blowing, and then it's completely still after the cut. Like that's not how shit works. It wouldn't just be at a still stop after fucking a second.
I don't. I
guess
don't think
you're
the
just
bush
not
matters
seeing
all
what I'm
that
saying.
much.
I think it definitely matters. Any movement. Mine picks up like raccoons and squirrels and shit.
Yeah, I think most of the time they're made to not pick up stuff like that. Like, I don't think anybody cares about that stuff, and so they're made to not pick up anything like that.
All right. Well, yeah, I see his hand moving. She doesn't look like she's standing completely still. The bush. And then the way they're continuing like a conversation after where he's saying, no, I didn't say you were this. Like we missed a whole segment of her saying something. Someone's saying, what about the pillow jumping in my chat? Where's the pillow jumping? I don't see the pillow jumping. Someone just told me
Saying a pillow moved? Okay, so here's 2 pillows.
Someone in my chat just said, what about the pillow jumping? And then someone else said, why is there no movement when the recordings are starting and movement when the recordings are stopping?
Well, okay, there's one pillow that he put down at some point, but that's it.
Oh,
So
maybe
yes,
that's what it.
the movements would be happening like a second after the recording stops. So as soon as it comes back, the movement should happen like 1 second after. That's what the Ring doorbell stuff does. Is it is self-deleting 1 second every time, and as soon as it gets the movement, it keeps that 1 second before.
All right. Well, I just for some reason it just seems so suspicious to me. And then
It
right
is
after
suspicious.
the
All of
Candace
it's
Owens
suspicious.
going on like,
Yes.
oh, come on
All
my
of it is
show,
suspicious.
like that was fucked up.
Well, I don't trust the guy who wrote this article for half a second. I've said this 1,000 times. This is a hit piece by a 5-year-old. The person is horrible at writing. They make very little sense. And then they give us this, which is very like broad and general and like what allows you to come to your own conclusions. But then they tell you in the article, they have a recording of him saying, I'm going to fuck you up. They have that recording, but they give us this. They don't give us that.
Okay,
They give
I've
us
been
this
asking my
bullcrap.
chat. I've been asking my chat. So like apparently he admits it too. Is there anything of him admitting it anywhere?
They don't give it to us. But why would they give us this and not that? It doesn't make sense. Like that is way more objective. That is something that is like way more like concrete in this scenario. Like that is something that is way more objectionable. And they don't give us that. They just tell us about it. But they give us this bullcrap. It's stupid.
Yeah, and if they have ring cams here, they must have a ring cam in the front too. So we should be able to see her running out of the house and all of this. Like, yeah, I don't. This is why I got all fishy with these little cuts in here, man.
And they kept saying that it's from a documentary
spaced.
or something like that. They kept saying from the documentary we have blah blah blah. What documentary? What are you talking about? I think they meant documentation, but they kept calling it a documentary.
Yeah, idiots. I don't know. Maybe I just don't know enough about ring cams about
The
that.
only reason that I know this stuff is
up.
because I've had to work with a lot of security cameras for like in a bunch of different buildings for a long time. And so they all do different things. And so I actually looked up the like Ring doorbell stuff, and it has like, or actually, hold on. Somebody sent this to me earlier.
Apparently the pillow jump is when that first
So yeah,
cut
it says
happened.
the camera records for 60 seconds guaranteed unless it's set to something different, like 30 or 90. So it's saying it's going to cut every 60 seconds by default, unless you go in and change its settings, which you can. So you can change it to 30 seconds, but the Ring doorbell automatically will cut every 60 seconds. roughly 2 seconds combined buffer. So it has a 2-second buffer, meaning that the 2 seconds before is what it's holding on to. And then as soon as movement happens, it holds the 2 seconds before, and then you'll see the movement. Before and after to show what happened just before the motion began. After the 60 seconds are up, the camera needs to detect motion again. So if after 60 seconds there is no real motion for X number of seconds, then does X number of seconds will not get captured until new motion begins, even if there was a significant motion at 57 seconds. I found Ring forums posts complaining about this. This is why during each cut, it does not appear like anyone really moved. Also, why the time where the cut begins is right before the start moving again. This is the new motion being detected. There are 2 times cuts, 41 seconds being cut at 0.25 and 8 seconds at 2:34. The cut at 1:31 is not an actual cut. Here the timestamp goes back 4 seconds. Actually, yeah, I went over this earlier. The timestamp actually goes back 4 seconds. It's really weird, but it's like,
yeah, I saw that too, but I was like, oh, that could have manipulated that too.
Yeah.
So no, I just the whole thing made me like, what the fuck is actually going on here?
Yeah.
And then they're like telling you like the guy went and got his chest was collapsing and he went and got surgery for it, and they're like making up stories about how he went and got like pec implants and shit. Like, it's so weird, man.
Yeah. Yeah. I think Candace Owens even played a video of him explaining it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's got it out for him for sure.
No context makes threatening your pregnant wife reasonable. But that's the thing. I'm doing okay. That's the thing, is that we don't know that there are any threats. That's kind of the point. We don't know that there are actual threats. So like the closest thing to a threat that we have is him saying, watch it, which actually does sound threatening. It does sound threatening in this context. There could be other contexts to where like they have like they've been to therapy and the therapist says like, hey, you shouldn't use this type of language and you shouldn't say abusive or blah, blah, blah. You should use this other language instead to really, because the clip starts with him saying, I draw the line at abusive and cruel. And so it sounds like there's like, I agree. Watch it. Sounds threatening. But again, we don't have like enough information to really know.
Yeah, and I heard someone else someone who reads like body language and like rhetoric and shit, and the way she's going, I love you, I'm committed to you. Like this could be like a reverse thing, like a manipulation tactic she's doing. I don't know. I'm just saying that like that could be what's happening. When you see this one clip, it's just too fucked up to just say, oh yeah, he's just the bad guy.
Right. Well, so that's the thing, is that if I'm actually like going to say what I think about this with all of the context that we have so far, and then thinking, okay, what context could be missing? My best assumption is that we are like, they have a lot of problems. They consistently have had problems. This is where it all culminates. They kind of they like, she hasn't been doing what she's supposed to do for a long time. He's exhausted, he's tired, he feels like there's been too much, and she just wants to kind of get away from things. She's like, you know what? Like, we're too heated. I'm just going to leave for a while. We can come back to this. But there's a possibility that they've already had this conversation 10 other times, and every time she just wants to get away from it every time. And so now he's like, bullcrap, dude. Bullcrap, you're just going to go away. Like, at some point, we actually have to talk about this. At some point, we actually have to have these conversations. You can't just keep running away every time. So this is a possibility. I have no freaking idea. I'm not guessing one way or the other for that part. I'm saying this is just what it sounds like to me. It sounds like, yeah, she's pregnant, she's high-strung, she's exhausted, she wants to get away from it, and he's also exhausted and doesn't want to get away from it. He wants to actually have some sort of resolution here. He's drawn a boundary and is like, you have to do this stuff. Like, you just have to do it. Like, this is the end of the road. You just have to do it. And she's trying to get him to negotiate on the boundaries that he's drawn. And he's trying to get her to negotiate on the boundaries that she's drawn. And so both of them are trying to move the other on their boundaries while not giving up their own boundary. And so they are at an impasse.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, I had a chat with one of my chatters about this, the exact same thing. I was saying we the exact same thing you just said was exactly what I was saying. Like, that was the example I gave, that what could be going on here. Yeah, it's just too little of a clip. And I was like, if I got it, I could probably get a clip of anyone in my chat, your chat, one of us in an argument with one of our girls, and we could make each other look real fucked up, you know? Like, you say stupid shit when you're mad.
I wish people like y'all would just admit your sexism doesn't let you see her as a victim. It's faster and easier. Hold on. What the hell? You are just retarded, Rose. Actually, like, you're just retarded. I've already had this debate with other people who are fully on his side as well. I've gotten into screaming matches with these people who are assuming that Steven Crowder did nothing wrong and that she's the bad guy here. Like, that you have gone full retard. I am trying to explain how I'm trying to steel man both sides here and say there could be extra context that we just don't know about. The difference is that when the extra context comes out, one side is going to look retarded. One side is going to look very dumb, and it's not going to be me because I have not taken a side. It will not be me.
Yeah, exactly. No, I don't know what's going on. If you just
he
take
can't
that
be
clip,
sexist. He has women friends. Yes, true. I have sisters.
Sisters.
I have a mom.
There you go.
Yeah.
There
All right.
you go.
I gotta move on. I appreciate it.
Me
Man.
too. Yeah, no problem, man. Thanks for having me on. I'll talk to you later.
Later, buddy. Okay. Oh. Hello. How you doing? You're pretty fine. Thank you. I think you are too. Okay. Yeah, he didn't beat his pregnant wife, so that makes this video better. I don't think it, no, I did not say anything like that. I think he's being abusive. Like, 100%, I've said this a million times. I think he's being abusive. I have not come off of that claim. I think he's being abusive for sure. I was arresting a chatter. Oh, okay. If you guys don't at people and you just say things, I'm going to assume you're saying it to me. But play Bill Burr? No, we're not doing that again. Okay. All right. Where are we at? Here we go. All right. Why is his shirt off? Okay.
Please give me strength. You've spoken so much and you've said little to nothing, Alex. Women are not happy in this situation.
If I've said little to nothing, I don't feel like you've been listening.
People.
Okay,
They don't want to have sex like men. It makes them unhappy.
Great, absolutely great. Okay, so this is not a reason to stop distributing or to argue that people stop. Stop for the love of God! For the love of the Lord Almighty, please! For Christ's sake, just learn.
I literally had this same moment in my debate with her where I'm like, wow, damn it, woman, please give me a break. You've got to let me get 2 sentences out before you start talking over me. Oh my goodness. I know the pain.
Learn to allow me to speak. Just learn to allow another person to speak, okay? It is not an argument to restrict.
Retarded.
Hello?
Hi, buddy.
Hello?
Hello.
Okay.
Where were we? What were the thing? You had a problem with me saying that that women should be sexual selectors.
Yeah. Like they ought be, yeah.
Yeah, what's the problem?
Why shouldn't there be like a balance in sexual selection, like an equal power dynamic?
Because women are the ones who create the child. And they're
Wait, what was the question?
Why shouldn't there be like a balance in sexual selection, like an equal power dynamic?
because women are the ones who create the child. And they're often the ones who get left with it.
Hold on. So, one, this would assume that there's no way for a woman to prevent her pregnancy, number one. Number two, it would assume that there's, like, every single time you have sex,
is there no way for a man
Hold on.
like, you just don't have sex with people that you don't want to get pregnant?
Okay, so now I could say the same with women. So we don't need to do, so hold on. So we don't need, so hold on. So we don't need to develop birth control. Because if you're
birth control.
Okay, so I find this to be ridiculous then. So you're anti any kind of birth control.
I'm
so
any birth control, yeah.
Okay, so any kind of sex.
Birth control was horrible for women.
So any kind of sex
horrible for society.
That's not what I'm asking. Any kind of sex that isn't meant for the explicit purpose of procreation is bad, in your mind.
No, of course not.
Okay, then why? Wait, why not? By your argumentation.
What the hell? What is this fool doing, dude?
Oh, of course not.
Okay, then why? Wait, why not? By your argumentation.
The act of sex is not bad. It is not morally charged. I'm saying that it is a dumb decision to have sex with someone.
Is birth?
So it's kind of like saying you shouldn't point a gun at somebody unless you're willing to shoot them. And then somebody would say, oh, so you should only pull a gun on somebody when you're going to shoot them? Guns only exist to shoot people? You're like, well, no. But you should only point a gun at somebody if you're ready to shoot them. It doesn't mean that if you point a gun at them, you should shoot them. She's saying having sex with somebody could have the consequence of having a baby. That doesn't mean that anytime you have sex, it should only be for the purpose of having a baby. But if you are going to have sex, it could have the consequence of having a baby. And so therefore, you should only have sex with somebody if you are willing to deal with that consequence.
Actually,
okay.
Unprotected.
Okay.
I mean, wear a condom, surely. I think that birth control made... It made parenthood a biological choice for women, but a social choice for men, firstly. So let's put that on the table. Second, I think that immediately we were told that women were given birth control for them so that they could fuck whoever they wanted. But women don't want to fuck whoever they want. Women statistically are better off and are happier when they're pair bonded to one person. They're not happy when they're sleeping around. So this was, a decision.
Hey, can I stop you like right there? Because there's multiple questions I have now. Okay.
Sure.
Number one, does birth control? Well, it's better to just go back and forth on the points.
Okay.
Okay. So number one, right? Is it not advantageous, based on what you said, that like sex shouldn't be exclusively done with the express purpose of procreation? Wouldn't it make the world a better place if we gave women a tool to avoid getting pregnant so they can have that sex without procreating?
I think small scale.
I don't know. it's not my thing. So maybe I'm just out of the loop. I like Relly, so I'm not like trying to hate on him or anything. I think it's a little weird to be like taking off your shirt and then walking around. Okay. I don't know. It just comes off a little odd to me, but I'm not a workout bro, so I don't know. He is ripped though. He looks freaking awesome. Okay. I can't hate. The dude looks like Sass said, he looks like a Dorito. Okay? He is killing it. To be fair, maybe if I looked like this, I would be walking around like this all the time too. I want to see you shirtless, Tommy. I have a freaking dad bod. Like I'm not I'm a flabby guy these days.
Yes. Small scale, yes, but it's what promiscuity and casual sex and hookup culture does to society and does to marriage that I think is wrong, or not wrong as much as just like unhelpful. I believe in marriage. I believe in the nuclear family. Women are happier that way, statistically and evolutionarily, and so are men. I'm this hookup culture shit is retarded, and I think part of why it came to be is because of the pill, the birth control pill.
I don't disagree that hookup culture is more prevalent as a result of birth control than it would otherwise be. However, I believe that giving people the availability to choose how they want to live their life is an incredibly powerful thing. Now, you might believe in restricting that liberty that somebody might have.
No, I'm not pro legislation. I want a cultural shift. I want to.
Okay, yeah, that's what I. Sorry, when I'm talking about restricting somebody's liberty, what I'm talking about is like not even like legislation, but like saying that we ought not do something autonomously, like shun a given behavior that is completely
It's not even shun it. I think that we should encourage on the left family.
Okay,
I think historically the left has been very, very critical of marriage.
I think this is like a super base take from Lav. I don't think that I'm against contraception in any way. I think that like having that there is good anyways. But she's totally right that like the left has kind of taken on this anti-family sort of stance that just makes them look bad. She's not wrong.
Marriage and stuff like that, even though we are the ones who are having the most successful.
I think she's wrong about how we would go about it to fix that though.
Successful marriages. Statistically, it's very silly. We're very anti-establishment, very counterculture in our youth, and we end up having happy marriages. But the cultural conversation is still that of fuck whoever you want, do whatever you want, be whoever you want. And I think that that's something that we do wrong. I think that that's something that liberals do wrong.
Great. Me and you are pro-family. That's great.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, the issue with this is you're saying it's bad for society if we all engage in hookup culture. Okay? And as it stands right now, I think that's pretty statistically backed. However, there's a couple of issues that I have with that. One, I don't think that will necessarily be the case infinitely into the future. It's possible that we could have a way of doing going about things in which we do engage in hookup culture.
Well, it ought to. So we know that.
Hold on. I let you talk.
No, you didn't. Monogamous cultures do better. They do better.
Yes,
monogamous
they do.
societies do better.
Yes,
so we should be advocating for monogamous societies for marriage.
That's not. Hold on. This isn't necessarily true, and the reason why is it's like you're saying.
Yes, yeah, I've talked about this a bunch recently. I do agree that we should promote monogamous societies, but that I don't think that we should. I'm not worried about polyamory. Like, this is not a thing that I'm worried about. It's not something that I think is actually going to become pervasive enough to where it would ever be it would ever be like a big enough deal to matter. I think promoting monogamy is good, but does that mean in order to do that we would have to stigmatize the inverse of that?
That racially homogenous societies are do better than non-racially homogenous societies when there's a not excuse you.
True. Racially monogamous society, or did I say monogamous? Ethno states do better than multicultural societies. Homogenous, yes, thank you.
Allow me to get off my point. When non-racially homogenous societies are only just now budding and just now getting started, and very sexually expressive modern societies, it's very, very new and very, very bleeding edge. We're learning as we go along. We're like a toddler trying to find what works. That's what's happening. And so you're doing, so to bring it back, hold on, to bring it back to the parallel, there was, when we were talking about racial homogeny and shit like that, for a long, long time, keeping to your kind was very much a beneficial thing for a large group of people until it, guess what, wasn't. When we found a way to work together, when we found a way to work with different types of cultures and ideas. So maybe giving it a bit of time, or saying like, hey, look, maybe you guys can try it and we'll take a look at your results, is probably something that should happen. No, we should have certain societies that we look at that are, you know, more sexually expressive and some that are not, and go like, what's happening here? What's working and what isn't? I feel like that's the best way to do it, no?
So you hit a couple points. One, I don't really understand the comparison between telling people to stop having sex that makes them unhappy and telling people to stick to their own racial caste. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Okay, I explained it, but I'll try a different way. There was a time in which these ideas were new and they didn't work as well as the old ways because we were still feeling out how to make it work, right? Jim Crow and a lot of that was a lot of white people getting used to having, you know, darker, more melanated people fraternize with each other, right? With them. So there's growing pains. There's growing pains is what I'm saying. And I think
Everybody take a second. Hit the thumbs up button. Appreciate you joining us. We got to get those thumbs upsies. We got to get a lot of them. We got 600 views right now. Out of 600 people, 22 have hit the thumbs up button. You can hit the thumbs down instead if you'd like. It's okay.
It's not that there's growing pains. It's just that this isn't natural. When you think about
and that isn't the same argument that like was made about the growing pains about racial like.
Yeah, what is natural isn't necessarily good.
You're doing the exact same
that
thing.
was based in bigotry. Mine is based in technology and how technology has changed our sexual culture, our sexual zeitgeist. It's not based on some like idea that black people are beasts and you should not procreate with not your like that is ridiculous.
No.
That's religious fodder.
Well, the reason why a lot of that shit was propagated was because of phrenology, which was seen as like, oh yeah, this is scientifically backed. The idea that like we can't mix, we can't do these things, right? Stuff like that. So like you can't just say like one is science, one isn't, because we don't know. The fact of the matter is, you and me, we don't know late game, long term. How will people assimilate to a more sexually expressive society?
and we can have different prescriptions, but what we do know is that women are much happier when they are pair bonded to one person. They're happier when they have children.
Yep. That's true.
Women on average are very depressed in hookup culture. They don't want to sleep around. Women are very depressed and angry when they're sharing their partners. This has been since the beginning of time. We know that when people are polyamorous, or we don't really have any, women polygamy, but when male-centered polygamy, we know that women are extremely unhappy. We know that crime rates go up in polygamous societies. We know that the economy drops because suddenly one man has to take care of a bunch of women.
All of these, every single last thing that you are saying can be due to growing pains. All of it could be due. All of it. Allow me to explain. Allow me to explain. We don't know how to. I wish the brother Darnell was with me here. Okay. Because everything that you're describing could be just down to the fact that for thousands of years, we have been programmed with the idea that monogamy is the only way, and we have no fucking clue how to navigate a polyamorous situation or open relationships broadly. And that if we, through enough time, through enough deliberate effort, excuse me,
Alex.
Hold on. Through enough time, through enough deliberate effort, we might be able to create a society that works with it and works around it. Just because it doesn't work now, or it hasn't worked even for a while, doesn't mean there isn't a solution.
Sure, you are totally right. But I think when we're advocating for what we think is best for society, I'm certainly allowed to have my own opinion. You can have yours. I don't think that there's a reality in which it becomes mainstream to be polyamorous or polygamous. This is coming from someone who was in an open relationship because I thought that I wanted it, was completely fucking miserable in it after it, and I'm glad that we've moved on since. It was good to experience because now I get to say that I had the experience.
That's it. Thank you. I was going to get to that point. It is very important for us to be able to normalize the birth control and the stuff like that, so that way people aren't left wondering. That's one of the most important.
It's pretty normalized.
No. But it's good. We don't want people to be left guessing. Oh man, what if I could have tried this? What if I could have try it? And if let's say me and you right now, because you're a monogamous person, I'm a monogamous person. All right, pro monogamy. Let's go W.
Wait, so what do you think my prescription is?
No, hold on.
I don't think that people shouldn't try things. I just don't think that we're moving in the line of having a polygamous society.
It doesn't.
You're shadow boxing.
No. It doesn't matter if we're moving towards.
I don't think he is shadow boxing. You are saying that like your prescription is that society shouldn't move in that direction, right? Which maybe he is shadow boxing them, because it sounds like, yeah, he agrees. It sounds like he agrees with that, but that it should still be tried in the meantime. Like there should be room for people to give it a shot until then.
A society that sees polyamory or like open relationships as a more common or more okay relationship to have, and people become miserable to be inside of it, let them do it and let them do what you do, right? Trust people to make mistakes and then realize. Hold on.
My prescription is.
I think your prescription should be the same as mine, which is.
This is, yeah, so Sass said that I would walk around with my shirt off if I looked like that. This is the clip that she sent me a while ago. Tom, you're going to live to exactly 43? Bro, do you see me? Do you see me? I am a freaking specimen, homie. Okay? Look at this. I am amazing looking. Look at these buns, dude. Look at those things. Look at all that. I am 35 and I eat whatever the hell I want. Tom, you're going to live to it. Tom is fair.
allow birth control to go wild, allow people to explore, be like the brother Darius, and just go through and fuck it, whatever, and have no. I know you're not. I know you're not. But you said you're anti-birth control. Are you not?
I am. I think that birth control is bad for women. I think it makes us less sexually selective.
And that is where I think it breaks down. You should be
if we have no consequences for sleeping with whoever, there's no fear of pregnancy, we're going to have sex with men who treat us worse, who don't want the things that we want, and men are going to take advantage of the fact that there are no consequences.
Is there not?
Because there's no fear of getting us pregnant.
Is there not important life lessons to be learned there then? Because I wouldn't want a wife. Let's imagine two realities. Let's imagine two realities. I've had conversations with women about this multiple different times. Okay, there's been multiple women that have talked to me. They've been like, "Oh, I have a high body count or whatever," and like that doesn't bother you. And I tell them this every fucking time. I would much rather a woman who has infinite fucking body count and whatever, or you have gone through.
Men want.
Hold on.
This is about what is safe for women. There is a rape epidemic. Women should not be going out into the fucking field to get abused by people that they know. They're not happy. Women are not happy right now.
Lord, give me strength.
As a feminist,
please give me strength.
You have spoken so much and you've said little to nothing, Alex.
No, you're literally interrupting him every time he starts to get. Every time he like starts a sentence, you interrupt him.
Alex, women are not happy in this.
If I've said little to nothing, I don't feel like you've been listening. Okay,
they don't want to have sex like men. It makes them unhappy.
Great, absolutely great. Okay, so what I am saying is that I would rather people go through experiences so that way they can either learn lessons or so that way they can understand themselves better and be confident in the path that they chose.
Sure.
Right? So no, not sure. That means that I am pro birth control. I am pro these things. And the reason why is because you should be able to go, you know what? If a million people say they regret doing XYZ, let's say going on a hoe phase, right? A million people say they regret doing this. I'm going to try it and I'm going to see what it's like for me. And if I regret it, that was my decision, and I'm not leaving anything on the table.
Sure,
I want to
there's
try
also
what I
more
want to try.
to lose. I think that there's more to lose for women than there are for men in this case.
I'm not even talking about men in this situation.
When you say, oh, people can just learn, for you that looks a lot different than it does for women. For women, it looks like they're trying to find men who don't care about their body count, which, to be honest, is men care about women's.
Who's winning this argument so far? Ahrelevant has not even had enough time to talk for me to even give any sort of grade. Yes, I am winning right now.
Body counts. Women don't usually care about men's body counts. This is true. That we have a different disgust threshold, but men do. So then you're coming out of your 20s, having slept with a lot of people, having had a lot of unsuccessful relationships, becoming extremely depressed, putting so much focus on hookup culture rather than a career, rather than a job, rather than a sense of purpose, rather than a family.
Do you think it's possible?
Very unhappy. Now it is okay if you want people to learn the hard way. That is completely fine. I still think that people should have access to birth control. I'm not saying that I want to make it illegal. I will never say anything like that. I think that women should have autonomy and full dominion over their bodies. I'm saying that culturally we should shift the conversation to say that women, because women aren't happy having sex with men like men have sex with women, we should probably not create a culture in which we kind of gaslight women into doing so, and where it becomes the cultural norm, right? Women do not like what is happening right now, but still they feel like they have to.
Neither do men. Neither do men. But that doesn't mean it will stay that way. That doesn't mean it'll stay that way. It could mean that we learn how we get our seed legs. No, not for
Alex. Throughout every for any time, but the past. Since the 70s, since birth control and, since the death of Christianity, whatever you want to call it, women.
I got a lot of incels that would agree with you, man. Like, you're just like saying the most.
Incels, listen, incels are right about the description. They're wrong about their this is the truth. Is that it sucks to remember that we're animals because we think we're gods. It sucks. And there are ways that we can move past certain things, right? We are very smart. We're smarter than we've ever been. We're more self-aware than
Some of us.
we've ever been. We have access to technology we never had access to. But when we're talking about, you know, things that make humans happy, Occam's razor, keep it fucking simple.
I think we can keep things simple, or I think that we can live inside of a complicated world and learn how to navigate them using the greatest thing that we have, which is our ability to pass on knowledge onto people who are our next generation. That is the most valuable thing that humans have, is the ability to pass on our knowledge and wisdom.
Yeah, which is why I'm advocating for a shift in cultural conversation.
Back to the past, though. That's you're like shifting. I believe that we can get our sea legs. We can learn how to navigate this world. It could be.
Women were reported being happier before the pill.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter because there's a million different factors at play beyond just the pill.
This
there's
obsession with progress is sometimes, I think, a little.
Are you gonna let me speak? Oh my god.
So Relly is trying to say that it could be that we end up with a better society and a better life if we keep allowing people to experiment with birth control, with sleeping around, that there could be another path. There could be something better past this. Currently, we have all of the data that says that monogamy was better, that not sleeping around was better, that people were happier, that there was, kids who grow up in two-parent households are going to get a better education. They're going to live better lives. And currently, the way that polyamorous relationships work, that seems to obviously be the case. But there could be another thing. There could be something else where, because of the economic situation, more and more people are staying home and living with their families. And that instead of having a nuclear family and monogamy, instead everybody lives in intergenerational households where I live with me, my brothers and sisters, and my parents and my grandparents. And if we have a kid, we can all take care of that kid. And I can be polyamorous and not have to worry about that kid getting the attention that it needs and getting the parenting that it needs, getting the role models that it needs, because it will have more than enough within that household. And so there could be other possibilities. There could be other things that could actually work. We just don't know right now. We have no idea. And so the more we allow this to be experimented with, the more we could find out that it actually works. Just as it is true that more homogenous societies were better, happier people, they got along better, they had less crime, they had less conflict. They were better by almost every metric. But then we gave ourselves time to experiment and figure things out. And over time, we're figuring it out more and more. And it actually is better than it could have been if we had stayed in a homogenous society. We have more variety. We have more culture now because we have more types of culture. So this is his argument, is that it could actually get better, and that polyamory only exists in a very small sect of society right now. And so it's not actually something to worry about. It's not something to push back against. It's not something to try to stop. it's just something that we can leave, let it do its thing, and allow people to figure it out. Then on top of that, but then Flav is saying, well, I'm not trying to make this stuff illegal. Everybody can still use like contraception and birth control and those things. I'm not trying to make it to where they can't use it anymore. But that we should do a better job at encouraging monogamy. That instead we watch movies, we watch TV shows, we watch music videos and listen to the songs on the radio, and it's all about sleeping around. It's all about getting to the next person. It's never about like actually building relationships with these people. It's never actually about having like a solid unit. It's about just finding happiness for that moment, but not finding happiness that'll actually be long term, that'll actually create more happiness beyond just yourself as well. So I don't know how to square this, because I don't even know if there's a disagreement here between them. I don't think either one of them are like directly addressing what the other person is saying. And so it's kind of hard for me to tell if there's even a disagreement right now.
You're putting words in my mouth, so I really feel like I have to get them in.
Okay, keep going.
Well, I forgot where I was. Go ahead.
Okay, great. So an issue is that you're trying to say that because women have access to this thing, they're going to naturally make certain mistakes that will have lifelong consequences. Let's talk about being promiscuous, right? Being like, let's say, just having sex with like 10 partners, right? You're significantly going to have a higher likelihood of being raped. You're going to have a significant, or just sexual assault, sexual misconduct in general, right? I mean, you can agree with that. And that can cause a lot of problems, maybe some trauma or something like that. And that some of this can be avoided with more of a surgical focus on the nuclear family, dating to get married and things like that. I don't disagree that some of that can be avoided, but that doesn't mean that the opposite, or something more tailored towards, hey, be expressive, do what you want. If you want to be somebody like me, who does like focusing primarily on monogamous relationships, you can. Or if you want to be somebody like Darius, who's low-key, I think, just trying to fuck every single person he can, then you can do that. Because one, we're going to, I don't like the idea of people leaving. I don't like the idea of restricting people's behavior, even socially ostracizing that kind of behavior, especially somebody's sexual liberty, in order to try to
I have
prevent
not advocated
them
for any sort of restriction.
You are okay. What prescription are you making then?
I'm advocating for people on the left, or liberals, or people who vote blue, or atheists or secular humanists, to acknowledge evolutionary biology and to fight for the interests of women who are unhappy in today's culture.
What does that look like? That is a great political statement, but I'm afraid you're not running for the president of the United States. Do you want to try that again in a practical way?
I think I'm being pretty practical.
Okay, name.
It looks like me saying, hey, you know that you don't need to be doing all of this, and you should probably practice discernment as a woman and maybe not sleep around. It's unsafe. I know it doesn't make a lot of us happy. And society, I think that also we have to keep in mind that I know that hyper-individualism is very popular on the left, and I agree with it to some degree. But when we talk about what is conducive and what is healthy for society in a whole to keep it running, we talk about things like the nuclear family, and we would advocate for them.
This is why we should get rid of feminism. Base take by Lav. This is exactly why feminism needs to be eradicated. Let's go.
Right?
In general, yeah, I would say the nuclear
Yeah,
family
so
is
there's
probably
there's a
going
there's
to.
a there's a beautiful message in saying do whatever you want, get what you want out of life, live in this hedonistic pursuit of reality, do whatever you want. But I think that in general we see crime rates go down in monogamy and nuclear family. We see the economy boosted, and we see just a greater, better future
Are you just saying
for
that
most people.
Are you just saying, like, in the past when we were more monogamous, there were times in which we had like economic prosperity? Because you realize the Great Depression and every world war happened while we were extremely monogamy focused, right?
Sure, it's not the only thing.
Okay, yeah. So I don't know why you're saying the nuclear family and monogamy has been such a big like factor for our success.
It is a huge factor. Women,
But you're
and
addressing-
men are reporting the highest levels of mental unrest than ever before.
I would be way more like wait. I would be way more likely to say that came from social media usage than it did sleeping around. Social media has been studied to be some of the most toxic and eroding thing that you could possibly do, that a tremendous amount of people partake in. Then rather than just saying because your neighbor can fuck 5 dudes in a day, that all of a sudden society is collapsing. I'm way more likely to say that.
I'm not. That's not what I'm not even saying that. Okay, Alex. I think that when we talk about social media, we have to think that not everyone uses social media like we use social media.
Not me. I don't use that shit. I should.
The average person uses social media to display their fertility or their attraction.
Hello 321 became a member. Hello 321 became a member. Became a member.
And that's really the most important part. So you got to make sure that you do that. That's all that
Became a
matters.
member.
Okay. So David, thank you very much. Awesome. You are a king. Okay. So David just gifted 10 subs. It didn't give them all out.
Salty Boobies became a member.
Salty Boobies, let's go. So you gotta click on the gifted subs at the top of the chat. It should allow you to accept it by turning on accept gifted subs.
Salty Boobies became a member.
I love hearing it say that. There you go, Jose.
Jose Lopez became a member.
Then you'll be able to get the
Jose
stuff.
Lopez became a member.
There we go. Let's see y'all's emotes. Let's see all of our Crowder fans up in here. We got lots of green names, man. Lots and lots of green names.
Red Pilled King became a member.
Miss Mortician got one. Let's go. I love my wife.
Red Pilled King became a member.
Let's go.
Miss Mortician 1986 became a member. Miss Mortician 1986 became a member.
David has gifted So he gifted tier 2 subs. Not even just tier 1. Okay? He gifted tier 2 subs. He's gifted, I want to say, over 40 in the last 2 weeks. Tom, have I ever told you that you're my 7th of 8? I'm honored. Thank you. I appreciate that. Do you think the monogamy / crime rate point from Lav is good or garbage? I think it's a good point. Definitely think it's a good point. This is something that I've talked about a bunch. Like anytime that I talk about systemic racism, this is one of the first points that I bring up, is that there's a lack of 2-parent households within Black communities, and almost everything that we talk about that attaches to systemic racism can be drawn back at some point to 2-parent households. Now, it is a correlation that is not necessarily a causation, but it just seems so consistent that it's hard to say otherwise. It is so consistent that it's hard to ignore. It is insanely consistent, and it makes sense that our society was built around people in 2-parent households, that then when people do not grow up in 2-parent households, they would have trouble being successful. There you go, Raiders Cat.
Raiders Cat became a member.
Did everybody get one? Did everybody get all of them? Make sure you click on the little gift
Raiders
sign
Cat became a member
at the top of chat, and it should let you turn on accept gifted subs so that they do not go to waste. Monogamy isn't forced 2-parent households. WTF. Wait. Who are you talking to? Who the hell is talking about forced 2-parent households? The no-fault divorce thing? No, we're talking about whether or not monogamy actually aligns with high crime rates. That's what we're talking about. Wait, Tom, are you actually defending polyamory right now? I'm defending monogamy. What are you talking about? I'm literally in the middle of defending monogamy. How do so many people get something totally different from what it is that I'm saying? All I said, the question was, Tom, do you think Lav's point about monogamy and crime rates is a good point? That was the question. That is what I am answering right now. You guys drawing a bunch of other conclusions from what I'm saying about forced 2-parent households or about defending polyamory, these are not anywhere close to what it was that I was saying. I don't understand. How is it possible? Tom, they just not following. They might be trolling you. I don't know. Tom, they have skewed perceptions. Well, that's what I think it is. I think that people are like overly defensive to where they hear things that I'm not actually saying. What up, Thakman? I love my wife, and Tom loves raw men. Yes, I do love raw men. That is true. All right. I gotta run to the restroom. I'll take my phone with me, so I'll still be listening.
Activeness and
Stephanie Luminous became a member. Stephanie Luminous became a member.
I guess it didn't play.
and it's like a dating game. That's
What?
like what
I
most
don't-
of
I don't
social
think-
media is for most people.
I don't think that's true. I think most people use wait. I think most people use social media for like memes and jokes. I think there's like I'm almost certain that's true. Most people use social media to share like funny jokes with like their friends, like online. Haha, I saw this funny thing.
That is also true. That is also
I don't think most people use social media to show like butt pics. I don't think that's how most people use social media.
I think it's a pretty big part of social media. It's pretty ingrained. That's why things like influencers exist.
It's
That's why
because of
OnlyFans
butt
is as big
pics?
as it is.
OnlyFans is a drop in the bucket compared to YouTube. Like where the vast majority of it is like, haha, today we're gonna prank this homeless person. Well, it's because you're trying to say social media is like backed up or propped up by like people popping their ass.
Social media. No, I didn't say that. I said a lot of social media is a dating game.
That's not true. Most social media is not a dating game.
Okay,
Most
well, you
of
can
social
say
media
it's
is
not
literally
true.
wait, no, most of social media is like entertainment, haha, memes, jokes, fucking cooking videos and shit like
For
that.
you, I think anecdotally for you that is true, but when we take a wide look at social media, I would have to disagree with you.
No, what? What are you talking about? Wait, okay, if you had to tally up how many people are, let's say, even showing videos of themselves in any kind of revealing clothing at all, or like trying to be set, or attract, hold on, or trying to present
Charlie
as attractive
became a
in any
member.
way, shape, or form, do you imagine that that's at all comparable to even like fucking Minecraft YouTubers? Like, Jesus Christ, the amount of...
people, I think the same people who look at memes online.
I gotta change this so that it doesn't always say everything twice. It's kind of annoying. I think it's kind of weird. Charlie, let's go. Appreciate you joining. Hell yeah. Tom, can you put a poll in chat where we can vote if social media is for dating or memes? I doubt anybody actually thinks social media is for dating. And I don't even think that's what Lav said. She said a lot of social media is for dating. And then Ahrelevant said, no, most of social media isn't for dating. She didn't say most. She said a lot. I believe. Let me double check that.
I would have to disagree with you.
No, what? What are you talking about? Wait, okay, if you had to tally up how many people are, let's say, even showing videos of themselves in any kind of revealing clothing
Did I go back far enough?
at all, or like trying to be set, or attract, hold on, or trying to present as attractive in any way, shape, or form, do you imagine that that's at all?
No.
Social media is not a dating game.
Okay,
Most
well,
of
you can
social
say
media
this-
is...
Okay, right here.
No, I didn't say that. I said a lot of social media is a dating game.
A lot of social media is a dating game. And then he's going to respond, no, I don't think most of social media is a dating game.
That's not true. Most social media is not a dating game.
Okay.
There you go.
Most of social media is literally... Wait, no, most of social media is like entertainment, haha, memes, jokes, fucking cooking videos and shit like
For
that.
you, I think anecdotally for you that is true, but when we take a wide look at social media, I would have to disagree with you.
Okay, so now she's saying most of social media is a dating game. Because, yeah, once she says, well, I'd have to disagree with you. Yeah, now she's saying most social media is a dating game.
No, what? What are you talking about? Wait, okay, if you had to tally up how many people are, let's say, even...
No, I wasn't. Okay, maybe that wasn't what you were saying on purpose. Maybe that wasn't your intention. But that's what he just said. And you said, I'd have to disagree with you. So that's not what you intended to say. But that's obviously what everybody's going to hear from what you said.
Showing videos of themselves in any kind of revealing clothing at all, or like trying to be set or attract, hold on, or trying to present as attractive in any way, shape, or form. Do you imagine that that's at all comparable to even like fucking
I didn't hear him say most in the talk. Okay.
Minecraft YouTubers? Like, Jesus Christ, the amount of
people, I think the same people who look at memes online are posting attractive photos of themselves to potentially.
Oh, shot, dude.
I like. I care to look attractive when I'm online, but I do not care to date somebody over the internet. That is not something that I would do. When we break it down to age groups, he also starts being really distracting and irritating here, so it's hard to follow where it's going. Well, I mean, he looks like a freaking Chad, so it's probably hard to follow him one way or the other.
No, shot. They're like truckers that just post on Facebook some fucking cringy ass fucking meme.
Most of who uses social media. We're talking about Gen Z. We're talking about millennials.
No, we're not. We're talking about literally the
Yeah, I think millennials are by far the largest group of people on social media. According to recent research, global consumers 20 to 29 are the biggest users of social media. Not entirely dissimilar to social media age demographics. According to recent research studying social media usage statistics by age, as of 2023, U.S. adults from 27 to 42 are the biggest users of social media. These are users belonging to the millennial generation, which the study defines as those born between 1981 and 1996. I'm right in the middle of this. I'm 88. So that one is different from this one. This one says 27 to 42. This one says 20 to 29. These are very different. Because I would assume it would be millennials, but only because they're a larger group. They're the first, like, people to become adults on the internet. They were like the first ones to be young enough to care about things like Facebook and social media platforms like that, and old enough to actually engage with it and use it. So I would assume they are the most online, but these two studies say something very different. Nearly 1 out of every 30% social media users in the US are millennials. Damn. Okay. Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. Okay, then yes. Yeah. Okay. That's massive. This is followed by Generation Z, or those aged between 11 and 26 in 2023. Just under 1 in 4, 24.6% of all social media users belong to this young generation. Experts say that even though the percentage of Generation Zers is set to increase over the years, it will still fall short of millennials. In fact, millennials are expected to form the largest group of US social media users until at least 2026. Generation X users are those aged between 43 and 58, make up 22.6% of all active social media users. This is followed by baby boomers, users in the 59 to 77 range, constitute 16.1% of US social media users. In other words, around 1 out of every 6 social media users in the US is between 59 and 77 years old.
The block of people that we are talking about is like people of wide-ranging things. So like Facebook is going to be predominantly older people. YouTube is going to be a lot of younger. Like I think the majority of people who use YouTube are like fucking, aren't they like under 14? Like I think it's like 14 and under, right? It's the majority. Look at every single fucking like 4Kids video that's like below the age of 14. It's like 1 billion fucking views per these fucking videos.
I'm old enough to remember when your parents weren't allowed on social media. You had to belong to a university. Yeah, my sister was the first one to tell me about social media, or about Facebook. Facebook was made for Harvard initially. Then over time, it spread to the Ivy colleges. Then over time, it spread to a lot, like most major colleges. And then eventually, people who weren't even going to a university started using it. I was still on MySpace at the time. Before that, I was on Zanga. Zanga was the dope. Like Xanga, or just Zanga. I don't know how you say it, but I liked MySpace. I had awesome music. My background was like smoke flowing up with a black background, just this gray smoke moving up the entire time. I had an awesome MySpace.
Of who uses social media is of 27 to 42.
Yep.
And then the second biggest brunt is 11 to 26. So I would say that, yeah, when you bring up like the trucker guys, I don't know if that's particularly
Facebook
like a salient point.
What is FTW? Every time you guys see this, I think it's fuck the world. What is FTW?
Facebook? Do you need to look at? You need to
use Facebook. People don't really use Facebook in general anymore.
It's so pretty popular.
Facebook is a dying platform.
It is dying, absolutely. But no. I'm
like
so
an Instagram culture.
Dude, so let's take YouTube for example, one of the largest social media platforms. Do you think even like 10% of YouTube videos are about people showing off dating marketability?
Wait,
it's not at all.
I'm where. How did we get here? What was the point that took us on this tangent?
The point that took us on this tangent is when you said the average person is using social media for dating, which just isn't true.
I think to look attractive to the opposite sex, I'd say that most.
Shots. Is this like projection?
I have used it for that. Like many women my age, I am part.
Yeah, back then I was always on AOL Instant Messenger. Spent long periods of my day with like 20 tabs open, talking to a bunch of different chicks all at once.
Part of when I say the majority, I'm probably including myself in it. That's not a projection.
Well, what I'm saying when I'm talking about a projection is
it a projection that you don't think that's what's happening because you're not?
ASL, I never used ASL on Instant Messenger, but I did use ASL on ICQ and Excite, because that's where I went in the chat rooms. And I had very inappropriate relationships with adults back then. Like, for sure. I had very inappropriate relationships with adults, tons of adults saying things to me they should not have said. And I never even thought about it until like the last couple years.
Kate Marie became a member. Kate Marie became a member.
Nice. Another one taken to David. Gift. Are there more gifts left? I thought everybody already took them all.
Not dating? You're like not doing social media?
Hey, insult confirmed. No, the whole point for I'm definitely not in the average. I don't use social media like at all. Like that's not at all what I do. I probably should. It's a part of my job. I definitely should, but I don't.
I think that you should, if you took a look on social media, I think that you'd probably see what I was seeing.
When I go on social media, I see black people like making funny jokes, like Kai Cenat shit is pretty much what I see, which is funny shit. I think that is what social.
I don't think that that's the average.
No. But I think that's what
everything that you've brought up is anecdotal, and we have already established through previous conversations that you are not the average.
Get the fuck out of here! We're gonna make stronger claims now. How fucking popular is any person who is attractive online or in any media platform compared to like anybody the fuck else that's trying to be fucking serious about some other shit, bro? Like, fucking take Twitch, take anything, take YouTube, no matter what, dude. Markiplier beats like fucking half the people that are trying to
Twitch are fucking each other all the time, also.
Just because they're having sex doesn't mean that they're the fuck. What do you think that like?
That they're what? Doesn't mean that they're what?
They're dating content or like relationship content. That's
yeah. It sounds like they're still stuck on the fact that he said most. She didn't hear him say most. And so now he's still arguing that it's not most. And he thinks she's arguing that it's most, where she's saying a lot of people do this. Not most people do this.
That's not what it is. The majority of people who are watching Twitch right now are watching X2C like make fart jokes and Kai Cenat get sturdy. Like,
Relly obviously hasn't seen private Facebook grows. Mom's getting down. Yeah, but again, he's not wrong. Like, it's not most. It's definitely not most, but it is a lot. It is happening a lot. It's just that's where the disconnect is happening, is she's not arguing most. Let's see. Yeah, I have member alert turned on, but I don't know. Huh. I don't know why it's doing it twice, because once it's saying gifted and then once it's saying became the member.
Like, the idea that you think of a
and they're also going to scroll on their Instagram later and see a bunch of people that they went to high school with post pictures in their summer bikinis on boats and with their hair just done, and like that's just life, Alex.
Oh, shut. The majority of traction on these things is jokes. That's what it. The majority of social media, how people engage with social media, is like fucking laughs and like maybe very like specific entertainment.
This is just an extremely anecdotal conversation.
It's nuts.
You're speaking as if you have like 100% reality.
I would bet you any amount of money. That's the truth. I bet you any amount of money that I'm across almost every single social media.
Doesn't make it true. I'd like to see some statistics. I can't
believe.
I'm wondering what to search for these statistics.
Search incel statistics, and I'm sure you'll find what you're looking for. Because right now, you're just making the argument that like women posting bikini pics is like. Hold on. Somebody's keep saying stats. Main reasons for using social media usage as of April 2023. 48% is keeping in touch with family and friends. 38%.
Wait, Tom Laugh said a few minutes ago saying what Rayleigh said was not the average. I don't think the average person is getting on to engage in memes. I don't think that's true. I don't get on to engage in memes. I don't understand the freaking memes. I still don't know what the hell Pepega means or any of the Pepe stuff. I don't understand any of like the Twitch stuff like Pog and all of that crap. I don't the other day Lav said on here she said something about like a something minor. What was it? A neurodivergent minor? I don't know what this stuff is. I don't understand the memes. I don't get it. I don't pay attention to them. I don't care about them. I feel like most people are like me and that they just yeah. Dang, Tom is a boomer to understand memes. I am the terminally online normie. That is me.
36% filling in spare time. 34.
Is Tom a boomer? Even Zonia knows all those things. Zonia has been online her whole freaking life.
Mr. Quee became a member.
Let's go.
Mr. Quee became a member.
All right, I just reset it. Now we have Steven Crowder popping up every time somebody becomes a member. I hope I don't get old to the point where I can't keep up with the current memes. Well, I was never young enough to keep up with the current memes either. But yeah, Zonia's been online forever. Like, she's been around since the Gamergate days, since before the Gamergate days. She like tells me about all the communities that she was in before Gamergate, leading up to Gamergate. I was not. I was online 3 years ago. I was born online 3 years ago. And by that point, I was an old dog.
4% reading news stories, 29% finding content, articles, videos, seeing what's talked about. Is any of this pertain to following creators / celebrities? Is only 20%.
Meet new people is 21%, so that's pretty big.
Like, that's why I have my other channel, Terminally Online Media. It is me making documentaries about the Terminally Online. Because me, as a normie, I find you guys very interesting. And so I'm making documentaries for normies about the Terminally Online. Tons of people are saying it's not going to work. It'll never work. Like, nobody will care. No normie will want to watch this. But I think everybody who's terminally online will want to watch it. And I think it'll be made in a way to where normies can watch it if they wanted to.
I'm confused on what all these are 36, 35, 34, 33.
The one at the top is keeping in touch with family and friends. Do you think that I'm looking at how my mom pops her pussy when I'm fucking keeping in touch with my family or friends? Like, come on.
Wait, that's your family, and your family is only a very small portion of who you interact with on social media.
There's no way you believe this.
Yeah,
there's
keeping up
no
with your
way.
friends,
Reminder, guys, we're doing movie night tonight. We're going to be watching in the Discord. Make sure you join the Discord. Link is in the description. We're watching movie later on. Once we get through all the drama, I don't want to give a specific time. We said probably about 1 a.m. or something like that. But we're going to be watching a movie together. So make sure you join the Discord. We do movie nights fairly regularly. It's going to be awesome. I will be there. You can engage in all of the parasociality you want to. It'll be awesome.
Keeping up with your friends is keeping up with people that you're potentially dating, keeping up with people that you could date.
Homie, this is so cringe. You can't be serious, dude.
I like, this is actually crazy that you don't think that this, like...
Keeping up with your family and friends doesn't mean I'm trying to fucking keep up with my ex's Insta while I fucking blast it, bro. I can't believe
not
this.
What I said. You're...
I got to go back a little bit. I lost some of this.
Speaking as if you have like 100% reality.
I would bet you any amount of money that's the truth. I bet you any amount of money that I'm across almost every single social media.
It doesn't make it true. I'd like to see some statistics. I can't
believe.
I'm wondering what to search for these statistics.
Search incel statistics, and I'm sure you'll find what you're looking for. Because right now, you're just making the argument that like women posting bikini pics is like. Hold on. Somebody keeps saying stats. Main reasons for using social media usage as of April 2023. 48% is keeping in touch with family and friends. 36% filling in spare time. 34% reading news stories. 29% finding content, articles, videos, seeing what's talked about. Is any of this pertain to following creators / celebrities? Is only 20%.
Yeah, so even he would still be wrong that most people are getting online to engage in memes. Like, even so, he would still be wrong. Vocal fry intensifies. Shut up.
8%.
Meet new people is 21%, so that's pretty big. I'm confused on what all these are 36, 35, 34.
The one at the top is keeping in touch with family and friends. Do you think that I'm looking at how my mom pops her pussy when I'm fucking keeping in touch with my family or friends? Like, come on.
Wait, that's your family, and your family is only a very small portion of who you interact with on social media.
There's no way you believe this.
Yeah,
there's no way.
Keeping up with your friends is keeping up with people that you're potentially dating, keeping up with people that you could date.
Homie, this is so cringe. You can't be serious.
But yes, but also he's right. Dating ain't most. Right, but she's not. That I don't think she's actually saying dating is most. I haven't heard her actually say anything that says that dating is most. Like, except for that one part. But she was here in chat saying that that's not what she was trying to say, that she didn't hear him say the word most. So this entire time, she's trying to make the argument that there is a large portion of people who are online for dating, not that it's most. She said, I'd have to argue with you on that. She said, I'd have to disagree with you on that when he said most. Yes. And then she said, in chat, I didn't hear him say most.
I like, this is actually crazy that you...
Well, why isn't Relly here to give his takes more charitable translation? I don't know. Go ask him.
I don't think that this, like...
Keeping up with your family and friends doesn't mean I'm trying to fucking keep up with my ex's Insta while I fucking blast it, bro. I can't believe
not what
this.
I said. I'm trying to figure out how much of you is playing this up for content and how much...
She's been pushing back with Relly saying it ain't most like 1,000 times. I don't think I've actually heard him say it again. I don't think I've actually heard him say the word most since then.
Much of this is serious.
No, every bit of this is serious.
Okay, I'd like to have a possibly more serious discussion where maybe you could engage with what I'm saying a little bit. Let's say that what I'm saying is true, just benefit of doubt.
He has? Okay. Maybe I'm wrong.
It doesn't have to be. You're not conceding anything. But if it is true, then what?
What? I'm sorry. If it is true, then sorry, Darius.
That a lot of people, that most people our age are using social media.
Make it private. Stop. Most people, assuming that most people are using social media for sexual purposes, how would that affect
It's not even necessarily sexual, overtly sexual purposes.
intimate
It's like
dating?
not even intimate, just as like lighthearted, even flirting, dating, giving attention to the opposite sex.
Okay, what are you asking from there? I've assumed it is the case. Now what?
Well, how did we get in? What did this even pertain to? We're so on a tangent.
I mean, you said something wild, and I called it out, so I don't remember. Like that to me is just incredibly wild.
I think I just said that this was like pervasive in society. That this is something that was constantly being sort of peddled down our throats. But I forget where we even came from.
Okay.
See, even the way that she's wording it right there, she's saying it's pervasive in society. It's being peddled down our throats, but she's still not saying most. So I'm not, I believe you guys that he said more. I've been trying to like do other things in the background while I listen to this. So I could have totally missed it.
So a large, at least of what I remember where part of this came from, was the idea that like people, if we're allowed to make mistakes, if we're allowed to do what we want, you know, some people can take birth control or whatever, that we should be able to make those mistakes and then like move on. Or potentially, because it's an individual's actions, maybe you're somebody like Darius, maybe you're somebody like Destiny, maybe you're somebody I don't fucking know, and then you actually like that lifestyle, and that's a lifestyle you want to continuously perpetuate. That is a right or ability that you have without being shunned for doing something wrong.
I don't think. Have you heard me advocate for shunning anyone?
Okay, so then this is where we were getting to. What is your prescription?
I already told you just to make it more normalized for women to say no to this hookup culture shit.
Do you think there is a shortage of people telling women to not sleep around with random men?
From a place that's not out of shame, yeah, there is a shortage. I think that people who call themselves feminists or people on the left will encourage like degeneracy and hedonism because they think it's progressive, and I think it's the opposite of progressive. I think it's really regressive. I think that when you're hearing things like, don't sleep around, but like think of who you're sleeping with. You're immediately bombarded with this like conservative religious energy, like imagery that like your value goes down when that happens. Like when you sleep with someone, your value goes down. Not that you're potentially putting yourself in harm's way.
Well,
and
here's
it's
the
not
issue.
a smart decision in
Here's the
general.
issue.
And
that is your argument, is it not? You said even yourself that a lot of men have a disgust factor for body count. Did you not? Having a woman with high body count. So when you're talking to a woman with a high body count, are you not
my top 3 list of reasons?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because you're no. It does not, because you made the statement that men do not like it. They have a disgust response, and that's biological. You said it, not me, right? It's biological for these men to have a disgust factor with how many partners.
Some of it is biological, yeah.
Sure, I can agree with some of it, but you said biological. That's all. That's what I'm primarily going off of. If you want to say some of it, that's fine, right? That they have a disgust response to women with high body counts. If that is true, then that would absolutely mean that women lose their value as their body count increases.
No, the Discord is not just for members. My Discord is for everybody. If you bought a membership, not if you were given a membership, but if you bought a membership, we can give you access to the members section, but this is like, we have tons of different people in the Discord. It is for everybody. Just make sure when you first get in there, the first thing you do is go to Fool's Rules and click the bald head. That will give you access to all of the other channels. So yeah, I see Caitlin W, Stephanie, and Rena all just joined. So all you got to do is just go to Fool's Rules, click the bald head, and that will give you access. If you don't know how to use Discord, I did like a quick tutorial the other day on how to use Discord. So yeah, we can I can send you a link to that.
Because there's going to be men who are hold on, because if
you're being very silly.
No, I'm not. Because if there are men with the disgust factor as a result of this, there's going to be less men who see you as a prospective dating partner as a result. Is there not? Just like how if I am a man who is broke or has very little money, let's say I'm like quite blue collar or something like that, there's going to be plenty of women who view that as not very masculine, whatever fucking gender norm we want to talk about, right? And then I'm going to actively lose dating prospects. I'm not as high value as I might be if I had more money. It's the same exact.
I just don't think it needs to be black and white. I think that as a feminist, I would try to combat. I would try to combat both things. So saying that it's not about your value. Your value doesn't go down, and talk to men and talk about why that's gross. Like, my morality does not come from a Christian place of that a woman.
Wait, you don't know you don't talk to men about that. Why would you talk to men about that? You can't talk to men about the fact that women value status. In order for men to stop caring about status, women have to stop caring about status. Just as for women to stop having to feel like they have to put on makeup everywhere they go and sexualize themselves everywhere they go, men have to stop having that expectation of them.
Women should be pure.
No. The problem is you cannot hold these two. You can't hold these two positions. You're holding a position of biological position. You're holding the position of biological reality is constraining us, and we need to take it seriously. And then you recognize the biological reality that a lot of men are going to have a disgust response based on the amount of women or amount of men that women have slept with, and you're going like, well, we can reprogram them, or we can say that that's not really that big of a deal. Which one is it? Are we recognizing the biological reality and we're accepting it as the norm, or are we shunning biological reality where it is inconvenient to us? Which one?
I think that there are trade-offs, but I don't think it has to be so black and white. You're looking for extremism on one side, and I just don't believe in that. I think that even like, I think that there are some things about biological reality that we keep because they work, right? So like, I agree. I think that if everyone wants to be degenerate and hedonistic and wants to sleep with whoever they want, they certainly can. There's no moral argument where I'm like, you're less than. I agree. Do this because that's shitty or whatever. I'm making the argument that is regressive to society. That's not good for society.
I agree.
Valuing women based off of their sexual promiscuity is bad for society any way you look at it.
I agree.
Especially if we're coming from the space that women and men have equal dominion over the earth, right?
I agree.
With that, there are some aspects of evolutionary biology that exist and also should inform our prescription, which is that we should probably do away with this whole hookup culture shit. So I can't
hold
have
on.
it both ways.
I agree all the way up till then. Okay, so now we're at the point where earlier, when you were talking, I just wish that the left would recognize biological reality. That's not true. You want the left to agree with certain biological realities that you believe to be good. Excuse me. How long are you going to keep talking? I'm going to go insane. I actually think you're going to drive me mad. How is this? I'm not the only one seeing this, am I? Am I the only one seeing this? Oh my god. Okay, please.
You're acting super immature right now.
No, come on. Come on, Lab, for real. You really do cut people off every time, man. When I talk to you about gender, even the second conversation as well, when I go back and listen to it, I'm getting insanely frustrated just trying to like listen to what I have to say, because every time I thought I said so many things that I never said. There are so many things I thought I said in those conversations, but I never said them because I got cut off like 2 or 3 words into the sentence and then never came back to it. And so I just kept telling people, I got into arguments with people like, no, dude, I said X, Y, and Z. They're like, no, you didn't. Like, yes, I did. I remember saying this. I remember I said that. And then we go back and check it. And I'm like, well, no, actually. And then you jump right back in. Like, yeah, I cut people off when they are shadowboxing, Tom. I'm not going to argue with someone misunderstanding me. I get that. I do. But also, if you made it like a very short correction, that would be one thing. But each time, it is not a short correction. It's a whole other tangent of a whole re-explanation.
Because I'm very much just trying to get a point off. And every single time I try and talk, it's just not happening. Okay? So one more time, okay? We both agree that there are certain biological realities to being a human. But a part of being human is recognizing certain biological realities are not conducive to a civilized or whatever society, whatever we deem to be civilized, like the longevity of us as people. Many people, right, my roommate included, would say that the strict adherence to monogamy or even the nuclear family as the number, a very significant priority for us, is not something that we should be adhering to. So my philosophy is to allow for these ideas to flourish. Ass meets grass, he tries his way, ass meets grass, I try my way, and then whatever shit sticks, and we see how it works.
Yes.
However, your prescription that you are deriving this idea of saying, well, hey, women, don't sleep around, but we're not going to shame you for it, right? That, in my opinion, does absolutely nothing to the actual problem, right? The actual problem being that you have several different people that are being harmed by their own behavior, by their own choices, right? That problem, I think, has existed for a very long time. And it's one of the key things about liberty, is what we were talking about earlier. I think we should have the right to be able to make mistakes, even obvious mistakes, right? If you want to jump out of a fucking plane with the craziest, bullshit parachute in the world that you built in your garage, you should have the right to be able to do that,
Right.
But you're talking. Hold on.
So,
but you're talking about making a very concerted campaign to tell people.
Campaign? I'm talking about just having a cultural conversation.
Yeah. So, if I was him, at the very beginning, I would have stopped and said, okay, so what is the actual prescription here? Is it we should encourage monogamy? Or is it that we should discourage like sleeping around, polyamory, like all of these things? Or is it both? And then if it's both, how do we disincentivize promiscuity without shaming people for these sorts of things? How do we do this without slut shaming, without telling people? I literally kept doing this when he kept asking. I literally said this. I don't think we actually got that full picture of exactly what that looks like. I don't think we did. Because that's what I've been listening for this entire time.
Wait, where you want do you or do you not want multiple people to agree with you? You do. I don't know why you're
but
sticking on me on
it's
that.
not. It's
I said to encourage family on the left. Yes, I heard you say that. That doesn't answer the other questions that I asked, though. That's what I'm saying, is that I heard you say encourage family on the left, and I got that part. I literally just said to make women more aware they have options. The other questions were, do we discourage promiscuity? And then if it is about discouraging promiscuity, how would we do that? I literally said no. Okay.
It's not like an organized campaign. I'm not campaigning for any sort of like.
Oh my God!
Make
Allah,
the
give me
left
give me
conservative
strength.
again. Like, this is.
I'm glad that campaign was the word that you decided to pay the most attention to out of the entire sentence that I had. I think that the word campaign was probably the most important thing that was said in my entire statement there. I'm thank you for only paying attention to that one part.
Well, that was the first thing I wanted to chip away at. You spoke for quite a while, so if you would give me a second. So I'm coming from the place, and again, I've already reiterated this to you so many times at this point. I don't want to make anything illegal. I don't want to shame anyone for doing anything. I'm coming from the place of a feminist.
Wait. Just that the ideal or the normal probably should be hedonism? You mean shouldn't be hedonism? You mean shouldn't be hedonism, right? Shouldn't. Okay. Sure. But I could have sworn you did say promiscuity should be discouraged. I thought you said this at the beginning. Maybe you said it shouldn't be encouraged?
So I'm advocating for what is in women's best interest, right? Statistically, we know that women are not happy in the situation they're in right now. We know that women are not happy having sex like men. We know that women are not happy on birth control. Birth control makes you fat. It gives you
discouraging, meaning not encouraged or normalized. Okay.
Acne. It makes you feel fucking crazy. It makes you feel like shit.
Wait, this isn't necessarily true. There are multiple different people who have been on birth control who don't get fat, and many people take birth control and it fixes their acne? I think literally people take birth control to fix their acne.
The side effects of birth control are so pervasive that they've become normalized in a society that doesn't really care about women's health, but whatever. I don't really want to have that conversation right now.
Well, I mean,
but yeah, and also women have more to lose. So a man can leave. Like a man can leave. A woman cannot leave her body, or at least she doesn't want.
Wait, but she can.
Most women don't want to have abortions. Most women, we have a single mother.
Which is.
What's Lav gonna do about it? Ban birth control? That's never gonna happen. No, she literally said she doesn't want to ban birth control. Like she wants birth control to be easily accessible for everybody.
I agree.
In the United States, and one of the reasons is because women are having unconsequential, or what they think is unconsequential sex, and they're doing it in a culture
that doesn't properly promote and supply birth control to its inhabitants. I agree. If we had better distribution of birth control, if we had better distribution of birth control, single motherhood rates and unplanned pregnancies would shrink.
Birth control. Women shouldn't have to take birth control. It makes us feel like shit. That's why not every woman does.
You know what that argument
is? So affordable. Birth control is literally $15 a fucking month on a fucking app now. I stopped birth control because it made me feel like shit. So many women are stopping birth control because it makes them feel like shit.
You know what that sounds like? You know what?
Women on you are I think one of the highest risks for stroke out of any medication. I mean, people are talking about not taking the vaccine because of risk of stroke or heart.
Okay, so what about condoms? I have no idea. I've never worn one.
Heart attack. It is so exponentially larger for women taking birth control, and nobody gives a fuck. It makes you feel like shit.
You know what that
Women
sounds
don't
like an
wanna take
argument
it.
for? That sounds like an argument to make better birth control.
Guys are not happy wearing condoms. That's why all guys don't wear them. You've never worn a condom? I wore a condom once for like a total of like a couple minutes. Me and my girlfriend at the time had a conversation about it. We were like, okay, maybe we should be more careful about this. I'm going to start wearing condoms. Went and bought a pack of condoms. 10 minutes later, we're like 2 minutes into having sex, and she stops and just takes it off. And then we went right back to it. Only time. First time and the last time. 2 minutes.
That's what it sounds like an argument for. Not to get rid of it, but to make
It's
it
an argument
better.
for male birth control. I think that
Sure.
men should probably be on birth
Absolutely.
control.
I'm sure there's many men in chat right now that would.
Never had an abortion. Never had a girlfriend who had an abortion. I either have an excellent pull-out game, like on top of this world, or I just got really weak swimmers. Who knows? One or the other.
I would agree. If I could get a fucking shot or take a goddamn pill and I would never get a chick pregnant, we'd be banging that shit all day. Absolutely. I'm sure there's a million men that absolutely agree with that fucking take. Even if I got some fucking cystic acne or shit like that. So
But
you're
okay,
hold on.
Alex, you're talking like we're fighting. Can we have a conversation? It's like not even a debate.
You talk for quite a bit of time. Okay? So
Okay, I'm not giving a new point. I'm telling you to fucking relax.
Great. I'm relaxed. I'm in my element. If you couldn't see, I'm like learning new dance moves. So we're really in this. Okay. So
Great.
This is all an argument to make birth control not only more, because you talked about like access to birth control it's a massive issue. Okay, it is a massive issue, and especially in the current day. I don't know why you made the point that you can just go online and buy it for $15 when there's literally states that are like trying to fucking actively make like abortions and even access to contraception incredibly difficult. There's like an attack on
Don't
Planned
disagree
Parenthood.
with you.
So no, you are, because we're talking about whether or not women have access to these forms of birth control.
Not talking
Yes,
about
we.
whether or not they have access to
I
it.
can't. Allah, give me
what
strength.
are you
The Lord
doing?
Almighty. Is there any other God I can pray to? Maybe that'll work. Okay, so look, I just want for women to be able to have access to these forms of contraception because you are using the argument that there's skyrocketing single motherhood, that there's a lot of unplanned pregnancies. I agree. And one of the great ways to reduce that is birth control. That's one of the great ways to reduce it. And I agree with you.
So why are these women on birth control?
I agree with you. The reason why a lot of women aren't taking birth control is because of access to funds, access to it in the first place, and because of the side effects. This is not a reason to stop distributing or to argue that people stop for the love of God, for the love of the Lord Almighty, please, for Christ's sake, just learn to allow me to speak. Just learn to allow another person to speak.
Just learn how to be a good wife. Learn to be a wife that is respectable.
Okay? It is not an argument to restrict.
Retarded.
Are you done? Okay. It is not. Are you done?
No, I'm literally.
Are you done?
I don't know who
All
are
right,
you
go
having a
ahead.
conversation with?
Tire yourself out. Go ahead.
What the fuck? Dude, you're a fucking loser. This whole conversation, you've been speaking to your fucking chat, trying to like look good for them and trying to get the W, but you've been fucking shadowboxing. You've been putting words in my mouth.
Yeah, they're at an impasse. They're at an impasse. Tell her to watch it. Tell her to watch it, Relly. Tell her to watch it. Watch it.
Mouth. You've been having a fucking emotional breakdown. You're arguing me on points that I haven't fucking made. Like, I don't know what the fuck you're doing. And when you're like, oh, you could tire yourself out, you're being so fucking bad faith right now. You were the person who wanted to talk to me. Let me fucking remind you. You've been so disrespectful in this conversation and it's been so all over the place that I just frankly don't want to have it anymore. But thanks so much for having me on, Alex.
Great. My Discord, not yours.
My Discord, not yours.
Who the fuck was messaging me? Why are you trying to silence Willard, bro? Also, why'd you make Were you messaging me?
Did he say, why are you trying to sound so cool, bro?
Why are you trying to silence Willard, bro?
Why are you trying to silence what?
Who the fuck was messaging me? Why are you trying to silence Willard, bro?
I don't know what he's saying. Why are you trying to silence schoolers, bro? Silence women? Is that really what he's saying? Silence women?
Also, why'd you make Were you messaging me? Why'd you make her cry, bro? You made her freaking...
Yeah, freaking... Really? What the hell? Why did you make her cry, bro? What a jerk. Relly and Steven Crowder both going in the doghouse. This is... I can't believe it.
Cry. Alright. Come on, dude. That's a I don't know. That conversation was horrid. That conversation was absolutely my Discord, not yours. Horrid. My Discord. Apologize to her right now. No. That was a horrible conversation.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little lost as to what I know because she was in chat and what I know from the video. I'm not sure. I'm really not. I really have no idea, because from what she was saying in chat, I felt like I knew what she was saying on here, and then he was arguing against something else. But his initial impression from what she was saying was also my impression as well. The stuff that he was arguing against is also the stuff that I thought she was saying. That's the stuff that I would have been arguing against as well. I heard what he heard in the beginning. So now I'm just not sure. I'm not sure anymore.
The left family.
Okay,
I think historically the left has been very, very critical of marriage and stuff like that, even though we are the ones who are having the most successful marriages. Statistically, it's very silly. We're very anti-establishment, very counterculture in our youth, and we end up having happy marriages. But the cultural conversation is still that of fuck whoever you want, do whatever you want, be whoever you want. And I think that's something that we do wrong. I think that's something that trolls do wrong.
Great. Me and you are pro-family. That's great.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, the issue with this is you're saying it's bad for society if we all engage in hookup culture. Okay? And as it stands right now, I think that's pretty statistically bad. However, there's a couple of issues that I have with that. One, I don't think that will necessarily be the case infinitely into the future. It's possible that we could have a way of doing going about things around which we do engage in hookup culture.
Well, it ought to. So we know that.
Hold on. I let you talk.
No, you didn't. Monogamous cultures do better. They do better.
Yes,
monogamous societies do better.
Yes,
so we should be advocating for monogamous societies for marriage.
That's not. Hold on. This isn't necessarily true. And the reason why is it's like you're saying that racially homogenous societies do better than non-racially homogenous societies when there's a excuse me. Allow me to get out my point. When non-racially homogenous societies are only just now budding and just now getting started. And very sexually expressive modern societies.
Yeah. Lav completely threw this point away, but this is a good point. Like, he is I think he's making a good point here with the homogenous societies. And she starts saying, well, no, that's just because of bigotry. But like, no, the stats actually back it up though. Like, lots of people who think that the lots of people who are against promiscuity, everybody would say, oh well, that's them just being prudes, or that's them just being, you know, overly Christian, or that's them just being against sex, or, you know, stuff like that. Like, they would throw these things away as well, but it's backed up statistically, right? It's backed up empirically, just as the point that he's making about homogenous societies. It's backed up empirically.
Very, very new and very, very bleeding edge. We're learning as we go along. We're like a toddler trying to find what works. That's what's happening. And so, to bring it back, to bring it back to the parallel, there was, when we were talking about racial homogeny and shit like that, for a long, long time, keeping to your kind was very much a beneficial thing for a large group of people until it, guess what, wasn't. When we found a way to work together, when we found a way to work with different types of cultures and ideas. So maybe giving it a bit of time, or saying like, hey, look, maybe you guys can try it and we'll take a look at your results, is probably something that should happen. No, we should have certain societies that we look at that are, you know, more sexually expressive and some that are not, and go like, what's happening here, what's working and what isn't. I feel like that's the best way to do it, no?
So you hit a couple points. One, I don't really understand the comparison between telling people to like stop having sex that makes them unhappy and telling people to stick to their own racial caste. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Okay, I explained it. I'll try it a different way. There was a time in which these ideas were new, and they didn't work as well as the old ways, because we were still feeling out how to make it work. Right? Jim Crow and a lot of that was a lot of white people getting used to having, you know, darker and more melanated people fraternize with each other, right? With them. So there's growing pains. There's growing pains is what I'm saying. I think right now
it's not that there's growing pains. It's just that this isn't natural. When you think about
and that's the same argument that like was made about the growing pains about racial, like you're doing the exact same thing.
Yeah, it being natural, that like, that's the naturalistic fallacy. Like, something being natural doesn't make it good. Something being, like, whether or not something's natural doesn't mean that we should do it.
Bigotry. Mine is based in technology and how technology has changed our sexual culture, our sexual zeitgeist. It's not based on some like idea that like black people are.
Zonia Dead just subscribed. What a simp. What a simp. Zonia is a simp.
Beasts, and you should not procreate with not your, like, that is
no.
ridiculous.
The idea is fodder. Well, again, no. The reason why a lot of that shit was propagated was because of phrenology, which was seen as like, oh yeah, this is scientifically backed. The idea that like we can't mix, we can't do these things, right? Stuff like that. So like you can't just say like one is science, one isn't, because we don't know. The fact of the matter is, you and me, we don't know late game, long term, how will people assimilate to a more sexually
we don't know,
expressive
and we can have different prescriptions, but what we do know is that women are much happier when they are pair bonded to one person. They're happier when they have children. Women on average are very depressed in hookup culture. They don't want to sleep around. Women are very depressed and angry when they're sharing their partners. This has been since the beginning of time. We know that when people are polyamorous, or we don't really have any women polygamy, but when male-centered polygamy, we know that women are extremely unhappy. We know that crime rates go up in polygamous societies. We know that the economy drops because suddenly one man has to take care of
all of these. Every single last thing that you were saying can be due to growing pains. All of it could be due. All of it. Allow me to explain. Allow me to explain. We don't know how to. I wish Darnell was with me here. Okay. Because everything that you're describing could be just down to the fact that for thousands of years we've been programmed with the idea that monogamy is the only way, and we have no fucking clue how to navigate a polyamorous situation or open relationships broadly. And that if through enough time, through enough deliberate effort, Hold on. If through enough time, through enough deliberate effort, we might be able to create a society that works with it and works around it. Just because it doesn't work now, or it hasn't worked even for a while, doesn't mean there isn't a solution.
Sure, you are totally right. But I think when we're advocating for what we think is best for society, I'm certainly allowed to have my own opinion. You can have yours. I don't think that there's a reality in which it becomes mainstream to be polyamorous or polygamous. This is coming from someone who is in an open relationship. Because I thought that I wanted it, was completely fucking miserable in it after it, and I'm glad that we've moved on since. It was good to experience because now I get to say that I had the experience.
That's it. Thank you. I was going to get to that point. It is very important for us to be able to normalize the birth control and stuff like that, so that way people aren't left wondering. That's one of the most important.
Normalized.
No. But it's good. We don't want people to be left guessing. Oh man, what if I could have tried this? What if I could have tried it? And if let's say me and you right now, because you're a monogamous person, I'm a monogamous person. All right, pro-monogamy. Let's go.
Wait, so what do you think my prescription is?
No, hold on.
I don't think that people shouldn't try things. I just think that we're moving in the line of having a polygamous society.
It doesn't. No. It doesn't matter. If we're moving towards a society that sees polyamory or like open relationships as a more common or more okay relationship to have, and people become.
Hello, Thomas.
Yep.
Is your name Thomas? Is your name actually Tom?
My middle name is Tom. Or Thomas.
Oh, I got it right.
Yeah, I've gone by Tom like most of my life.
Oh, slay. Well, I think that the conversation with Alex was mostly hard because it just felt like we were just I don't know if he took like pre-workout or something, or if he was just going crazy, if it was just that time of night. But like first he starts trying to like debate me about like polygamy or polyamory, like whether or not that's going to become normalized.
Is this your first time on since Destiny went on?
What do you mean?
Is this your first time talking to him since Destiny jumped on?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He starts trying to fight me on polyamory. I don't think polyamory is ever gonna work. I'm like not worried about us becoming like a polygamous society. Like I just don't I think like evolutionarily and biologically that just like won't happen. We don't like it. We're not happy and we don't like it. And then my only points were like that women, from the feminist standpoint, women are not happy this way, and it's actually fairly dangerous for women to be having sex the way that they are. If they're not happy, they don't like this, and oftentimes women have this sex thinking that they're going to find boyfriends, and then the men are just like, no, I just want to fuck you, and then that becomes a whole thing. Like that's not conducive to feminism. That's not conducive to, happiness or a society in progress. That's actually pretty regressive. And then I was making the point that, birth control changed a lot of things, and that all of a sudden there was sex without consequence. Before the birth control pill, for example, there was no real extremely, extremely reliable form of contraceptive, right? So all of a sudden our lives were changed. All of a sudden we became like post-human. Birth control was very post-human, and then it changed the way that our society had run for thousands and thousands and thousands of years, as women being very selective in who they had sex with because of the potential consequences for having the said sex. And it felt like Alex was just trying to like he agreed with me, but he was trying to fight with me on something. Like I don't know, it just felt very fucking weird. And then he was talking to Chat, and he was doing this whole like, I don't know, walk around his room thing for Chat. I don't know. It was very weird. And at every corner, like I didn't even want to argue about whether or not like most of who uses social media is like dating or not. I think a lot of people use social media for memes, sure. I think a lot of people use it to look like seductive or sexy to the opposite sex as well. I was mostly with that point, I was just bringing up like how it is so ingrained in society to be like this hookup culture goes so deep now that oftentimes people who don't want to participate feel like they're being left out or like they're not abnormal.
So how did this conversation start?
Bro, I don't even fucking know.
Wait, why were you on there?
Oh, because he was going over he had a problem with me saying that women were sexual selectors. He was like, why can't it be equal? And I was like, well, because it's
he
just
was
not
reviewing
equal.
the Whatever podcast.
Yeah.
Wait, he doesn't think women are the choosers?
Yeah, he doesn't think that they should be, I guess, is what he was saying. He was like, why can't it be more equal? And I was just like, what, that men have dominion over women's bodies? That's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen.
But you did, so I think where it veered off, you said that you are anti-birth control. And I think to anybody that's going to come off as though you don't want birth control to be legal or like you're against it.
And I think I clarified. I said I absolutely don't want it to be illegal. I just don't think, like, I mean, you look at what's going on culturally today. You know, in the 50s when this shit was getting started, they were giving birth control to married women, and then slowly they gave it to working women, and then slowly they gave it to everyone. So now the second you turn 13, it's sort of like a cultural imperative for you to like put your teenage daughter on birth control to prevent pregnancy, because obviously you would want to prevent pregnancy in a culture that is so fucking horny, and your kid's gonna have sex.
Okay,
whatever.
so do you think it's bad to use the phrase anti-birth control then?
I think that I'm making a case against the sexual revolution is what I say, mostly. When I say I'm anti-birth control, I don't mean legislatively. I just think that, like, if I were to give any woman advice, it would be to get off of birth control.
Well,
which I think makes me anti.
So this is, again, so even that, saying you're against the sexual revolution. So saying something like that, like the sexual revolution gave women the ability to be choosers. It gave them the ability to be more open with their sexuality. It gave them the ability to do all sorts of things that even if we want to pull it back some, it would still be good that that happened in some way so that they were more free in these ways, right?
Sure. I mean, part of why so many women went on birth control is because they thought that it would give them a leg up in the labor force. Because if they were pregnant, they couldn't work. right? And we've seen, and this is where the feminist argument comes in, the historical feminist argument comes in, is that men have been seen of what what it means to be an employee, right? They don't get pregnant, they don't have periods, they're very able-bodied, and they don't have something that is pervasive every month that could, render them out of commission, and they certainly don't have a 9-month period in which they are rendered out of commission. So being pregnant is very unadvantageous to women. So that's why women wanted to go on the pill. Now I think that we've progressed past that needing. This is why I talk about equity instead of equality as a feminist. I think that women should in the workplace get like certain compensations or certain treatment because they are the sex that is able to have children, or because of like I don't think that women need to be more like men and able to be to be better employees, to be good employees,
Sure.
right?
So when you say equity, people hear equality of outcome, but you aren't saying equality of outcome when you say equity.
No, I'm talking about to each to their own needs. So acknowledging the difference between the sexes, and then they're treating them as those differences occur.
Okay. So
hold on, a comment. This is actually a really good question. Comment said, how are women supposed to obtain and maintain high-ranking positions in corporations of government without birth control? By sacrificing sex to not risk pregnancy? No, I would say that acknowledging the difference would be that you're acknowledging that women do get pregnant. Women are often not hired in their childbearing years because they know that this woman is going to leave for 9 months, and then she's going to want to spend another 6 weeks to 6 months with her child. I think that acknowledging that women should and can do that as an incentive is really healthy and positive.
But
so
you
yeah,
are
you
saying
should
both.
Yeah, you
are
should be
saying
able
that
to
they
be a mom
should
and a
sacrifice
high-powered
sex.
worker. Yeah, but you don't have to be a man. You don't there should just be accommodations because we are the sex who gives birth and breastfeeds and wants to spend more time with our children. More women should be able to bring their newborns into the workplace,
But
right?
you are saying that they should also sacrifice sex. Like when you're talking about being against birth control, being against sexual revolution.
I'm
these
not even
sorts of
talking about
things-
sacrificing it. I'm not even talking about sacrificing it. There are ways to, first of all, you don't get pregnant just by having sex, right? There's a fertile window in which you get pregnant. I track my fertile window, but because that's, scarier, or at least more consequences, I'm way less likely to have sex with just anyone, just like it was before the pill. Like women didn't want to have sex with people that they could, even a small percentage of a consequence, have a child with.
So what if they value good sex over the uncomfortability of taking birth control, and so they would rather not use condoms and they would rather just take birth control? Is that something that
Well, then I would say that, women are happier when they're pair bonded to one person. Women like having a lot of sex with one person. That's just biology. That's evolutionary. So I don't think that most women, there are certainly women who want to fuck like men, who want to be hedonistic, whatever, but that's not most women. Most women don't want to do that. Most women want one person who they trust to have sex with, to pair bond with. And culturally, we've sort of disregarded that for some reason, and so a lot of women are very unhappy because they're not thriving in this sexual marketplace.
I'm not understanding how that applies to what I'm saying. When I'm talking about if they don't want to use condoms and they would rather take birth control, they want to be with one person, they're in a relationship with somebody, but they'd rather not wear condoms because they'd rather have good
they
sex.
just want to be cummed in all the time. Then yeah, I don't
Not
listen.
even just come in all the time, but they want to be able to have sex throughout the month and not worry about getting pregnant. Now maybe it has nothing to do with getting cummed in, but they also don't want to have to worry about maybe pre-ejaculation or anything like that.
Yeah, again, I'm not anti. I'm mostly anti birth control in the sphere of what it has done to propel the sexual revolution, right? So if you're a woman who just is just having sex with your one partner and you want birth control, then Yeah, but I would hope that we would have better birth control, right? Because the birth control that we have fucking sucks.
Okay, so you're not really
Or
anti-birth control.
not even
You're
not even birth control for
anti-promiscuity.
women. In that case, I would say, you know, get it. Encourage your man to get a vasectomy.
Okay. But so sure, but I'm talking about like when I'm talking about this, mostly what I'm thinking about is young women who still probably they don't want to get pregnant, but they might want to get pregnant later on in life. They might want to have a kid with this guy later on. They want to be able to start their careers and really get things going in the meantime, and then later, like they might want to have kids and when they're more stable. But I think that
I mean,
you're
I
not
think
really
when
anti-birth control. You're
so when you
anti-promiscuity.
Sure. Yeah, but and also I think that you're thinking that being anti-birth control, and I think that Alex thought this last night, was that it's at the center of my argument. It's certainly not at the center of my argument. My argument is kind of based around the consequences of what birth control did, introducing birth control did to society. Not necessarily that people are on it now, although I think that it is still affecting the way that it is still affecting hookup culture, obviously.
I don't think anybody thinks that it's at the center of your argument. It's that if it's part of your argument, then it would just be a flaw within the argument if you were actually completely against birth control.
Yeah, I'm certainly not completely against birth control, but also going back a little bit, when you talk about this woman who, you know, is happy with her life and just wants to have you know, sex with her partner, that is also, you're talking about probably. So when a lot of people talk about hookup culture, they talk about like a very, especially when white people talk about it, they talk about a very affluent woman who is a career woman who has a partner and you know, has access to abortion, has whatever. We're not talking about like the brunt of who is getting the shit end of the stick here, which is like brown and black women and in like poverty riddled communities who are like just having sex and then having these men's babies without, you know, like without fear of consequence. And actually it's normalized to just have children out of wedlock, which I think is an issue. Which I think that most people probably think is an issue.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that the centering the conversation around like the affluent white woman with a job and whatever is a little silly, because most women who I'm talking about who hookup culture is unadvantageous to are young women who are either below poverty line or below middle class.
Sure, but again, that's what I'm saying, is that the rhetoric that you're using makes it hard to parse what it is that you're talking about. And so when you say things like
Okay, so then
anti-birth
what would you
control-
say when so then what would you say then if I just clarified every time? Like if when I say that I'm anti-birth control, which I think that I am anti-birth control. I wish it never happened. I don't wish that I could take it away now. I just wish that it never happened. Like that I just every time I guess I'm just going to have to say what I'm saying now is that I don't wish it to be illegal. I don't wish it to be hard to get. I just wish that the cultural conversation shifted and that it wasn't normalized to immediately put your 13-year-old daughter on birth control and then have her on it for years and years and years and years.
When you saying you wish it never happened, you mean you wish it was never normalized, not that you wish it was never created.
No, I think I wish it was never created.
So when we're going back to that like white affluent family that or the, you know, the young people who are together that just don't want to have kids right now, why, like, wouldn't that still negatively affect them?
Yes, it would negative, but again, Tom, that affluent person can just track their ovulation like women were doing for like a very long time before. Before the 1950s, it wasn't like people were just having children every time they had sex. There were ways to not have children when you have
But they
sex.
also didn't sleep around nearly as much. Like
No, they
promiscuity
didn't.
was.
They didn't sleep around, but they did sleep with their pair bonded partner, even in a marriage. If like even people who are married and don't want kids find a way to not have those kids every time they have sex. Married couples have been having sex a lot forever.
Yeah.
And so they just aren't having like billions of kids. There are ways to not have children.
Yeah, see, I agree with everything you're saying, but I come at it from a completely different angle because I am pro-life, and so I'm like, I do think that people overvalue sex to the point where they think like a bunch of other bad things are okay to come as a consequence of me wanting to have sex a lot, and that I think your thought process
Of
is
course
literally
you
the
want to
same
have
thing.
sex a lot. You're a man. Like that is basically in your biological makeup. I think that also with what I'm talking about, I advocate for men practicing restraint.
Yeah.
Yeah, I argue for everyone practicing restraint. I think that there's a case to be made for marriage and against promiscuity for both sexes, but certainly more for women because they are certainly more unhappy and they have way more to lose.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the only argument, which is basically just opinion at that point. Like whether or not Alex can have a different opinion than me, but I don't know, it felt like we were playing this weird game in which he was like, I know that everyone was mad that I kept saying shadowboxing, but like he literally had created this enemy that I just like wasn't. I'm like not trying to restrict anyone. I'm just saying that the left especially needs louder voices. Feminists need louder voices. Blue voters need voices that are advocating for the nuclear family and against hookup culture.
He brought up the point, and I've talked about this a bunch on my show. Like, I do think that the world would probably be a better place if everywhere had just stayed ethno-states. But if I then walked around saying, I'm anti-multiculturalism, people would hear something very different than what I'm actually saying, because I'm totally cool with like multiculturalism. I think that it's based. I think that we're like heading in an awesome direction, but things just might have been better if we just hadn't ever gone in that direction in the first place.
But now
we're too far
sure,
along,
but that's
too far down the road to turn back, right? And so now when you say I'm anti-birth control, it sounds like you're saying something different than what you're actually saying, and then you're going to spend the rest of the conversation trying to clarify what you actually mean.
Okay, I'll take that into account. I just won't say that I'm anti-birth control. I'll just say that I advocate against, or I literally will just keep it in that I think that it set off a chain of events that I am unhappy with. That birth control set off a chain of events that I advocate against. So,
okay,
I think that's probably the best way to go about it. But with the monocultural societies or whatever, the issue with that argument is when I say that birth control did something negative, I just don't think it's for the same reason that people said, like, I don't know, when people are talking about not like race mixing or whatever, or society's doing worse when it was multicultural, that's not biologically true, right? That's because culturally it's really hard to mix two cultures together, but we do it because it is actually advantageous for society. It is. Even though we don't work, there are its downfalls, right? There are no solutions, only trade-offs, right?
Right.
I think there are far fewer trade-offs with race mixing than there are for living in like a hedonistic society. And my argument is biological. My argument is because of biological science, people are unhappy. This is not naturalistic, right? So I don't know. It's just I don't really understand the comparison of that argument.
It's
really at
that
all.
people are naturally tribalistic and have in-group bias, and so it makes it hard for us to have these integrations. We go, like you said, it's a lot of trade-offs in the meantime.
Sure.
Starting slavery and pulling people over on ships kind of caused the problem and created the problem in the first place, to where, like, yes, we had to make those trade-offs then.
Well,
We
do you
didn't
think-
have another option.
Do you think most people, like if this wasn't a morally loaded question, I think most people, if you could build a society, you would just make it like all one species, one skin color.
Yeah.
Like in
of course.
hindsight, to avoid those things,
Right.
right? So
Yes.
that's basically the argument in what I'm saying now, is that, like,
Exactly.
yeah, in a perfect world, in a utopia, this wouldn't be happening. Obviously, we got to do what we got to do, and of course, like, I think that poor women, especially right now when the culture is so bleak and so hedonistic, I think that poor Black and brown women need access to birth control, right? I would just say that, like, if you can, don't be on it. And think about what it did to society, and think about where you want society to go. What's healthy for society is basically all I'm saying. It's not really it's not like it's not a campaign. Like, Ahrelevant called it a campaign. This is just like a talking point. This is just a conversation I had, right? I'm not like pushing this to the masses. So
Okay.
yeah.
My mod said she wanted to ask you something. Give me a second.
Okay.
Sassafras.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me? Is it good?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, wait. Gotta mute the stream. Sorry. Yeah. This is a matriarchy, and so that's why I'm here. So just, you don't know me, so just straight up, like, I'm a feminist. We agree probably on a bunch of stuff, so I'm not here to like completely shit on you or anything, right? I guess my concern is, like, I agree with you with the birth control stuff. It can screw your body up. Like, I've been on the pill, I've been on Depo, I've had a copper IUD, like, I've done it all. I understand. But I think it's dangerous to say something that's straight out being like that you're anti-birth control and that women shouldn't be on it. Because women should choose what they want to do with their bodies, right? And some women, it might work for their bodies, some might not. It sucks you have to try out a bunch just to see what works and what doesn't. But I think women should have that choice. And on top of that, like, it's not just for them to sleep around. Married women use it to control how many kids they have.
Sure.
So I feel like when you're talking like that, it's kind of, you're disregarding all the other stuff that's important. Plus, sorry, I'm not trying to get yellow, but it's like the rhythm method that you're doing, that can work, but it's not as effective as like taking a birth control pill or an IUD. So
sure,
instead of like advocating for your type or nothing, it should be more of a general talk to your doctors, figure out what's best for you.
Yeah,
That's all.
sure. I think that there's also a separate argument in which I didn't get to have with Alex, which is that women are expected to take the brunt of preventing pregnancy, which I think is a big problem. I think that more men should be getting reversible vasectomies. I think that if you have the means, you should freeze your sperm and you should snip. And I think that a lot of that's what's happening right now. I think that there's a big awakening. At least I've been seeing it on TikTok, where women are like, I'm so fucking sick of my birth control. I'm so sick of trying to find the right one. It's making me so sick. I'm just getting off of it, and my stable long-term partner is just going to get a vasectomy. I think that we should be advocating for that way, way more than we are. But yeah, I agree with you in that every woman should have the choice and access to birth control. I just think I think that especially I don't know, there's something that feels really, and this is completely emotionally loaded, that feels really evil about immediately controlling a woman's birth the second she's sexually viable, and then making her take a drug that could potentially really hurt her or even kill her with like no hesitation because it's culturally normalized. Like so many, I mean,
But like,
estrogen and
but
progesterone.
there's women that like. But there's like, I know like a lot of younger women, they take it just that have horrible periods. Like for me myself, I would have really, really heavy periods and with excruciating cramps.
Sure,
So
and
yeah,
this
so
is
when I
this
was
is
very,
another
very
this is
young, I
another
took the pill
thing.
so that it would help with that.
Yeah,
So
that's
it's,
well, this is another thing, and this is also, I don't know how much you've read about like, medical history in regards to like feminism and how little
yes,
the medical industry takes into the account the female body, because men have been the prototype of medicine for hundreds since the dawn of medicine. But they're oftentimes they're prescribing birth control to things that are very treatable with way less lethal or way like drugs that have way less side effects, just as like a catch-all. I mean, a lot of people like with PCOS, a lot of women with PCOS, they're told like just fucking take birth control, and they're just fed birth control that gives them a litany of other symptoms, of other things, other side effects, and they're like, okay, well, if this is all I can take, I guess, without even knowing that there are 4 to 12 other medications they can take, or they could just go see an endocrinologist and get something that is suited to them exactly. Like they're just handing out birth control like candy, and they have since the 70s, and I think that that's a big problem.
yeah, I agree that there should be more studies and better look at how it affects women. And like you've already probably heard that, right? When they did like a male pill or something like that, it was like similar
Yeah, they
side
were like,
effects,
they're
but men were like,
depressed.
oh, this hurts.
Yeah.
I can't handle this, and everyone was like, oh god, we deal with this all the time. So
Yeah,
I agree with you on that, but
Yeah, just to
and Tom's
let
like,
you
what?
know, the Sassafras's audio is always like 30 seconds behind. So she hears us, or not 30 seconds.
What?
It's like 3 to 4 seconds behind. So when it keeps sounding like
I
she's
thought I
jumping
fixed
over
it.
you, it's just that she's a little bit behind. But yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
But anyway,
Can I fix that? What did I do wrong?
Nothing. It's just that I think
think
it's
it's
just
your
that
internet.
your internet and that you're in Canada, and so
Oh.
yeah. It's just always gonna be that way.
But yeah, I'm just saying, like, if the standard is that you would have hedonistic sex and we should normalize this for everyone, then it makes sense to have birth control. I just reject that should be the cultural norm, and so in that world, in my world that I'm advocating for, women would have to take birth control less, or not at all, or their men would, control that, or I don't know. There's a ton of
even if you
solutions.
had,
Or I guess no solutions, only trade-offs.
but even if you, yeah, but even if you had like, if you had more people not be so hedonistic and being in like monogamous partnerships, I think that women would still want to use kind of the same amount of birth control, because they want to decide, they don't want to have to worry about having kids, or if they have a kid, then they can decide if they want to have another kid whenever they want.
Sure.
So it's
Sure. I would just argue that I'd argue that there are just other ways to prevent pregnancy. And also to just have
But are they as
less
efficient
sex.
though?
Well, I mean, we need to work on a better birth control for sure. I don't know. I've been I read Louise Perry's book about well, I'm actually obsessed with Louise Perry, but I read her book and listened to a couple talks about the case against the sexual revolution a couple months ago, and it obviously that's really informed a lot of my feminism, because she was like a rad femme turned sort of cultural conservative, and she talks maybe about even like just toying with the idea, which I toy with a lot of ideas rather than make prescriptions, and I know that pisses a lot of people off, but I just don't want to I don't have to deal with the consequences of making a hard stance on something. Obviously, most people don't. With just introducing birth control again to just married women, which I think is interesting, just to incentivize getting married even. because we don't incentivize getting married. There are not as many tax benefits as there used to be. It doesn't make a ton of more sense, and I think that we should just have more tax benefits for marriage, but just more incentives in general to get married, because the society does better in monogamous marriage.
I think that like right now we've kind of gone from the pendulum swings, right? So we went to like people get married right out of high school, right, to your high school sweetheart. Those are really your choices, to now we have more choices. And I personally enjoy the idea of like people getting married older in life, because then they have a chance to better know who they are, and there's probably a better chance of them not getting a divorce. Because I know a bunch of people who got married young and have gotten divorced because they didn't know
But that's
who the
because
hell
they're
they were
living.
at 22, right?
Sure, definitely. But that's also because they're living in this culture, right? So those young marriages don't last as long now, but they used to last a lot longer, even 2 generations ago. I mean, there are so many. I mean, most of our grandparents met when
Because
they were very, very, very young. So I think that
they stayed together
why
because the women didn't have choices. You know that. They can't easily get divorced and like have the money. Like it's just easier now. Right?
Yes, but I mean, I think that there's more than one reason, surely.
Of course.
And
Yeah.
I think that I think that also, a lot of those women were trapped, and it was normalized to like abuse your partner because that you were seen as like you were supposed to be sexually submissive or just submissive in general as a woman. I think that we can push for more culturally conservative values and the nuclear family as equals in a way that it has never been pushed before, right? When we were pushing for the nuclear family in the 50s and 60s, we were saying that a woman should be submissive to her husband, that she is like her husband's sidekick. I don't think that we have to do that anymore. We can just say that there should be equity, there should be somewhat equal dominion over the earth in a way that just because of God, because the world was so Christian, we couldn't do that. So I think that things would look a little different now if we were to advocate for a nuclear household. But I don't know. I don't know what the perfect answer is.
Well, so it sounds
There
like
probably
both of you, because no matter what, you are both going to say like, hey, there's this thing that I value, but there's going to be trade-offs one way or the other. And so you have to choose which one do you value more, and then that will send you either like pro
exactly.
or anti.
Exactly. There are no solutions, only trade-offs. That's like the whole thing. So yeah, I think for a little less choice, I would probably keep women safe and happy in the long run.
Or have choice, and then we can eventually get to that place where women because realistically,
so
if
Sassafras
we
isn't
take like
even
a big broad
against
picture,
women sexualizing themselves.
you just interrupt me.
She's well, I think this is like a good explanation of where you come from, where like you're not even against women sexualizing themselves. She says feminism is when men sexualize themselves at the same rate women do. And so I know lots of feminists that are like completely in the opposite direction of that.
Yeah, I don't agree with that at all.
Wait, what? Say that again?
I said that you often say
Say that one more
like
time?
you say feminism is when men sexualize themselves at the same rate women do.
Usually I'm joking when I'm making jokes about you sexualizing yourself when I say that, right?
Well, sure,
But, like, I
we've
feel
had
like
conversations about this, and you've actually said like men should sexualize themselves more. There should be more men on TikTok, just like titty streamers that are doing similar things. There should be more men on Instagram doing similar things to women. Like you've spoken about this seriously many times.
Well, I think when I have seen it out in the wild, because it does exist in parts, like it's been interesting to see like a little glimpse of what men see like literally every day of women sexualizing themselves.
Oh my gosh. The co-founder of Redux magazine just messaged me. Sorry.
I thought you guys were already
but I
in
think
talks.
No, the other co-founder was. Now I have both.
Nice.
Yeah.
But because really we're talking about objectification, right? So people can objectify themselves willingly. Are we not saying that's not a thing? I thought Tom, you said that is a thing that exists.
Men can't objectify themselves? Is that what you just said?
No, just people objectifying themselves. That people can
Yeah, I
do
think that
that,
lots of times when
and that's
people,
okay.
I think that people overly use the word objectify as though they are just turning themselves into an object. But lots of the time, most of the time, I would say it is the subjective form of that object that makes them actually attractive. And that's why people are like gawking at them and really enjoy them, is the subjective aspect to it. And so they are subjectifying themselves and objectifying themselves at the same time, and that it is their subjectivity that allows them to objectify themselves. And so when people say they're objectifying themselves, it's as if we're taking away their subjectivity, when in reality it is their subjectivity that makes us objectify them.
But I feel like there's not like one way of doing it, right? Because there's always like there's TikToks about this too, about the female gaze, right? You have women screaming of Pride and Prejudice, right? When he squeezes his hand because he's so just frustrated because he loves her so much, like that. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. So there's different kinds of of that stuff. It's not.
Yeah, but I don't think that when
sexualizing.
women sexualize men, they're not objectifying them in the way that I think men objectify women's sexuality. It doesn't become like a product in the same
Sometimes.
way. I think
Well, yeah,
mostly I
but
think
mean, if
more.
you read up,
Sorry, I
if you
think
go on Tumblr, if you go on Tumblr, you'll see some objectification in word form that's just all about bodies and body parts doing certain things.
Sure, but they're
So
not
women,
treated.
yes.
It's less systemic than the way that like women's sexual like subjugation is pervasive in society. So,
Oh, of
but
course.
I do think that women and men also do objectify men. I just don't think it's like sexuality. I think it's like their able-bodiedness, which is, it makes sense. But I don't know, dude.
Okay, wait. Why are we talking about this again? Tom, did you just bring this up to like put on a dunk or something, or what?
No, it was to say that when the way that you talk about feminism, so Lav is saying, hey, there are things that we don't need to like find ways to make women equal with men. We need to change men in order to make them equal with women. And so when you're saying things like, oh, well, men should more so sexualize themselves to make themselves equal with women in this area, she would say, no, women need to sexualize themselves less. So I'm saying that like you guys seem to come at these things from completely different aspects.
I think mostly more just women need to wake up, and women need to wake up and see what's happening around them. Like I went on that podcast with those women who were like just so unaware of the world around them and like the zeitgeist around them sexually and women's subjugation as a whole. Like they were just so unaware, or they liked it. Or they were like, we're young, we like this now, not realizing that, there are consequences to valuing your sexuality so much in your youth. I just wish that more women were aware. Honestly, I think that that's my whole message, is just making women not feel embarrassed or ashamed, but just like more aware of their reality so that they can, just move in their life accordingly.
I think that lots of women are
So
very aware
what's men's
to it.
roles in this though?
Well, that's a hard one, right?
Or you just well, obviously, like you don't have the power to like make men change, but it's just like if we're gonna have this conversation, I think that'd be good to also be like, it's not, we can't just give up on men and be like, oh, they're horny, oh well, and then just shrug it off. Like
I am actually pretty black-pilled. I think that, I've been reading a lot of like the evolutionary biology, textbooks or even excerpts or even studies and statistics, and it seems as though like men obviously have testosterone, which predisposes them to aggression and sexual aggression, and that is just in their biological makeup. So I think that becomes a problem for the weaker, smaller sex,
right?
But
as
we
it
do
would.
socialize men to be less and less sexually aggressive. We socialize them to sexually assault women less, to sexually harass women less, to rape
Sure.
them less. Like,
Not enough.
No, yeah, definitely,
Socialize them
certainly,
more.
yeah, certainly not enough. You can never, yeah. I think that we need to teach more so than that. Even just teaching men restraint in themselves, like not just, it's not enough to teach people like not to rape, but to just like realize that, having a conversation with like your sons, being like, you're gonna go through puberty and you're gonna have hormones that make you want to be sexually aggressive. Use that energy for other things, or just make sure that you're being safe and that you're treating women with respect. Like, I don't think a lot of people have those discussions with their kids. Like, I just
yeah,
don't
but
think that it
you're not
happens.
all that black pilled. You're like you're
No,
sense.
there's a little hope there, right? Or at least I think that we could mitigate some damage that way. Obviously, some men are receptive to that. Like, you probably, my fiance certainly, a lot of men are, can control themselves, but there are men who absolutely cannot, and that's where the whole gender.
I rape women all the
It's
time.
okay, relax. Oh my
Tom,
god.
stop.
But that's where the whole, like, the argument for like women's safe havens comes in. Like, I really believe that women should have their own safe spaces, just single sex spaces. But not everyone agrees with that.
What did you say? Single sex spaces?
Yeah, single sex spaces.
So yeah, somebody like do you know Katie? She
Katie, yeah.
Like, one of the things that we talked about one time is that
She likes the transes.
She was saying that sex-based discrimination is pretty much always bad, and I was like, well, what about like separate bathrooms or locker rooms? And
Super
she's
cringe.
like, yeah, we shouldn't have those. We shouldn't
Yeah,
have separate bathrooms.
I think that is just pretend. Like, that is literally all of the knowledge that we have about biological evolution and just like males, sociosexual behavior. That's like just reading all of that, looking at all of that. That is clearly just like available for anyone to read and to, consume, and just being like, I pretend I do not see it. Like, that's very silly, and also like very, very dangerous for women.
But I think in this conversation where you're saying how like men are just like, they got all that testosterone pumping in them and they need to be socialized, it's like the other half has to be talked about too. Like, have you met, there's a lot of really horny 30-year-old women like that. There's that, I don't know if it's like actual
Sure.
science thing, but like, so I don't like
it's
that idea
less
that
about
like, oh, women,
horniness.
we don't want to have sex. It's
No,
because we don't have we have testosterone, but not as much. It's like women want to have sex too, right?
Well, they definitely want to have sex, but they want to have sex very differently than men want to have sex, and they want to have it very differently. Like, they want to have it, they want to have the sex differently, and they want to go about it differently. And also, like, being 90%, I say this a lot, but one of the key differences between the sexes is that 90% of one can kill 90% of the other with their bare hands. So it's not just the ingrained and biological testosterone coursing through their veins making them more aggressive, but it's also that they're like walking around like a loaded gun. They're very strong, and
But
they're
do you-
very women, it doesn't matter how horny women are, like, they're not capable of doing a lot of physical harm as men are.
So do you think if we get rid of the patriarchy, poof, it goes away, everything's different, and we're all kind of socialized the same, do you think the dynamic would be the same, that women would want the same thing in a sexual relationship? They would act the same way?
Wait, sorry, what? If
so
what?
like, if women are kind of socialized into like being a little bit more submissive, into like wanting like, I feel like part of it is socialization of women wanting that.
I don't think it's submissive to like one partner.
No, but I mean, like, in the sense that, like, not just to act like men, but if you just got rid of it all, it's just like,
got rid of what all?
Do you think socialization or patriarchy or whatever, it's just if women, their natural state, like, and they didn't have all the other garbage or whatever, it's like, would women still go about sex the same way.
No, I don't think so. I really,
Oh, you're
really
saying
heavily, yeah, I really heavily believe that they wouldn't. I think that women without, I think that our culture, our hookup culture, and our patriarchal hookup culture actually is very sexually coercive to women and puts them in very compromising positions they don't want to be in. I mean, I was at the Run Fair 2 days ago, and I was overhearing this conversation of this elf woman who was sobbing to our girlfriends while we were just like eating, you know, our turkey legs next to them, and she was crying about how this man was like saying, "I'm so into you. I'm really, really, really so into you. I just like can't be in a relationship right now." And I'm just like, yeah, this happens to so like women hate this. Women fucking hate this, but men will push it to the fucking ends of the earth to try to get just like sex without being in a relationship. Women hate that. We have historically always hated that. No, most women. It's not if it's not some women. There are, like I said earlier to Tom, there is a very, very small group, and it's usually rich women, and it's usually very rich women. It's usually very powerful women who can sleep around and who want to sleep around, or people with really high openness, or you know, women, whatever. There's a very select few group of women who want to have sex like men, who are very sexually aggressive. It is not most women. Just
Okay.
statistically and biologically, when you test it, most women are very unhappy unless they are pair bonded. Most women want to pair bond. Most women want to
Okay.
have babies.
So I am part of that little weird group then. Like, I've done it all. I've been in 5-year-long relationships. I've had casual sex. I've had friends with benefits. I've been single. I've done the whole shebang. So I'm going to speak on behalf of all the other women. It's like sometimes in your life you don't want to be in a relationship for whatever reason, but maybe you just want the safety of a friend with benefits, right? So like I'm
Sure,
just
but you are not most women, and so when we're advocating for society, or when we're advocating for culture, we're keeping women like you in mind, but we're not making you the
Are you
standard.
though?
We're not making prescriptions based on a very small amount of people. I mean, it's the same thing. Like there are some prostitutes that are very, very happy being beaten by their pimp, very happy getting their nails done every week, very, very happy, no complaints. You would still probably make the prescription to not have pimps, and I think to be anti-sex work or anti-prostitution, right? So like Ayla does that thing where she's like, well, prostitution really you know, saved my life in a lot of ways and whatever, and I'm just sitting there like, okay, this is not like most women can't do this, and most women don't want to do this.
Okay, but that's like a whole different other thing for getting prostitution. But like, but there's like there's women out there that have done similar things that I have done, and like
I'm one of those. I slept
problem is, like,
around.
Yeah, okay, but there's gonna be probably a lot of people in chat who are gonna like slut shame me, and then there's other people who like.
Well, I would never advocate for that.
No, but I'm just saying is like there are, from my perspective, it's like there is a lot of like society pressure to do the thing that you're saying is for women to be in partnership. Yes, there is like that idea
I don't
of like,
think that there should be pressure.
Be a hoe. There's like both of those things, right? But
sure, I don't. But there's a lot of pressure. What I see right now is especially on the left. When I'm talking about the left in general, I don't see pressure to not be a hoe. There's a lot of pressure to be a hoe, which most women statistically are not happy with. Like that's not the life that they want.
But
So
how
I don't.
many statistically are women being hoes though?
What do you mean statistically?
Like, are you just talking about Instagram models? Or are you just because?
No, I'm talking. I'm talking
you
about
have the stats, so I don't know.
Yeah, I'm talking about the zeitgeist. I'm just talking like what it like people are you know, shamed for being prudish, being virgins, being you know, chaste, or yeah, it's this rite of passage that everyone, I mean, I know so many women who went into college virgins, and they were like, God, it's so fucking embarrassing to be a virgin. And I was just like, I just don't think that should be embarrassing. I don't think
Yeah,
it should be embarrassing to practice discernment.
Stardust the other day was telling a story about how her and her boyfriend were wanting to have sex for the first time, and it was really painful for her, and he kept stopping, saying like, are you okay? And she was like, yeah, I'm fine, just like hurry up, let's do this. And that she just wanted to like get it over with. She really felt like pressured to lose her V card, and that she was willing to endure the pain to get through this moment so that she didn't have to.
So she wasn't
to
a virgin
worry about it.
anymore.
Yeah, so that she didn't have to be labeled virgin anymore.
Yeah, I just think that that's a problem, and I don't
So
think
being
I
a
don't.
woman,
I'm
it's
not saying to
lose-lose.
shame. I'm not. Yeah, of course. I'm not saying to shame anyone. I'm just saying that there should be more initiative on the left to get rid of this whole hookup culture shit that makes women fucking unhappy. That's all I'm saying. Like most women are just unhappy in this cultural zeitgeist, in this movement, in this culture. So that's all I'm saying. I don't
Is
think that
there a
anyone should be shamed.
But is there a version of like, instead of saying hookup, like casual sex, sex where it is better for women? Like, can you not envision that at all?
So I talk about the sexual revolution in which women were encouraged to have sex like men, like with whoever they wanted, whenever they want, reckless abandon. That's what I'm against, or like the whole, be a hoe, be a slut, be a whatever. Not that there's like moral weight. I just think that it's dangerous, right? I think that it's dangerous and it doesn't make
Should
people
men
happy. Men shouldn't be having sex like men either.
Should men also be having? Yeah.
Yeah, I think that men, the way that men have sex doesn't
This
make
is
them
the
happy either.
ultimate cock block.
Yeah, yeah. I just
So
don't. I
what
don't.
does
I just
what
hate
is a
the sexual
healthy
culture.
casual? But is there no space to have like a healthy casual sex culture? It's just monogamy. That's it. There's no way that men and women can do this in a healthy fashion at all.
I think that there is. I think that I think that one night stands should be probably less normalized. I think that we should probably be having more sex with people that we call friends, people that we trust. And even so, I do think that women are unhappy with that. I think that women do naturally want to pair bond, do want a little bit of commitment, do want to feel secure. But I think that if you're going to increase benefit and mitigate harm, you probably want to have sex with people that you call friends.
I think that it's hard to promote one without stigmatizing the other, though. And I think that that's why people, when you say, like, let's promote X, people hear let's stigmatize Y.
I think that might be true if you're using Christian values. I think I'm an atheist. I think when you're in an atheist, secular, humanist society, you don't want to shame anyone. You just sort of want to, politely and carefully kind of tell people what the reality of the situation is, and just give
Sure,
them
but
all
that's
the
the
tools.
norm within the Western culture. Like, even people who aren't Christians still have a lot of these views about sleeping around and women
Because it's
sexualizing
dangerous.
themselves. Well,
And because it's
that's
not good for society, and because women are unhappy.
I don't think they slut shame people because it's dangerous. I think it's because like Christian values have been normalized within society to where that's just the way that they've been raised.
Sure. And when I talk to listen, we're having this conversation because we're all on the left primarily, right? So we're having this type of conversation. But when I'm having conversations with like red pillars who are like, a woman's value is in her chastity, I'm like, you're a fucking loser. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, that's so fucking disgusting. So I think that you're getting this side of me just because of the conversation we're having in the company we're having it.
But you did say on the podcast that you
So
were
how
like,
do you
socially right wing or socially conservative.
I am socially more
Yeah.
conservative. I'm anti-sex revolution. It's pretty conservative. I'm anti-gender ideology, pretty conservative. Pro-marriage, pretty conservative. What else? I have other views that are sort of conservative. But on the economically, I'm very, very, very left. And I've like always voted left, and I think that we should just bring family values and to the left, and also this whole gender shit should be fucking I just want to do away with it all. That's like the only thing that's making me want to leave.
So can
the
you
left.
expand? So can don't do that. Why I left the left. Can you expand more on, because I'm a socialist. I'm on the left. Okay, so when I hear Tom say like, "Oh, lefties, they don't like family," I'm like, I don't. My brain just can't compute like how you're making that assumption. Like,
I've
can you
shown you
explain that
so much
better?
evidence of this. I don't know
Have
why
you,
you keep
Tom,
asking.
though?
Yes, but okay, go ahead.
Okay, no, if your evidence is some weirdo on Twitter or like a shoe on head video, that is not significant evidence to like show that the whole left is anti-family.
I'm not talking about the whole left. We're talking about things that are normalized on the left. We're talking about movements on the left. We're talking about things that have become acceptable on the left. That's what we're talking about, not the
But if you're
entire left.
so specifically, how is the left being anti-family? Specifically, please.
Well,
That's
I
what
think
I'm
that's,
asking.
the left has always been kind of punk rock in that they're very counterculture, very anti-conservative Christian values, right? That's sort of been our calling card, is that we're very rebellious. And so we do say like the left really advocates for doing whatever you want and getting married way later in life and maybe not having kids and doing all these things, but we're advocating that in our early years, and then and then we're still getting married. We're still having kids. We're still doing
Yeah.
all these things. So it's very strange, but it's all, I mean, you hear it all the time. Even the left being like very pro sex work now, being very pro gender. It's just like, it's very strange. I don't
So
know.
the issue is that they want
that's
to
anti-family?
destigmatize something. And so instead of just trying to destigmatize it, they end up promoting it. And they'll say like, oh yeah, sleep around girl, you go get it. Or, you know,
Yeah.
hey, have all those kids, you don't need no baby daddy. Like,
Or fucking leave, or do like have a ton of one night stands, or it's very pro promiscuity.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's no Christian values to hold it up, and they're not thinking about they're not thinking about evolutionary biology. Like they're not thinking about what makes women happy. I think that socially we're very instant gratification based.
So because they're promoting more choices, and in that choices, having a family, that's also included. That doesn't negate that at all. Like, you're just focusing on the encouragement of you can do other things.
Well, so
and then you're
family is
equal-
something where we just say, yes,
conflating that
if you
into-
want to choose that, that's fine. Whereas Lav is saying,
Yeah.
no, let's not just say if you want to choose
should
that,
encourage
that's
it. We
fine.
should
Let's
incentivize
encourage
it.
it. Let's promote it. Let's say this is what is best. This
Incentivize
is a
it, yeah.
good thing to do. Yes, not just, well, whatever you want, you know, sleeping around your entire life and having a bunch of kids with a bunch of different dads is one thing, and you know, getting married and having kids and having the nuclear family is just as valid and just as equal. She's
especially
saying,
in poor
don't-
communities, right? Like I probably Sassafras. I think that you're white. You could not be. But you know, in white communities,
I'm
things
a
like
white
this,
woman, shocker.
Sure. In white communities, we are more affluent. We do have, better access to education. So we are sort of getting some of these lessons, right? We're learning about some of these things, but like the Black community is like just not. In fact, it's been completely normalized. Single motherhood has been completely normalized. It's been completely normalized to share your men with other women. Hypergamy is running rampant in the Black community. Women are extremely unhappy. They're very poor.
They're having more abortions
They're
than
depressed.
kids.
They're obese. They're not happy. So when we talk about what is best for society, the left seems to think that like what is good for this very small portion of society is good for all of it, and it's certainly not. It's just certainly not. Like being
Okay, just to-
counterculture, pro-choice for people who don't know better or have access to knowing those things, it doesn't track, I guess.
To clarify, when you're saying the left, do you actually mean like the Liberal Democrat Party, or are you
I'm talking
lumping
about
that in, or are you actually talking
everyone-
about the left?
I'm talking about liberals, leftists. Talk about blue voters.
Because I feel like if we just look at like Freddie said, like in chat, like if you look, all politicians talk about the family, including liberal Biden's up there promoting family stuff too.
Yeah, but
so
but still the like I'm like poor people don't fucking vote. Poor people don't vote. They don't care about this shit. Poor people don't vote. Black people haven't voted historically. They don't care. They don't want to care. Like that's why what Stacey Abrams was doing was so fucking cool. She was getting, black women and black people to care about voting, about politics. But historically, like this is something that like I get, like what I was saying before, like we know, like it's in the zeitgeist that we can choose, but they're just like, this just doesn't exist for poor people.
Okay, so wait. So when you're saying the left should not just say it's okay, but actively promote family, whatever, what does that look like?
It looks like
Does that mean like
it literally just looks like more people on like it looks like less people being like why I left the left and staying on the left, and also, going on to fucking platforms, social media as influencers and not promoting like more people and more people who are my age should talk about getting married. I mean, I'm like one of the youngest people in Twitch Bowl right now, and I'm like one of the only who is getting married. And I'm like very happy in my relationship and my, my dynamic. And I think that more people should be talking about that, I guess. Like more people should be expressing that and also be like, "Hey, ladies, you don't have to do all this, and if it makes you unhappy, you don't have to, and advocate for yourself. Women, advocate for yourself." There should be more feminists saying that. Like, I just think it's a cultural conversation to be had, which may seem a little, stupid or useless, but I don't think it is.
But do you think lefties are they shitting on you for getting married?
Oh, totally. Dude, when
happening?
I got engaged, it was like all of my friends were like, "You're so young. You're so young." I got engaged at 23. They're like, "Oh my god, you're like a teen. You're a teen
That is
bride." Yeah, I was like, "What do you mean?" Or when I wanted to when I was like, "I want to have kids in the next 2 years," they were like, "What the? You're a teen mother. What are you talking about? Like, what are you doing?" And I was just like, "What? This is so normal. Like, these are my sexual viable years. I have the healthiest chance of having a child right now. I want to live the rest of my life. Like, I don't know. That's just like what I want to do, and that's what
Okay.
a lot of women,
As a lefty?
most women want to do.
Okay, as a lefty, you shouldn't be ashamed. Do whatever the fuck you want. I don't care if you get married. I don't care if you pop out kids. That's your thing. That's your life. I hope it works out for you. I hope you have a great life. Like,
No, so you're doing it now.
But
Yeah,
also,
you're doing it now, and what you're just doing, like, I don't care. What I should be saying, what I'm advocating for is being like, hell yeah, good on you. That's fucking sick.
Yeah, she's saying, like, to make it sound as though one is equal to the other is kind of the problem. But I don't think that we can make it sound like encouraging a thing is great, but it's hard to say, hey, I think this is better without downing the other thing, right?
Exactly. So isn't what that's lefties are doing they should be encouraging all the options as long as
Sure. And this is where the trade-off trade-offs come into place,
but
right?
you want it
Like,
to do more.
Well, there is no solution in which everyone is completely perfectly happy. I think I would take a little sexual shame if it meant that more people were happy, that our society was healthier and happier.
So you just won't accept, like, if all options were equally encouraged, you're not okay with that. You want the family one to be encouraged more. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. I guess it's just like from my perspective of it, I just either I don't see it as much, or I just don't see it as like the family shaming. It's like, yeah, it's just like it's an option.
Again, it's not
Go
just the
hard.
family shaming. It's literally what you're saying here. Like,
Yeah.
what you are saying here is what we're talking about.
It's the impartialness. It's the shaming. But also, I don't know, you said that you weren't married?
But no, I'm not married.
Yeah, so it would make sense that you're not firsthand experiencing like the stigma that comes along with being like 23 and engaged. Like,
Yeah, I get the stigma of being in my 30s and single, so it's fun too, right?
sure,
We all get
you know,
a good bit of stigma.
yeah, and that stigma is usually coming from, you know, not out of good places, but out of bad places, like that you're not human. You need to find a man. I don't think it should come from there. I think it should just be like, get married. Society works better this way, and you might be happier, but you might not be happier. So I guess do what you want, but it is better for society for you to have gotten married 5 years ago. Oh, shut up.
Okay, but see why I'm laughing is like enough humans are going to do the thing that you want them to do. Like you just said, like there is no scare of this big polyamory thing. Like some people are going to do it, but like that's why I'm so nonchalant about it, is because even if people are hoeing around, like a lot of people are eventually going to do the thing that you want them to do, is get married and have kids. Enough people are doing that thing.
But yeah, sure. But while you're waiting, there's going to be a lot of women who are deeply unhappy, putting themselves in dangerous situations. Maybe, spending a lot of their youth trying to look attractive for as long as they can, to be more sexually viable to as many people as they can, which I don't think is a value that we should keep. I think that's sort of stupid, enforces patriarchy.
Yeah, just for chat. Okay, so Lav is not saying like you should be celibate or anything like that. I would assume there's tons of polls and studies out there that show that people who are in relationships are going to have better and longer lasting marriages if they've had somewhere between like 5 and 7 partners before they actually go into a marriage.
That's fine. I'm not saying that's not promiscuity, right? That's discernment. That's not promiscuity. I'm talking about the people who are like sleeping with. I mean, I've had sex with almost 30 people. That's too much. I didn't need to be having sex with that many people. I was deeply unhappy having sex with that many people. And it's all the fucking same. And it just made me sort of like dick drunk. I was like constantly looking for like the next fix, right? Like it was just kind of useless. I was just unhappy. And I did it in so few years, right? Like I did it in so few years. So whatever. Yeah, there's someone in chat being like, wait until you're 25 or 27. Like, no.
Well, yeah, I think that's a good. I think that if we're talking about like, I think that's a good prescription. Somewhere between 25 and 27, like you're old enough, you're probably out of college. You're, your brain is fully developed.
Yeah,
you're mature,
certainly. Yeah,
you've had a lot of life experiences.
Yeah, I think that we're in a unique position in that I've been able to sustain myself financially for a very long time. So it makes our situation a little different. Whereas like you don't have that privilege, obviously, where most people don't have that privilege. So, yeah. And also our money situation in general just makes sense for us to get married right now, I guess. But, I don't know. Also marriages, I don't know. People are really, really blasé about marriage. I think that, I don't know. The culture around marriage is also just fucking weird. Like, I don't think that people should be divorcing. I think that you really should try to keep it together for as long as you can. Like most people don't divorce because their husband or wife is mistreating them. Most people divorce because they just like, they don't want to keep going, which I guess is fine. It's just like, I don't know. I just think, I don't know, like the women who want to divorce their wives because they don't feel as like pretty, their husband doesn't make them feel like as wanted anymore. I'm like, okay, dude, like, come on. Like, who gives a fuck? That's like just patriarchal seepings into your brain. You lose that as you grow up. As you grow up, things don't fucking, you don't want to have sex as often when you're in your fucking 30s and 40s and you have kids, and I don't know, life just moves on. Other things become more important than feeling super fuckable and sexy all the time.
It seems like infidelity seems to be the number one reason currently.
Well, yeah, that's what and most women cheat. Yeah, and that's what I was saying.
Money
like most women cheat because they're not feeling desire, because they're unhappy in the relationship, and most men will just cheat no matter what. But
Well, according to all the TikToks, the algorithm has decided that I enjoy watching. A lot of women just get fed up about caring for their husbands or doing so much of the work, and
Oh
then they're
yeah,
just
certainly.
like,
Well, that's
they
yeah,
leave, and
that's
then it's
patriarchal also.
less of a
Yeah.
burden. So
Yeah, I think that there definitely needs to be. Obviously, I'm a feminist. I think there needs to be a conversation about, you know, equity in the home, equality in the fucking home. Men really do just want to raise someone who becomes their mother, which is a problem.
you should talk to Tom about him wanting to wear the pants in a relationship. That'll be fun for you.
Wanting to wear the pants. What does that even mean?
He wants to make all of the decisions.
Is that true?
That's not necessarily true. I've said that that's the way that all of my relationships have been, and that's just kind of the way it's. That's always been the expectation. That's always been what the girls that I'm with want or expect.
Well, I guess that's culturally, coercively sort of ingrained into us.
Well, and on top of that, I live in Georgia, so.
Oh yeah, totally. That makes sense. But what if you met a woman and she was like really dominant and she made like more money than you and she wanted to make like maybe not most of the decisions or all of them, but as many, or just be collaborative with you?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it always was collaborative anyways. Like, so when I was talking to Sass about this is what I was trying to explain to her, is that even if that's what she expects of me, I'm still expected to, like, it just means that, like, because I'm spending most of the money or I bring in most of the money, that I'm supposed to have the last say on things, but the last say still has to be something that makes everybody happy. It still has to take into consideration her feelings and what she wants. And because I'm the one who's making the decision, I'm always very self-conscious of her thinking that I'm going to be selfish. So I have to overly sacrifice for her and do things on her side in order to make sure that everybody's happy. So it's always collaborative.
That's I think that's very normal for relationships. Your exes probably thought that they were doing some of that also. At least I don't know, that's how it feels in our relationship. Did you make more money than these women?
Yeah.
Yeah, well that also makes sense. You making more money, it would make sense that because if you were spending the money. I mean, that was a part of the growing pains in our relationship after I quit OnlyFans with my fiance. We had to get used to me living off of his money, and I was very acutely aware of that when I was like, I really want to move to Seattle, and he was like, I don't want to do that, and it's my money. And I was like, oh fuck. I was like that like does make sense. Like obviously if you're paying for it, you don't want to go to a place where you like completely don't want to go, right? So it shifts the dynamic.
Well, also, and I was explaining, so this is me just explaining to Sass that this is the type of relationships that I've been in. In my last relationship, I was 28 and she was 18 when we first got together. So there was like a large age gap. I was obviously making most of the money. I had a lot more like experience in life.
Large age gap, you freak?
Yeah,
Was
sure.
she a child bride? What's wrong with you?
Well, that was the entire issue, is that she wanted to get married right away, and I had like all of these stipulations, like she had to have a career first, we had to wait a minimum of 3 years, like all of these other things. And then thankfully I did put those barriers in place because that relationship did not work out. So but yeah, like with me in the position that I was in and the position that she was in, like, yes, it made sense in that relationship. And I think that because they trusted me in those scenarios, like, that makes a big difference. I think that it's hard for a lot of people to imagine trusting somebody that much. So
yeah, it is.
Like, it's good that you are taking into consideration what your partner wants. It's just the wording of it just sounds like you're a benevolent leader. Like, oh, I listen to what your needs are, but at the end of the day, I have the final say.
No, it's not. No, again, this is what she wants as well. You're making it sound like I'm controlling her, where she's saying like, hey, I don't want a guy who's going to call me and we're going to have a long conversation about where we're going to go eat. I want him to call me and just say, hey, wear these types of clothes. I'm picking you up at 8, something like that, right? This is what she wants as well. This is not me like pushing my weird fetishes onto her or anything like that. This is just the situation that we're in.
Yeah, I think there's there's like a ideology in biological evolution about like feminine chaos and about how we are so imaginative, and that's like a really desirable trait, but it also just makes us less likely to, not be able to make decisions, but less likely to want to. And men are more little deliberate in their decision making because they're less creative, less imaginative naturally, which makes them dumb. But you kind of want someone dumb to to steer you, not steer you in the right direction, but to be your anchor, I guess. But
Sure,
I don't know.
decisiveness isn't always
that could
best,
be
but-
completely. I mean, we don't know whether or not that's socialized or not.
Sure.
But,
Yeah,
But
indecisiveness.
like, it's one thing
can
if it's like
be-
I'm told.
Go ahead.
Like there's differences, right? Like I am one of those women who's indecisive about where to eat. Like, don't ask me that. Even for my friends, don't ask me. Just pick a place. Like,
Yeah.
I don't want to make that decision. But I'm talking more like it's more of a concern to me if it's like a bigger decision that affects both
course.
of you.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, like
Ideally,
moving
it's like
somewhere.
more of an equal like compromise of sorts instead of like you're the boss. Okay, we have to make
Yes,
this big
but
decision.
you're saying that's the type of relationship that you want to be in, right? That's all. Like that's what
This
you're
is why
saying.
this is why we should really promote women.
not
We should really
fair.
advocate for women to have their own careers and make as much money as men, because I think that a lot of that decision making and a lot of that power differential is a problem in a lot of straight relationships.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, plus it's different with like dating, and if you're married, I feel like that's a little different, but
yeah, all I know is that I think I believe in like a Jewish household in which a man thinks he's in charge, but the woman really is.
That's literally what I told Sassy
True.
was. I was like, it's more so like
No,
where
you
it's
didn't.
yes, I did. I said it's where it's like it sounds like
No.
I'm in charge on paper, but really almost always she's getting what she wants, and it's like the very few little times where I think like it's super important that I would end up getting the way that I want things because yeah, there's
No, but
always a lot of
it made
pressure on
you-
you to make sure that you're compensating.
But you made it, the way you worded it was just horrible then, because it just made it sound like you were like having a track record, or you're like, okay, I gave in this time. Oh, 5 times I gave in, it's my turn to like, I can put my foot down, and then if she gives me any shit about it, then I can point to all the times that I let her
Yes, I said,
do
I
her
was like,
thing.
I said, if I'm the one paying for
That's
everything, if
fucked
I'm
up.
the one like putting her through school, if I'm the one paying the car bills,
You
if
should
I'm
be
the one
doing that.
doing all of this stuff, she doesn't have a freaking job. She doesn't have a career. What do you mean? Like that is what I'm doing, and I'm doing it with the
You're not
idea.
her father. Why are you paying for her school?
I think
But- that's freaking weird. If we're talking about like
That's a
actually
weird
like
dynamic
having
you're setting up.
no, it's
well,
not.
it's actually a very interesting dynamic because it's opposite to what usually happens, in which a woman has to train her boyfriend to be an adult. So I think that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's not. If we are getting into a relationship with the idea of eventually getting married, and the goal of getting like one of the goals for us to get married is for her to have her own career, it would make sense that I'm investing in that goal. That makes perfect sense. There's nothing weird about that at all.
But she did eventually get her own job, though, right?
Yes. Yeah. She may have ended up making way more money than me, and the dynamics could have completely switched over time.
It'd be like that.
Yeah.
People
I
don't
guess
think
I've
it's real.
just personally, I've just never been in a relationship like that, or really seen being around that.
But yes, I have not done a poor job of explaining this. Every time we have this conversation, I'm telling you, you're arguing against things that I'm not saying, or like straw manning it to hell. This is the same conversation.
Gaslighting her? Tom, are you gaslighting her right now?
Yeah.
No, she's gaslighting
I
me.
just didn't understand. If I don't understand something, it's 100% my fault. You have no responsibility in that miscommunication at all, right?
Well, I'm smarter, so that's
Oh my god, Tom.
generally how it works. All right. We're gonna go to movie night.
Okay.
I appreciate y'all
Yeah,
coming
movie
on
night.
and talking.
Yeah, it was nice to meet you, Sassafras.
All right. Yeah, thanks for letting me come on and talk to you. That was cool.
All right, bye guys. Good night.
Later. Okay. I feel like there's one more thing that I missed. Yes. Oh yeah, I wanted to mention. Okay. We haven't really talked about this, but I did mean to talk about this. Dylan Burns' channel just got deleted off the face of the earth. Like, it just got yeeted out of nowhere. It got put back up, apparently, as well. So, Tom, did you unlist your live stream VODs? No? No, they're still there. These are my live stream VODs right here. They're all public. No, Tom, it's back. What are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about. This has been getting views all day. There. It's been getting views all day. Okay.
I'm a little nervous. I've got a lot of serious stuff to talk about today.
Okay, so this is 15 minutes long. If you guys want to join movie night tonight, make sure you join the Discord. We're going to be watching The Hateful Eight tonight. It is a fairly long movie, so we're going to watch this, give everybody who wants to join some time to join the Discord, and then we'll be in the community VC. So when you go to the server, it is right here at the bottom, community VC. While we're in there, you can use the side chat to talk and have conversations. But yes, make sure you go to Fool's Rules first, right here, and click the bald head. That will give you access to all of our awesome channels.
Right? And it's really hard to talk about, but I want everyone to know like everything that has happened to me in the past little bit.
Link to the Discord is in the description. Go ahead and click the link in the description so you can join the Discord.
I want to talk about addiction. I want to talk about the stuff that I have been struggling with for a very long time. I never talked about it, at least on stream. I never wanted it to be a public thing because to the people who know me really well, I get attacked ruthlessly online. Every single thing about me is just fodder in order to harass me. So I just never brought it up, but I want to be open about it now. It's something that has been...
I love you too, Nick. Thank you for the sub.
A big struggle for me. I just turned 29. I spent my 29th birthday in rehab. I didn't even get a cake. Oh wait, I did. My friends took me out to Cheesecake Factory on my birthday in rehab. So I did get a cake, and it was very good. I have very cool friends. I want to go back to the beginning, like before rehab. In my early 20s, I dropped out of university because I started to develop chronic pain issues. And I had no idea where these issues were coming from. I started going like doctor to doctor because the pain was so bad I was bedridden. And while I was trying to figure out what exactly the issue was, my GP started prescribing me Percocet. Over time, I started to develop a tolerance to Percocet. I started doing more and more opiates. And then eventually, I started doing so much that I was running out of my prescription. I started to realize...
This is how I got onto opiates. I got surgeries and didn't take my painkillers while I was in recovery. And then once I was done with recovery and I felt better, but I was still in a little bit of pain, I started taking the painkillers and really enjoyed them.
I was developing an addiction. And I went to my GP and I told my GP this. And he just said, don't tell anyone.
I just started with heroin. Congratulations. You got a fun road ahead of you.
Because they won't prescribe you opiates anymore. So I just kept doing Percocets. And then eventually one of my friends, they were down on their luck. They just became homeless and they were trying to get clean off meth. So I let her stay at my house because I didn't want her living on the streets. She taught me how to shoot up. And I moved from doing Percocets to doing hydromorphone. I started doing that a lot. And then eventually what happened was that my ex found out that I was going to my dealer's house to buy heroin. And they got so mad, they punched a brick wall and broke their fist. And that was kind of a wake-up call for me. The people in my life were terrified of the path that I was going down. Instead of going cold turkey, and instead of doing heroin, I went to OATC, which is the Ontario Addiction Treatment Center. It's the government-funded methadone clinics. So every morning, I would get up, I'd walk to the methadone clinic, I'd pee in the cup, I'd get my methadone, and I'd go to work. I was able to taper myself down and get off drugs. But the problem is that the chronic pain issues I had didn't go away. And once I was off those, I couldn't work anymore and I had to quit my job. Eventually, after going to so many doctors, I got diagnosed with fibromyalgia, which is a chronic pain condition that affects the nervous system. The symptoms include things like fibrofog, where you lose your train of thought. And when you know that about me, it becomes kind of obvious because I do have issues with my concentration. At the time that I got diagnosed with fibromyalgia, I got put on long-term disability because I couldn't work. I couldn't go to school and I couldn't work and I didn't know what to do with myself. I really wanted to feel like I had a sense of purpose in the world. And that's around the time that I started getting involved in politics. That's when I joined the Communist Party. In my mid-20s, I got a capsule
on drugs to join the Communist Party.
Which is, it's basically a surgery for getting rid of breast implants because I got silicone implants put in when I was 18. When I got them out, a lot of my pain issues subsided. It was still there, but it wasn't as excruciating as it used to be. There's a thing called breast implant illness.
The way she talks seems so scripted that I don't believe anything that she's saying. Is it just me? Like, I'm trying so hard to feel like she's being genuine, but it's so scripted that it feels like she's just making it all up.
And a lot of the symptoms mirror that of fibromyalgia, but it's something that doctors really aren't sure about right now. So I was clean from opiates.
It's not you, it might be autism. I don't know. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking it might be like autism as well, but there's a lot of times where she talks and it doesn't feel like this.
From 2015 until 2018 when my father died, I was in the room when they pulled the plug on him. There's something they don't really tell you about that. I got to be there to witness him suffocate to death. And it's still something that I have nightmares about. I have like recurring nightmares about.
See, this is what I'm talking about. It sounds like a parody of somebody talking about this stuff. It like Wait, is this live? Was there a cut? So this was done live, but it's heavily edited.
People suffocating to death. Just give me a sec. Okay. So, in the days following my dad dying, I was staying with my mom because I wanted to be there for her. It really affected her. She never really recovered from my father passing away. And when I was staying with her, I found out that my dad had like months of Percocets just lying around the house that he never took. So I grabbed them all, and I spent almost 100 days on Percocet from the day that he died until Christmas. And on Christmas holidays, when I was in Niagara Falls with my ex and with my family, I ran out. But I was too ashamed to tell them what happened. So I went cold turkey, and I told everyone I had the flu while I was puking my guts out in the hotel bathroom. But I've been clean from opiates ever since. Even in the stuff that led up to going to rehab, I didn't do opiates. And that's what I wanted to talk about. But I wanted to tell everyone before I talked about what happened before I went to rehab, the struggle that I've already had with addiction. I've dealt on and off with opiate addiction for almost a decade now. After all this stuff ended with Drop Kiwi Farms, I moved into an apartment on my own. I got out of a relationship, and I just tried to continue going on like nothing happened. Like I just went back to streaming, even after dealing with all of the traumatic things that I dealt with in the last year. And my mental health started to spiral. Like, it was really bad behind the scenes. And to be honest, I'm really grateful that I'm alive, because there's a chance that I wouldn't be here today to do this stream. And I've always been given the advice that when you're a live streamer, when you're a content creator, you're not supposed to talk about this kind of stuff. Like, you're not supposed to tell people when you're struggling. But I was struggling a lot. I didn't want to be alive. I had dealt with so much, and my life was so fucking hard. I got really depressed. I lost interest in politics. I lost interest in basically all of the things that helped me build a platform in the first place. And around the end of 2022, I started drinking, which made me spiral. It was around the time that I was in fights with Keemstar. I started drinking, and then as more and more shit started happening, I started doing cocaine at the start of 2023. 8 days into a cocaine bender, I found out that the coke that I was doing was cut with meth. So for 8 days straight, I was doing coke and meth.
What? What? Nah, bruh. Nah, bruh. No. Nah. This is something that this is something that like boomer parents talk about on Facebook. Like, you shouldn't smoke weed. They're gonna lace it with heroin and acid. Nobody is taking extra drugs and spending more money to lace your other drugs without even telling you or charging you more for it. If they're doing that, they are telling you and being like, yo, this is the bomb. You gotta pay more for this crap. Nobody is like, ha ha ha, I'm gonna take my drugs and just put it into their drugs. Nobody does this. This is not a thing. What they do is they will take like cheaper, crappier drugs and lace it into other drugs. Like, you know, like but they do a lot of stuff with baking powder, or they'll take what's the stuff that everybody uses to get off of heroin? Fentanyl. Yes, fentanyl is one that they'll do with like heroin, but they're not taking meth and putting it in cocaine. That is not a thing.
Had a friend come over to help me detox, and I tried to just go back to my life like nothing ever happened, and I tried my best to make it so.
The first few years of fentanyl-laced heroin, nobody was telling people. Yep.
No one knew how bad things were. I really didn't want to let people down, especially because I know there's a lot of people in my audience that look up to me, and I don't want to let them down. I don't want to let any of the people who have regularly came into the chat to say that they came out because of me. I don't want to let them down. After the 8-day-long coke and meth bender and detoxing, I tried to go back to streaming. And then I got invited to this Twitter space where it was me and a few other trans activists, and we had to debate a whole bunch of far-right people on whether or not trans people deserved rights. I know a lot of people in the chat right now were around during that, and I was going through coke withdrawal while I was in that Twitter space, and I was so irritable that I just had to pause for a second, and I started calling them retards, and that kicked off so much shit. That kicked off like more shit than I have ever gotten from the left. And I don't want to rehash all of the stuff that happened. And honestly, I still don't think what I did was that big of a deal. No one was hurt because of that. The only person that was really hurt at that time was me. But after the fallout from all of that and all of the drama, I decided, fuck it. I figured out how to get drugs on the darknet. And I started making a plan to kill myself. I started doing coke and meth and benzos. And I was planning on ordering heroin from the darknet to end my own life. And my friends found out about this plan. And after finding out, they convinced me to go to rehab. And I'm really glad that I had them in my life. And they were there for me, because if they weren't, I wouldn't be here. And I still have so much ahead of me. I was in rehab for 34 days before I discharged. I went to the Addiction Rehabilitation Toronto facility, and it was one of the best decisions I think I've ever made, honestly. While I was there, I got diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder. I didn't realize, I think because it was so normalized, that I was dealing with a lot of trauma, and I had...
Cutting coke with meth is common. It cheapens the cocaine and makes it way more. Meth is dirtier and cheaper than cocaine. Hold on. So this was a long time ago, but from where I'm from, which has a lot of meth heads, so it might be a little bit different, but coke and meth prices were pretty similar for like an 8-ball versus I don't remember what the weights were, like a tenth, or no, 2/10, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, then Breaking Bad happened and meth exploded. Okay, well, okay, because yeah, I was about to say, I understand that coke used to be way more expensive than meth, but the meth, like, revolution happened when I was a heroin addict. When I was in prison with all of the freaking meth heads. So it's Georgia, so we have a lot of meth heads. And she's younger than me. Yeah, she's born in 1994. And all of this was happening later in her life, from what it sounds like. I don't know. That's weird. Okay.
No idea what dealing with a lot of trauma does to people. I didn't realize I was regularly having flashbacks. I didn't realize that I was lashing out at people because I was having so many flashbacks. I was like constantly in fight or flight for most of most of 2020. I was in fight or flight. But now that
Coke was way cheaper for me than good glass, but about the same for... Yes. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, obviously, like, the quality of everything is gonna change the price, but we're talking about, like, averages for an 8-ball or 2/10.
I know this about myself, I'm actually able to get help. I'm really happy that I have a second chance at life, because not everyone gets that chance. There's so many people who end up doing coke or doing meth or doing any sort of illicit drug, and it's cut with fentanyl, and they die. And that's the end of the story. But I avoided that. I was able to go to rehab. I was able to get clean. I was able to get help and do therapy. And I'm able to go back to doing what I love doing. I'm not done with rehab, though.
Shit, meth looks like coke, too. Good meth looks like glass shards. Yeah, most of the time, meth is not going to look like coke. Like, you really gotta grind it down in order for it to look like coke.
I'm still attending it online. I think it's going to be 2 weeks from now when I finally have my certificate, and I will be certified good at not doing drugs. Most people don't do drugs, but I will have actually been certified in not doing drugs, which means that I am better at not doing drugs than most people who do not do drugs. I think that's pretty based. So that's basically everything that's happened. Now that I'm back, I need to do things a lot differently, because one of the problems that I realized is that I
think we've heard this before. I feel like we've heard this before. Now that I'm back, I need to do things differently. I feel like this is a rerun.
was constantly exposing myself to things that trigger me, and I was sending myself into panic almost every day. It's not healthy to do that. I was exhausted all the time. I was constantly scared for my life, even in situations that posed absolutely no danger to me. So I've been working with my therapist and trying to figure out ways just to keep moving forward, because I love streaming. This has been the best job that I have ever had in my life. I don't want to stop, but I know that I can't do things like I used to do. I started seeking out help running my social media so I can just avoid seeing all of the vitriol that gets spewed at me, and that's been really helpful. I've been spending more time touching grass and spending more time with my friends. For instance, I'm back in Belfast, Northern Ireland, because I really like spending time with Ellen. I need to enjoy my life, both on and off stream, because
YouTube partner support. Hi, Tom. This is Candy again. Hope this email finds you well. We've heard back from our internal team and have good news for you. We have resolved the issue. Please try again. Add your desired payment within 48 hours. Our help center has details on all things YouTube. If you have further questions, don't hesitate to contact us again. Warm regards. Let's go. Let's go. She said, this is the best job I ever had. And I thought, I wish this was the best job I ever had. If I could actually get paid for it, that would be awesome. So we'll see. We'll wait 48 hours. Hopefully, this time, we will actually be able to get the money that all of you have so graciously provided. You guys have been awesome. David has been giving all of you your memberships. So yeah, maybe monetization. So no, we're already monetized, just can't get the money from the monetization. Lost hundreds of dollars through this process, and the money just keeps building up, and then I can't access it, I can't get it, and it's just been insanely infuriating. So hopefully this time we can actually do it. We can actually get it. I'm David's best friend. Well, yeah. You don't have a green name, TikTok, so. This is the only church I tithe to. Tom Foolery Show. Good work, Father Tom. Well done.
For a really long time, my life was kind of a nightmare. I enjoyed
Hey, now I pay for my membership, Tom. Nice. Nice. Let them know in the Discord. Sassafras can give you access to the members section.
streaming, but I was constantly making my life worse for myself, and I didn't realize I was doing it. Am I married to... No, we're just friends. I'm just visiting. Chat, she's married to the grind. That's absolutely true. The one thing that I wanted to say is that I'm going to be returning slowly.
I'm married to you guys, chat. I've already taken my vows. I'm married to chat. Nobody else for me.
I'm back to streaming. After this stream, I'm going to be streaming once a week, every Friday at 12 p.m. Eastern. I'm going to use the week to compile content and do things in a much more structured and planned out manner, because I don't want to expose myself accidentally to things that could trigger me and just make me go off the handle. I don't want to keep getting involved in drama. I don't want to keep fighting people because it's not good for me. And honestly, it's not even good content. There's so much happening in the world, and I want to go back to doing political coverage. I want to go back to doing lore review because that was really fun. Know that assholes will seek you out to trigger you? Oh yeah, my mods have done a great job banning people who have came into the chat trying to do that already. And as long as I'm not really looking at social media, they can't really get to me. So I'm gonna be fine. I have support around me. I have really good friends. I have a therapist. We are back. We are so back. We are more back.
I know that. I know that phrase. Where do I know that phrase from? Where do I know that phrase from?
What I do? Start bossing up. We're back, baby. We are so back, baby.
Good friends. I have a therapist. We are back. We are so back. We are more back than we have ever been back in the history of being back. I'm really excited to see what the future holds for the community. I have some really good ideas. I'm going to keep them a surprise though, but I have some really good ideas.
Wav and Keffals are the same person. I knew it. I knew it. But I'm not blaming you. I'm saying
They
bad
should be
things
thankful
happen
for
to the black
slavery.
people.
They should be thankful for slavery.
Then you come work for me. Come be my
No,
slave.
you're gonna be- what? You're
Come
not
be
even a
my
millionaire.
slave.
Are you a millionaire?
Yes, I'm a millionaire.
No, I like going to get a bond.
Bro, I don't. Come be my slave.
They
Quit
should be
being a
thankful
baby.
for slavery. Should they
Come
not be
thank
thankful for
me.
slavery?
No, come thank me. Come be my slave. I'm going to whip you, and I want you to thank me for it.
No, you have to actually do it. People
Bro,
actually
no.
did that to blacks.
Yes, I will do it. I promise you. I will whip the hell
No, you're
out
not.
of you.
This is empty talk.
I promise you. I will
You're a
whip the
talker.
hell out of you.
No, you won't.
I boxed for a long time. I promise you. I can beat the crap out of people all
You
day.
can't come in here and steal me and make me your slave if you wanted to.
No, I'm not making you your slave. You like being a slave.
No, I said they should be thankful for slavery.
Yes, come thank me for being your master.
If you were my master, I would be grateful, but
Well, let's
you're
do
not.
it.
So I'm not.
Make good decisions, but I'm not blaming you. All right. Go follow me on Twitter. Link is in chat. Link's also in the description if you're watching this later. We got a great video that I just shared by ATLian. Funny video.
And I say thank you, King. And then I wash the dishes and I cook him a meal. And he kisses my little forehead, and then 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 he kisses my little forehead.
So make sure you go follow me on Twitter. Give ATLian all your likes, all your retweets. We're gonna go watch a movie in the Discord. So again, make sure you join the Discord. As soon as you get in there, you gotta go to Fool's Rules. Okay? I still see you, Zelix, in your white name. Okay? If your name is white, you got to go to Fool's Rules, click the bald head, okay? That gives you access to all of the channels, makes your name blue. Then scroll down to Community VC. Clark's already in there. He's waiting on you, okay? Go ahead, start joining. I'm going to raid I'm gonna raid nobody. We're not raiding. All right, no raid today. We're just gonna end it here. Make sure you guys join the Discord. We'll I'll go ahead and spam the linky in chat for you guys. There you go. Join the Discord. Jump in the Community VC. I will be hosting the movie here shortly, so hope to see you there. I'll be on tomorrow night. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. My stuff's loading. Give me a second. And I'll see you next time. Later, fools. Later, fools. Make sure you guys hit the thumbs up before you go. Before you leave, hit that thumbs up button. You gotta hit the thumbs up. It is necessary. It is definitely necessary. Thumbs up, please.